Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Over 70% of new SAP applications are built on SAP Business Technology Platform using the cloud application programming, accelerating delivery and reducing costs. Today, we'll dive into SAP S/4HANA BTP with SAP's modern way to build cloud apps. SAP BTP is a unified cloud environment for extensions and new apps. SAP Cloud Application Programming provides a set of libraries, tools, and best practice patterns, so you write less boilerplate and focus on business logic. BTP users report 30% faster app deployments. CAP-based projects show a 25% drop in defects. Demand for BTP developers grew 40% last year. Cloud applications power digital business. Mastering BTP CAP means you deliver reliable, scalable services that save companies time and money. Your skills will open doors to roles like cloud developer, solution architect, and SAP consultant. In this course, you'll learn BTP basics and CAP concepts, set up your environment, data, build services in Node.js or Java, integrate with S/4HANA, and apply security, testing, and best practices. Then deploy, monitor, and scale a full cloud app on SAP. Let's dive in.
Okay, so hello everyone again, and welcome to the session. So this session, I hope you all are aware of that. This is going to be your SAP BTP training on application development, basically cloud application programming. We are going to have all this basic training on this technology. Before we are starting the SAP BTP training, so one thing you need to understand is that so this CAP application development, what we do on BTP is a bit different and a separate base from ABAP development, what you do in on-premise system or what you might have done in Eclipse editing tool for app development. So CAP is being separate technology, or I would say it's a separate framework, has been introduced by SAP on BTP to develop your cloud application programming on BTP. We're having most used full environment runtime is Cloud Foundry, and that's the one our will be also a topic and which will be our target development area. All right, so I will start my presentation. So I will be walking you through all with the complete understanding of BTP infrastructure, what is BTP, what is all about, and how this BTP actually works in cloud, like with respect to your development perspective, with respect to the various feature it provides, like you guys knowing already in S4 how it works. So there is a bit difference in terms of S4 and when it comes to cloud. So those understanding to give you a better clarity when you are switching your sub account level from one to next. All right. So you also everyone you might have the access to this LM tool, but ZaranTech. But yeah, these are the theoretical slides you might see there, but I will not be just going through these slides, but I will also going through your in discussion and showing something additionally which is might not be present there. Okay. All right. So in between the session, if you have some doubt, probably when we are in discussion after on some topic, maybe after post that topic, you can actually ask those questions. Right? Okay. So about first of all, let me give you some overview on SAP BTP before I jumping into the actual of CAP development. Okay. So basically what is SAP BTP platform means, right? Okay, so those, I mean, I'm not aware if you guys are aware of the previous version of cloud technology by SAP, that the first version was HANA Cloud Platform, which as very known was at CP, which was almost back in 2015, 16, 17 somewhere. Then this has came by SAP Cloud Platform, which was specialized in new environment. Basically, it was more centric to Fiori application development on cloud with the WebID tool what we have in the, and then of course the WebID full stack. You guys might have heard when you are interacted with the Fiori developers, you might have seen that. Then in 2020, 20 or somewhere, okay, 19 probably is like BTP came into the picture where they have hosted every services what they have earlier in the previous version, followed by SAP Cloud Platform, now in SAP BTP technology. So this is the cloud platform which SAP has from earlier already from past few years, but now they have made it a little larger scale. Okay, so the very first version was a specific to HANA, because when they have launched the HANA, S4 HANA, that time they wanted to have a, like, to provide the full-fledged support to basically Fiori application development. In the SAP, when they have second version of SAP Cloud Platform, their focus was again on SAP Fiori elements-based development with respect to S4 HANA, and they have also launched the cloud version as well. But they were more main focus centric was still on Fiori on cloud, and it was more of a new environment which is specific to SAP domain itself. So now they have enlarged it. Like, of course, whatever feature they have earlier, whatever feature with additional, they have come up with SAP Business Technology Platform, which has HANA System Cloud version. They have Neo already, but they might expire maybe after a few years or very soon probably. The main target is Cloud Foundry environment, and there's another runtime environment they have introduced, which is ABAP Cloud in runtime environment. They have a Kima runtime environment. So there are two, three different set of environment to support a business development at high, next level, not only in SAP but in non-SAP platform as well. For example, earlier the development was very much specific to SAP Fiori type of development, right? But now, if you see in development tool of BTP, provides the various other software development support for language perspective. For example, it's like it will very much support. Earlier it was supporting, of course, JavaScript and Node.js, but now it can support Java as well. It was somehow up to certain extent was supported in Neo also earlier, but it's now more powerful. But this time they have also going to support other language like Python we have, right? Vue.js we have. So there are different languages. They have tried to make it available for non-SAP domain developer. They can also use this platform to build their application, not only restricted to S4 HANA, but they can have their own other database system. Let's say, for example, to build a backend service with Java language. So that kind of the Python language is there now, so that you can actually develop a Python services on BTP as well. You can host and deploy. So I would say the area which BTP has covered is now a bit larger scale. So it was a little bit restricted earlier, but now it's a very much wide range. So if you see here, the diagram you see here, business technology platform, it has mentioned like it has a four major pillars, right, which defines a database and data management. What database and data management indicates here is like it's talking about S4 HANA. So for example, let's say, let me show you that. So when I talk about normals, for example, let's say we have a four major block here. Okay. So one block which is referring to S4 HANA or analytics. Then we have we have these four major blocks available here, right? So in these blocks, first block, it is known as something called database and management, right? If you see a database and data management, so what it has, right? So what it supports is it has a various other information. For example, it supports, let's say, the very first thing which it can be going to support is that which is your S4, I can say just S4 HANA. Now, when we say S4 HANA, though it is on premise, it is not cloud. So it supports your S4 HANA on premise. It supports again S4 HANA, then cloud version. So what's the major difference between S4 HANA and cloud is S4 HANA, they are talking about your database and all this business logic is resides in your SAP domain, SAP on-premise system within your organization, basically, right? As for when I come to S4 HANA Cloud, it means our database and all the business logic resides on the cloud version of it. On the cloud, it has a two versions, public cloud and we have private cloud. So it's up to you, but it is not resides on organization system. Rather, it is on SAP managed cloud infrastructure, whether it is applicable to all set of business user who is trying to access and use it. But of course, it has to be restricted to your. There are different set of data you have to buy, and you make all this HANA Cloud database available for your organization, and you can also take some chunk of it to make it private. So that's another different thing. So we have a set of S4 HANA support here. Now you might have worked, or probably you might have heard it about, is very commonly used thing is nowadays, which is data intelligence, which is one of the most important segment which has been introduced by SAP in SAP Cloud. Okay, so this is where they are having putting all this data analytics and whatever supports they having with respect to, you might have seen nowadays we have a data science and all these things, right? So kind of those scenario they are trying to cover in this segment. Then SAP master data, right? Governance is also a very much used scenario nowadays. You might be aware of it. MDG, you might have heard also, but which is existing one, master data governance support. And then it has another topic which is supports is adaptive server. Okay, what is adaptive servers now here? So it can whatever we have on SAP, right? So it's not going to restrict on with respect to your S4 HANA. Like let's say I have a database and my data, whatever I want to manage. So it's not only restricted to your S4 HANA, rather it can connect with different server provider to make your data management smooth. So it is for all these SAP and non-SAP integration of the database and data management. So it covers all this topic, all this segment inside one of your segment, which is called database and data management, right? So in this area now, when we talk about some kind of information, let's say we talk about the backend logic, we talk about the data modeling, all this thing and stuff. So it categorized in those area. When you do any database related something, so it will come into that picture. So we have this as called database and data management. Clear? Now in this segment after this, it has another set of one of the most important aspects which you might see is here is this. So if you see in the PPT, we have something called analytics, right? So as for, okay, how many of you have worked on analyticals as an application? Like, like in Fury, we have different types of application, right? We have transactional, analytical, fact set, and all these things. So anybody have you worked on analytical set of application? I know it's very,
No,
yeah. You were telling something. I just
no,
We
exactly.
don't have the
No,
experience.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, it's actually, yeah, I mean, when you come to S4 HANA, so S4 HANA having a very powerful support for analytics, right? So I know, I mean, use case relies, it depends on, because in SAP domain also, like most of the application and business, what you might be doing is more of transactional and report type of application. But analytics is one of the major advantages what basically it provided by S4 HANA. So generally, when we talk about any kind of analytics development related to, so it used to go by S4. Now, what in BTP they have done is, so they have segregated something separate part of it as analytics, something called analytic cloud itself. So what you will see here, all the business development for analytical apps, of course, you can still do in the S4 HANA analytical support. What you have could be yours restricted or could be completely freely available. But now, at least at the layer of cloud version, they have a separate chunk of SAP Analytic Cloud. Okay, so I told now SAP S4 HANA Cloud is not exactly the way you see in S4 HANA on-premise system, because in S4 Cloud there are different topics, terminology, like we have S4 HANA Data Lake, we have a Data Sphere, right? We have same thing, various HDI containers. So these are the things which you generally use it as a database in your solution. And one of the part is analytical cloud, where you can directly interact with not directly complete S4 HANA cloud, but rather it's one part of it, which is SAP Analytic, right? And then out of MDG, they have also separated something called one thing is called data warehouse cloud. Okay, so like earlier, this data warehouse is something is again a separate chunk was available in for HANA on-premise. Now this has been also segregated and it has been came into the same segment of analytics. So all this warehouse management, what you see is separated on the cloud version. It's not integrated as it's in the on-premise. Now BI support, right? Business intelligence. So all this business, what you have seen or you might have worked with, all the BI consultant who is working on it. So all the business, they have all these business object and BI thing they have also separated in business intelligence, right? So these things has came as a separate service under analytics to make it even more powerful. Let's say for some a client may not have a requirement of having an entire cloud database. They may have a requirement only for, hey, I want to just use your S4 HANA cloud analytics feature, right? So why they should buy? Because see, when it comes to any service, it's paid version, right? So it's something that SAP had to charge it. So these are the things earlier, or in fact currently also probably up to certain extent is still present in S4 HANA on my system, which you buy it. Now on cloud, so they have segregated all these features so that the customer focus on their need and they have to pay only what they need actually. Rather taking the entire bunch of cloud system, they can just pay for whatever they are actually using it for that purpose. Okay, so that's why analytics has been actually separated. But if you see, both are almost similar kind of. It come from the same background. Okay, so next to what you will see here, application development and integration. This is one of the, again, one of the most important part where we actually do all our development, right? So on this development area, it has, as I mentioned, it has various development tools available. These tools makes you familiar with your interaction with your database, interaction with your technology, what you have on BTP, or even on premise. So SAP has come up with two different development environment provided. I mean, what I mean to say is development environment means with respect to suite. So, okay, I will come that. So what I am writing here is something called application development support. Okay, application dev, and I say integration. So what it has. So in this case, what they are having is they are having us one of the field called SAP extension suite, right? You might have done extension, right? So all the extension, whatever you do, be it your S4 HANA extension, you guys have done the S4 HANA, or let's say CDS extension or data services, whatever extension you might have done, right? So similar way, if you want to do such extension in your application, right? So there are two types of extension, right? May I know anybody know it? What type of extension I'm talking about? Like in SAP on-premise also, you have a very commonly used terminology for extension. So what type of extension you guys have worked with?
User exit body, that type of, right?
Okay, so business objects mainly extension you have working, right? Okay, so anybody aware of in-app extension, side-by-side extension? Okay. So in SAP Extension Suite, now SAP has came up with the separate environment setup given to organization. Ki, hey, if you want to do certain extension, be it your backend, be it your front end, be it your middle layer, come and do in this particular suite. Okay, so it has a suite means like a complete environment setup or a landscape setup where you are going to develop your application, where you are going to deploy your application, where you can go and customize and add some extension on your existing solution. On top of it, you have a feasibility to extend or in fact integrate a non-SAP solution also or SAP standard solution also. So extension suite is designed for your extensibility requirement, not only for S4 HANA on what you do in ABAP side, but rather on the UI side, or also integrating or extending your business application with even a third party tool or services or even SAP provided services that you can do all these extension activity on extension suite, right? Now there's something called integration suite. Okay, so when it comes to integration suite, what we mean by integration suite here. So like you guys have a SAP PIPO team, right? So process integrator team, right? What they do, basically now you can do in integration suite. Integration suite means here is whatever integration you are doing it with respect to different services or tools. Let's say you have to integrate your SAP system with your Salesforce or Kafka or any n number of services you have available. You have to integrate all together to build one solution, right? So such integration activity where you are not majorly doing extension, but rather you are, let's say I have to integrate all these four blocks together and create another block, right? So this is called your integration. So those kind of integration activity where you are integrating your custom solution or SAP standard solution to any SAP solution or non-SAP solution, or it could be any third party things you want to integrate, because see, not SAP can provide end-to-end solution for everything, or probably SAP may provide, but it may not suit your requirement, or maybe whatever SAP is providing, there is something better option available for integration, right? For your business requirement, then at that time, what you have to do is some part of SAP, some part of the third party, whatever you want to integrate into the system, and then make your actual business scenario implementation, right? So this is the activity which you perform, which is called SAP integration suite. Okay. Similar way, there are another topic, so another field which is called as SAP process orchestration. So this is a more of kind of so the such scenario where we generally deal with only any specific business process or any kind of architectural activity you want to perform, right? So basically in this area, what you do is, as a single business process, let's say you wanted to have a seamless support for your activity what you do, right? So SAP process organized software supports your any custom or SAP standard process what you have implemented or you have integrated in your solution, right? So technology platform provides to improve your such integration of your process orchestration or your such integration with more efficient, and it has a lot of commands to manage it in a better way rather doing it in your SAP system, right? So it has a support for your on-premise support also it can do you, right? It has a, you guys might have doing data modeling, deployment, all these things. So all this process, it's actually going to be a seamless process if you are going to use this service which is called SAP process orchestration. It also has definitely more support on your integration capability. And when we talk about, look, what happens, the major advantage here is on cloud, like they have segregated all these bunch of services and capacity on cloud, so that a customer has to pay only what they need it, right? Rather you buy everything, whether it is not useful for your scenario, whether your solution or business doesn't need it, but it is still came as a package, right? But you are still paying it for that, right? So that's the idea key on. When it comes to cloud, they have segregated all these terminologies so that your business each will be a little bit more, little bit cost effective, and in fact a better support available on your SAP business when we talk about any implementation, right? Now, next what we have is SAP App Giver. Okay, so see again, this is App Giver is one of the kind, I will say, the kind of tool, or I would say in case of anything which you wanted to develop automated type of process, right? Or something you might have heard or you might be not knowing, or I'm not sure, but there's something called low code no code scenario. Okay, so this app giver is actually providing that support. Okay, this app giver is actually is where you don't have to write a lot of coding here. Okay, so this app giver is provide such support to build your application not only by a technical person, but actually by a functional also, if they have a little bit knowledge on the tool, where because here you are not actually going do the actual coding, rather you have a tool to drag and drop your business scenario. Some, you have to give us some there is just some training available on on by SAP side to train that user, which is called some kind of, I forgot the terminology name. So something a user, okay, there's some terminology called it. So that user, citizen developer, okay, so that citizen developer is the one who is having a little bit idea of this tool, and they have an idea of your business context. So let's say if I say techno functional, probably that person can actually build an application using this tool. So it is AppGiver supports a low code or no code platform that gives you possibility to create any kind of application, any kind, I would say like a sort of any Fiori apps or probably the supported apps on your BTP, so that it can run as a business scenario. So it is more of application development only, but not with the code. Rather, it is a tool which you have to use it, understand the business object, drag drop the functionality is available, how you want to see the application first page, how you want to link with the line item to your objects item, how you want to put some certain type of filter where and also. If that clarity you have it, you can very much develop your application. So this is another app giver feature available by the SAP, which is very huge. Actually, a kind of success, actually, I would say, because which is hardly, I mean, basically is getting utilized many various organization with their functional to do their techno functional, I would say, not a pure functional, but a techno functional is very, very useful. Okay, so there another one you might have heard is something called SAP process automation. Okay, so now what it does? Okay, see, the name indicates, right? Name indicates is it is automation activity, right? So workflow, right? You guys have might have worked also on workflow or some kind of automated process which you carried out with some sort of your automation, like, or you design some workflow, or you might have done some background job configuration which basically triggers or does your work without any human interaction, right? Or less human interaction, right? So it will basically used in such workflow design, right? Which is going to perform some kind of task with certain flow of your work you designs, right? So again, a workflow design is again kind of like a tool based. Most of the time you see a tool based, like let's say I want to process from here. Let's say user has logged in. Now this has to go where it has to fetch out a service, then it has to validate. So this arrow kind of thing. So if it's success, then go to next. If it's error, go back and return some error message, and again come back and then go to the next step, validate the business object what you receive, and then display some information. So that kind of flow wise. So if you have some kind of workflow, let's say, just for example, the employee has joined or has interviewed something to the organization, right? So this is a kind of defined process, right? It is the process cannot be changed, right? So what is the first step? You receive the CV of like whatever resource you're trying to hiring. Then first you receive the CV. Second process would be like next step would be evaluate. Then third process would be okay, go and have an interview. Now interview you can have again n number of rounds that you can define. But I'm talking about the set of, because these are the steps cannot be changed, right? So then after the interview process, you have a HR interview, and then you probably have a manager interview, and then you have an offer release, right? And then you have a date of joining, then you have resource allotment, right? So all these 8 to 10 activities, what you perform or hiring a particular employee in your organization, it is a fixed process, right? So that process you can automate. So that kind of tool building is workflow design, which you can achieve by process automation, right? So this is the development tool, which these are the segment what you see. It comes under those area of application development and integration of that process. Okay. The one last is intelligent technology, which is very much new in SAP domain as of now, but it is still support when it comes to now see the technology is changing, right? We all know it, like the kind of things what you see, right? Like data intelligence we have now, we have a machine learning, we have a AI coming to the picture, right? So to support all this new technology, right? So they have given a new segment which is called intelligent technology, okay, or intelligent technology supports. So what we do here is, or you may guys like see when you come to the area, right? You are not restricted to any one technology. Let's say ABAP you are going to do, or CAP you are going to do, or Fury you are going to do. You have a actually tremendous opportunity basically to learn all these things, and you can enhance your career in those segment, of course based on the use cases what you learn from it. But these features you should know, like in the future if you are going to come with such opportunity, you would be able to do it. So okay, so the last topic is this, like what it has intelligent technology. So the very first thing is robotic process automation, right? So see, in various industry, they have now kind of robotic supports they have implemented, right? So why it is getting famous is especially in the area of manufacturing sector, right? So you know that, and also SAP that has the large major customer number from the manufacturing sector, right? So that's the reason one of the solution is the major, I would say, go for SAP was this, why they are bringing the robotic process automation, so that they don't have to basically see if any manufacturing which having SAP solution, but they to perform their task automated by a particular robot, they may have to either import a third party robot, and all these things they have to integrate. So now SAP is saying, okay, I have given you this software now, so whatever it resides in our SAP system can be part of your robotic process automation. So you do not have to integrate again separately. Rather, SAP supports now my solution. Of course, there are some limitation as of now; it's very early stage, but it do supports, it do provide, and as such kind of SAP intelligent robotic process automation has been given a thumbs up by many manufacturing companies, where they are going to directly. They already have a SAP system now. They'll be easily will be integrated with robotic process system. They can automate their process of manufacturing or any n number of things what they are doing it. Another topic is which is called SAP conversational AI, right? Okay, so you might have seen nowadays we have a lot of AI tool available in the market, right? So but this AI tool having a categorized, okay? So what you see, for example, let's say chat GPT, okay? So ChatGPT is your AI tool, which is actually a conversational AI. Okay, basically, it's going to communicate with you. If you ask something, they are giving you the question, right? So lot of tool. ChatGPT, I'm one of the example I'm saying. Nowadays we have a lot of tools. So what is a conversational AI? You see chatbot, right? If you go to any website, a good website, or even SAP website, or any online website nowadays, you have some kind of chatbot is coming to the picture, right? So these are the conversational chatbot. Okay. Now, of course, this chatbot you can make it intelligent with AI. So AI having their own sort of library available. So to make your conversation and to make it even a more interactive with the AI, to make it even a powerful, right? You AI is like something you don't have to code every time statically. Rather, the AI tool will learn from you, okay, so that the AI tool becomes smart enough to give your query. So that kind of AI tool, conversational tool building, let's say chatbot itself, is one of the steps whether SAP has put into the SU, okay, and they are trying to make it even a bigger one. So earlier already has some chatbot, but now this chatbot is getting converted into AI tool. Now one of the very famous tool which is coming on the SAP BTP is Joule, is one of the tool available right now to automate the process. Okay, so this is one of the AI segment is supported, which is other than cloud you will not find, because of course on premise you cannot do it. Okay, now you might be heard of already SAP IoT, is a very, I mean, it's an existing technology. So I think of course the Internet of Things you got might be knowing already. So yes, that support also available on BTP. Then there another service which related to AI only, which is SAP AI Business Service. Okay, now what is the difference between these two on the top? Okay, so let me put this down. Okay, and what is the difference here? conversational AI is building a tool basically, okay, with the AI help of that. Now SAP AI Business, here the difference is this will support you AI related building your application. Let's say you want to integrate your ERP solution, which is up and running on BTP. You wanted to have its capability integrated with AI too. There, SAP AI Business has been launched now. It has two different services, which is one is SAP AI Launchpad, one is SAP AI Core, which basically helps to provide you the set of support, the library, the hosting environment, where you can integrate with your AI solution. That's where SAP has came up with SAP AI Business. But again, of course, there is a still, I mean, in the area of more development, they are still making it more powerful. But they have already released it, and the organization where they are extensively moving to AI with the SAP, they are actually using it also. If you guys have attended the previous or probably previous webinar, previous webinar was focused on completely on more of on their AI, whatever they are going to do in coming future. So then there is something called generative AI, right? So what generative AI means is the difference with conversational means you can conversation do conversation exchange. That is your conversation API, right? AI. But when I say generative AI, so what does it mean is, so you give some input. It's generative, give you some output. Let's say I am giving some kind of input information. Okay, so this is my name, this is my ID, whatever, blah blah blah. Or probably let's say a sales order. Let's say I'm giving a sales order. I'm giving a sales whatever information required to fetch a report from the system and give me as a document, report document. So if it's that kind of generation or document generation happening via your AI tool, which is nothing but use generative AI. It can generate a document, it can generate MP3, MP4, like video, audio, whatever it is. So such kind of development, if they are doing it, or if you have such kind of interaction with the AI tool, is called generative AI. It means based on your input, it should generate something and give you. That is your generative AI. So that support comes under SAP AI Business as well. Okay. Now there's something another topic which is okay. One of the last what support we have is like of course IoT internet on things is I'm very much sure you guys have already aware of it. So it's a pre-existing service which provided by SAP supports. Then apart from that, you have another supports for one of the another existing services in on BTP. Okay, so all these services combinedly, whenever we talk about such kind of service, so we have an SAP something called process, like you might have heard the terminology called SaaS, right? Or pass. Okay, so these kind of terminology, it's giving you the feature that has support for a platform. Let's say if you're buying a platform, like platform as a service, so it's called pass. Or we have a SaaS, service as a, like whatever you are going to use the platform as a platform, or you will use a service. So based on that only SAP will provide you your solution, tools, and all this infra support for your technology. So these are the major blocks which is available in the area of your SAP BTP. Okay, so this was the, I think, one of the major, I think, introduction which I have gave you. I hope you guys are almost aware of now what SAP BTP capabilities are right now in the area of the SAP domain itself, and then what are the things we can actually perform it, right? Okay. So any question so far? Okay. So now when we coming to like all these thing I have already covered. Okay. And so let's not go again. So now another topic what I will explain you is that before this you need to understand something what we have all this information in case of when we talk about a BTP, how the infrastructure look like, right? So see, basically any kind of platform you have it, right? All these platform having a different set of information or a set of tools or environment available, which is actually going to give you all this feasibility. Okay, so our development, our cap training or any kind of training which we are going to perform is going to have a into a different one of the environment, right? So the environment we just now we talk about, which is called extension suite. Okay, so what we will be doing it here and how it's going to suit in our develop environment, that you need to understand. So now, why we are using this extension suite? Because we are going to build one of the side by side extension. Okay, and one of the like business service development, application development. Basically, we are actually doing to do some kind of, see, extension doesn't mean you do extension on existing object of business object or in SAP standard solution what they have given. Extension means also like you are building something on top of your SAP solution which is available, or you build a completely new solution from the database what you have available, right? So in extension suite, what all the tools you required here. Okay, so first of all, let's understand what it is going to support in our scenario. So what environments we need here is, on BTP, we have a certain set of environment. Okay, so what environment we need here is, see, we have already extension suite. We have other different set of environments available. So for example, let's say if I'm talking about any environment, let's say I have ABAP environment. So which we'll call, let's say, which is called ABAP cloud environment. Okay, now see, what is this ABAP cloud? Okay, so ABAP cloud means you are not going to code on ABAP, on cloud or on BTP basically. Okay, you are going to connect. Okay, you are going to connect to your development environment or the BTP environment to where? To the, just for login. Okay, login to where? The login to your Eclipse ADT. Okay, are you guys, are have you used Eclipse for the ABAP development, or you are just using SC38 like for your development? Yeah, so ADT is the one of the tool which you can actually log in to. Basically here you are just performing some set of login. Your actual development you are not going to do in on BTP with the ABAP, because there are no such support of coding development on BTP for ABAP, rather just a service consumption. Okay, so connect, or you can say you connect from to here. Now in this environment, whenever, this is one of the environment we have for ABAP cloud. So this is a specific to your ABAP cloud business development, or you are making some sort of development to generate your Odata service. And this Odata service is going to consume by basically any UI development, Fury development, or any kind of interface development, you do it here. So you build a service and expose a service. Okay, build O data service. Okay, so what happened here is, like, you are building Odata service, and this you are exposing it, so that it is going to define or probably going to use by front end or Fury developer to integrate in your application. Okay, so this is for ABAP cloud. So now again, so this ABAP cloud supports only RAP based development, not a classical development. Okay, so when I say classical, when I say RAP, there is a difference between these is, so RAP is RESTful ABAP programming, which is helping you to make your Odata service is more of open API kind of, okay, like API type behavior, not restricted to only your on-premise, okay, dev. Okay, so that things what we do is here. Okay, now, so this, when you develop this Odata service, which you are going to pretty much go and then you actually expose, when you expose this service, now the question is, this how you're going to consume on your cloud. That's the next level, we'll come back. Now, apart from this environment, we have another environment which is called, we have another set of environment which is, or I would say, no, not this, 1 minute. Okay, let me, okay, so we have another set of environment which we call it any sort of very much famous and very much useful environment, which is called Cloud Foundry. Okay, so here this is your, I would runtime. Okay, when I say environment, it is, I mean to say runtime environment, right, where you are developing and deploying your application. Okay, so we have one is ABAP cloud runtime, we have another one is Cloud Foundry runtime. Okay, so now what happens here is what major difference we have it here is 1 minute. Okay, yeah. So what's the major difference we have it here is in terms of Cloud Foundry development runtime environment, you are going to develop everything on BTP itself. Like you don't have to connect to any other tool or let's say Eclipse you connecting or something. Of course, I mean UI developer can do in the other tool which is called local tool like VS Code and all, they can use it, but do. But what I mean to say is here, you are on Cloud Foundry's runtime when you are trying to use it. In that scenario, you have to deploy your application on cloud itself. It you should not be basically when you have choose the okay runtime environment, then it should be on your Cloud Foundry. So you develop wherever, but it has to deploy, it has to develop or configure all the activity you have to do on the Cloud Foundry. So here you do the development, okay, development on BTP, okay, with something called BAS, Business Application Studio is one of the tool. Okay, this is the dev tool which we use for all this development. Now, so what development we do here? What kind of development we can do here? So yes, we can do here is we can do Fiori development, we can do CAP development, and we can do any various open source language development. So here what we can do Fiori apps development, okay, we can do CAP development, and we can do like Java, Python, okay, Python and extra development. Okay, so these kind of development we can actually perform directly on BTP itself. Like you don't here you see there is no ABAP involvement here, but yes, I just said this auditor service which you have developed, right? In the if I'm talking about the CAP, right? So if I'm talking about only for the ABAP environment, let's say you have developed ABAP service. So what will happen now? So this service you have exposed. Now this service can be used here as an auditor service. Okay, so yes, this service I can still consume in my development object on BTP, right? But only for Fury. So this service can be available to my dev tool to consume as just one of the service. But when it comes to CAP, CAP is what is CAP means. So CAP is itself is one of the if I talk about apart from okay, I will do one thing. I will not keep this object here. Let me segregate it. Otherwise, it will be confusing. Okay, so any interface you do, so you can use this. The auditor service which has been exposed via your classical, it may be your S4 on my system, or it could be your whatever system you have available in terms of, let's say, RAP programming development or your S4 on-premise development, all is possible. So you can use and combine it here so that you can do Fiori apps development or any knob, I mean HTML5 wherever. I mean basically what Vue.js application development where you just have to consume this auditor service. But when it comes to CAP, okay, so this CAP here will not say this. I will say this in case of CAP development, you expose a service. When you expose a service, this will become a backend service. So CAP means these are what you see here. You are basically you are developing a backend service, right? Backend service development. Okay, so basically here you are doing a backend service development, right? Backend service means like of course the auditor service what you are going to expose here from the auditor. So CAP itself, when we say CAP, right? So what CAP stands for is it's a one of the backend development with the cloud application programming, right? So I can just say here is let's say I'm taking one example for CAP, not I'm talking about Java, Python, I'm not talking about right now. I just give an example. Yes, you can actually build and you can use as a API, right? So here CAP is cloud application programming. Okay, so this is it's very much similar to RAP CAP, right? So RAP is mainly focused on ABAP. CAP is not mainly focused on other than ABAP. You can of course build a backend service, but with Node.js being your runtime language, right? Okay, so here there is no ABAP. Okay, so there is no ABAP here. So what does it mean that Like you cloud application programming with Node.js will actually develop an auditor service, again a service which is also act as auditor service. Okay, so with Node.js provides data service, right? So what it does is, so whenever you have any sort of application development with the CAP, basically it is going to give you at the end result as an auditor service. Because auditor service, of course, right, in in SAP domain, it is one of the largely used, I mean, basically I would say the API, in terms of API, they used is nothing but a auditor service. They, from the wrap, you can also make it a RESTful API that can be available on the web, right? And but earlier it used to be like for ECC system, or let's say as pure on-premise. You, if you are not making it wrap programming, it is going to be a simply auditor service which is restricted to your ERP system only. But with the wrap and CAP, you can actually make it web-based accessible app, or web-based, sorry, not app, as a service, I would say. When you register on your cloud platform, it will become open API also. It will behave like that, right? So those things you can actually do with the cloud API programming with Node.js, and it end result is nothing but your CAP development, right? So now, after this development, see what I see is the arrow you see here. Though you develop ABAP Cloud wrap programming, you do the development in Eclipse. You have developed one of the, like, of course, building block for auditor service, and then you have integrated, or probably we consume this same service and we can make a use of it. Just 1 minute, where is it? So what we are discussing here is, like, you have this CAP development. With the CAP, you are actually basically, we are doing exposing the order. Okay, what I was explaining here is, when you build a order service, we consume here on development on BTP web based only, right? With the BAS is development tool, and we develop a Fury. Now, when we develop this Fury, we have two options again here. Okay, this application here, you consume it, right? So here I'm going to consume this here as a auditor service. You consume in, basically you consume, or I would say integrate. Okay, consume auditor service. Okay, here in this segment. So basically, how we make it available and all these things are, like, of course, a configuration activity. Like there is a way you can actually connect all these, like S4 system, whatever you are developing on-premise system or wherever you develop. But it has to be have some set of channel configuration available so that you can fetch the data. So right now I'm just saying you are just developing here. You develop auditor service, you consume, you expose, and then this is ready to consume in your development. Now, instead of this kind of development, you have two choices. Okay, what choices you have it? This Fiori application you can deploy, okay, on two different platforms. For example, let's say you wanted to, you have just used base BAS as a development tool, but you are going to deploy it on premise. Let's say you are going to deploy on S4 on, or I would say on premise or cloud, whatever, in S4 system, in S4 ABAP system, I would say. It means both. OP means on premise and cloud. Both you can use it here. Okay, so you would see now deployment means you are configuring the Fiori Launchpad, the cloud, and sorry, of course, catalog, groups, roles mapping, all you do in the S4 ABAP system now, right? But when it comes to now, this is not necessary that you can do it here only. You can actually do this development and deployment on Cloud Foundry also. For example, you may have consumed the service. Now deploy on Cloud Foundry. So instead, you can do it on Cloud Foundry. So though you are using the S4 services here, but you have the feasibility that you can actually deploy it and keep it on Cloud Foundry itself, like on BTP itself. When I say Cloud Foundry, it means on BTP. Here, it is on my system, S4 ABAP system. It could be on my, it could be your ABAP cloud system. Okay, but Cloud Foundry is not a ABAP system. It is open runtime environment, open cloud system. There you can actually do the deployment and do all this activity of your application configuration, deployment, and all this activity you perform on Cloud Foundry. So in this scenario, you have both options available. Now, when it comes to Fury CAP-based application, there you cannot, there is one restriction here. So when you consume service, which is built by CAP, right? And here, since the CAP itself is going to, first of all, it's going to host on Cloud Foundry, right? So if you see here, this ABAP Cloud means your services in hosting on ABAP system. But here, this is going to be a part of the Cloud Foundry, means deployment is going to happen on the cloud. So in this part, you have to be like, this area is for deployment, right? Deployment, and I would say hosting. So here you have both the option, deployment and hosting of application, hosting of app. So all this thing you can do here in this area itself. You have both the option available, right? But when it comes to CAP, so in terms of CAP, you have to always do the deployment on Cloud Foundry. You cannot do it on ABAP system, on Cloud Foundry runtime. Okay, deployment on Cloud Foundry. So this activity, what you see is, it has to be very much restricted to Cloud Foundry. And so the application which you are using, let's say the application which you are going to use the CAP, right? This is your CAP service, or I would say here in this scenario, when you are going to consume this service, the auditor service, based on CAP service, right? Consume, I would say, CAP auditor service in the Fiori app development, which you are going to use from this CAP application. So CAP application stands for, when we say CAP service, it means auditor service. When I say CAP application, it means the application, the Fiori apps which has used the CAP service, which is called your activity. So here, when I'm using this CAP, now see, Fiori app development is one of the most, I would say, the popular user interface in SAP domain, which they use it for your deployment perspective, right? So in this area, whenever you use it, it is actually going to use the CAP service. In that scenario, you have to put this application on the Cloud Foundry only. So it cannot be going to put on ABAP or any of other stack. So if you are doing it, it has to be on your Cloud Foundry. So I hope you understood the difference between that. So when you do the ABAP-based development, so it could be your S4 on-premise, it could be your ABAP cloud here, any kind of development when you do. I mentioned a runtime environment of BTP. Okay, so I have taken the two major runtime environment. There are another runtime environment which is Schema and other stuff, but our target environment will be your Cloud Foundry. And so here I have just gave you an example, and of course trying to make you understand. Let's not confuse when it is saying, let's say ABAP development and CAP development will perform the same thing. No, it will not actually. Okay, so it has certain restriction. ABAP auditor service you can consume. Then you can actually have option, both you can host on the respective ABAP system and as well as on the Cloud Foundry. The reason being, here you are just using the auditor service, so you have this. But when you are building a CAP application here in the Cloud Foundry, in that scenario you have certain restriction. Okay, so those restrictions are very simple. That restriction in the sense, like, see, CAP stands for cloud, right? So C stands for here cloud application programming in the CAP. In this scenario, it has to be developed on cloud. So whatever you are developing with that application consuming a service, it has to be via CAP service. Then it has to be developed and host on the Cloud Foundry only. So now hosting is again a separate, like, to how you hosting is in the, I think we don't have in our scope of discussion. I'm just giving overview. Hosting means I'm talking about deep configuration of your application, which is Launchpad, right? Fiori Launchpad. So Cloud Foundry do have their own set of Launchpad, like ABAP system you have, right? You configure your catalog, groups, and all this stuff, and do all this, right, activity. But in case of Cloud Foundry also, there is a certain set available of your Launchpad. That is one of the service which is available that you can host your application. Where there also you have to configure catalog, groups, roles creation, assignment to the user. So the logic wise, concept wise, I would say remain the same, but the way of doing is a bit different. Okay, that's something which because your environment, your landscape is changing, so obviously all these things will be going to be changed, right? So this is what is one of the part why I was trying to explain you. This is how the framework is designed for your extension suite. Of course, this is not only what I have discussed is based on our requirement of training. Okay, there are a lot of things in extension suite. This is one of the part like Fiori development and CAP development, ABAP development. There are other steps which I have mentioned here in extension suite. If you see, okay, I have extension suite. May there are again different set of set like you can have development flexible low code no code development you can do SAP business services what you have mentioned right in these things it actually comes under extension suite all the business process automation also comes under extension suite so there are a lot of services which comes under extension suite cap abap Fury is one of them or few of their services okay it's a very big suite design actually and this is one part of it. Okay, so you understood, I hope, all this part introduction, the type, the whatever it has offered with respect to difference in ABAP Cloud, and then what all the services it offers. I have tried to make you understanding it. But there are one more topic that is something this one. Okay, so now see, whenever you develop, deploy, or build something, you need to understand what you understood so far till now. What is BTP, what it has inside, and then what is our development area in this training we are going to use and how this works. Okay, in the area of like development, design, and deployment. Okay, now so this is the area of environment, right? Now how this extension suite may you have a something called dev we have a 3 or 4 type of right tire architecture like dev quality production some having dev integration quality and production so they have 3 to 4 tier structure we follow right so you need to understand that first see where you have to develop and how you can going to link those development quality and production to on the cloud system right on the basis of the cloud right so that thing is very important here okay so let's say you having your organization having a BTP they have taken one BTP account and that BTP account okay so till here is anybody having any question before I move to design of our sub account how it with respect to dev quality and production
No, from my side.
No. Hi, Mano.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So we can create the CAP application without any OData service, or always we need OData service from RAP application.
No. We don't need. So we can actually develop a very complete customer scratch service from the CAP. You can expose as an auditor service, but there is a provision like you can use the predefined already developed RAP service, or let's say for an example of SAP API, right? API Hub. So whatever you see in the SAP HANA and HANA Cloud version, they are mostly and largely built on RAP program itself, right? So you have a provision to use those API or auditor service into your CAP application as an external service. And that on top of it, you can expose as an CAP service. So yes, there is a provision you can use and integrate in your CAP service, but you can actually develop a complete scratch or new application development or a service development from CAP. It doesn't depends on your RAP program. It's up to you. You wanted to have, let's say you have some master data RAP program available. You wanted to expose that as in via CAP only, then reuse it as an API endpoint in your CAP application. I will show you how you can import, those external API. So let's say API Hub, any API, and I can put in my CAP. So that CAP will have both the services now, like the standard ARAP or any RAP you have developed or your CAP developed, but it doesn't need any dependency from your RAP or any existing API. It's just flexibility is there, but not dependent on that.
Yeah,
Hope it's clear.
Yes, Mano. So, are you covering some basic of Node.js or only CAP?
Yeah, actually, automatically because So if anyone has the little bit JS JavaScript language understanding, that would be great to understand the at least syntax how it works. So basically, Node.js is your runtime. For example, you develop any RAP service, auditor service, and like when you need to handle some custom logic, some verification, some kind of query, right? So something like doing runtime, right? Runtime, you write something. So those runtime aspects, the runtime custom logic before fetching the service, after fetching the service, okay, on fetching the service. So there are certain lifecycle method. So you need to write those custom logic in JS. Okay. If you don't have any custom logic, then you don't have to write Node.js language. But of course, I will give you a basic understanding, basic overview of Node.js, how you can write it. There are different concepts of JavaScript here, Node.js as scripting of like promise function. There are Cloud SDK. So there are things that can be basic level. Of course, I will give you a heads up how you can actually use it. And I will give you the way where you can actually a little bit have a more understanding on JavaScript and Node.js so that you can make it comfortable of writing those custom logic. Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. All right. So let's come back to now our sub account, okay, design. So when see any organization when they are buying SAP BTP platform, right? So they are having something called they buy it as a global account. Okay, you see this is the global account. What this global account is like? You have purchased it from the SAP as one of the service of, let's say, BTP global account service. Now, in this BTP global account service, you have to decide what service you are to taking for one of your sub account. Okay, what is sub accounts here? So sub accounts is something another topic. Let's say here I will just give you heads up one more things. SAP, let's say BTP sub accounts. So what happens here is if you see the diagram here, okay, so this is my global account, right? SAP BTP global account here. This account type is nothing but what we discussed about this extension suite and integration suite. So you define, so we discuss about extension suite. Let's say in your organization, only extension suite is required, right? So my type of application, my basically out of my global account will be common. It will be going to be common for all the whoever is going to buy it. For example, let's say any of the platform, any service we are trying to buy, it is going to be your. Right now, out of these sub account, you have to decide. Okay, hey, you have bought it, na? This sub account. Now you design your sub account. Design your sub account based on the type of suite, extension suite or integration suite. So if you see here, we have these, right? We have database and data management. Let's say somebody wants you to have only this part. So their account type will become database and data management. Then someone can have analytics, someone can have intelligent technology, someone have application driven integration. So I will choose my application driven integration, out of which I will use only extension suite. So when you're creating, you have to select what type of application development may you wanted to have extension suite or you wanted to have a integration suite. So we'll choose as a extension suite, right? Now, what is entitlements? Okay, so entitlements means on the particular account, what are the services is available or you are entitled to use it. For example, let's say in this sub account, I have, so let's say BTP, I will say global account here. Okay. So in this global accounts, now this is my, let's say I will use type is my extensions. I will use it my extension suite. Now see, when I choose this extension suite, it going to have some entitlements, right? So let's say one example, when you create any account, right, to any of the e-commerce website or various many, right, online website, it will ask you, hey, register first, okay, or something. So when you taking something, when you register yourself to some of the service, it gives you certain set of entitlements to use it. It could be free, it could be paid, right? So that's the way. So extension suite, when you are taking up, it give you something called predefined set of entitlements. Okay. So these are something I would say default entitlements. what it does, it gives you the provision to use those services either by free or at least as per the package what it should be minimum available, right? So this entitlements will give you that provision. So every suite, whether you design it for account type, let's say I'm integration suite can have a different set of entitlements. Extension suite will have a different set of entitlements, right? So now these entitlements, based on that, you design your sub account. So let's say I'm designing my sub account here. So my sub account will be, let's say one of my sub account will be dev sub account. Okay. So again, this is my, let's say, dev sub account. Now, this dev sub account, what you do development, right? And then you have all these basic setup and required setup in dev sub account is always going to be a bit more than your quality and production, because the reason, see, when I say here entitlements with respect to your any of your sub account, so this sub account entitlements is very much linked to what you are going to develop, right? Let's say you wanted to have a development tool, you wanted to have a Fury Launchpad, you wanted to have a n number of services to be integrated, right? So that will be infrastructure within your dev sub accounts entitlements. So there are some additional entitlements if you wanted to add, right? So let's say if you wanted to have some more entitlement to be added, okay, so in this kind of entitlements, how you can use it, you will be using in those area of, let's say, I would say something called, okay, so something which you want to make it available. So add, you see there's something called quota. You see this quota will give you the spaces. Okay, so add quota means like for development, okay, for your whatever you do development, you do design, right? And then you do all this activity, let's say development, design, then you do what? Then after that, of course, you do configuration, all this, then you have a deployment, right? And etc. All these things, right? So these quota will ask you, okay, what are the quota you need? Well, like what are the how much space you need? Okay, so for let's say Davis subs account, I wanted to 100 GB of quota, right? 100 GB of my data quotas would be available to use it in my dev sub account. But when it goes to in quality, my quota size will be less, right? So every sub account you will have entitlements assigned as part of your global sub account. Let's say in a global sub account, or global account as a extension suite sub account, or I would say now I will say sub accounts. Okay, so out of these sub accounts only you are actually making these subs. Okay, or instead I will make arrow from here. Okay, so this is the part of your sub account. Okay, so this sub account is what you are building up extension suite, and what you have it from your integration suite is all these entitlements is actually flowing from here. Okay, it will flow from here. So anything which you are doing, let's say you have a quality sub account, so all these quota which is available here is actually linked to this. It is going to be linked to available here. So let's say you have taken 100,000 GB of quota. 100 will be very less. Let's say, okay, fine, 100 only. Okay, so now you assign some 50 GB of data quota to dev, 20 to quality, and 20 or probably 42 or 30 to your, of course, in your production system. Why so? Because when you decide this quota, your pricing will be charged accordingly. So now this quota also comes as a default package. If you are, let's say, something 100 GB or 40 GB, something is predefined already. It's already available in, of course, when you're purchasing all this, it will be provided by the SAP itself. Hey, these are the quota I have available. What you want to proceed, all this thing. Okay, so this is all depends on
how you wanted to make use of it. And just a minute. Okay, so all these entitlements now is applicable to your all these sub account. Dev sub account will be there. Okay, then some entitlements, whatever you have for dev, it will be for quality, it will be for your QA, or it could be for your production. So every places, whenever you are using it, it is going to use for those sub accounts, right? So now when you do development here, so in this area, you are entitled for development tool, let's say BAS. But in this QA and prod, you may not need, or actually you don't need a development tool entitlements, right? So from these entitlements, your actual quota, or I would say the services or the tools is getting passed to dev tools, QA to prod sub account. Hope it's clear. So your design of your global sub account is defined by your account type, what you are using it, what are the entitlements you are selected. When you have a default, it could be default plus customize. You can actually customize based on apart from what they have given you by default. Okay, so default will be something available for sure, like for when you're buying something, right? Some default feature will be there, right? Now, if you wanted to add some more additional feature, then you have to customize, right? So customize and customize add-on. Customize add-on means you are going to add additional entitlements to your sub account to use it. Let's say there are various services, right? And number of services. So let's say you wanted to have some AI specific support in your entitlements to be added, right? But in extension suite, by default, AI supports will not come. So you have to add it. So when you're adding it, it will become your chargeable part. So when you're customizing it, when you're adding something, it will become a chargeable pricing of that particular thing. So, okay. Now you have a sub account which we have designed. So when you're designing a sub accounts, it has certain information. Okay. So these sub accounts will actually resides on the region. Okay. What region it is, on which region it is going to reside. So sub accounts always gets created on some based on region. Like it could be right US region, could be Europe region, Australia, all these things. Data, wherever data center they have it, they have a region defined here. So this region is, you need to keep it across same. So region, then you have a environment, right? Environment means what? Runtime environments. If you see here, I have mentioned about this environment, all these things. So you need to select. And of course, you can have a multiple environment support. Like in a same sub account, you can have a ABAP runtime, you can have a Cloud Foundry runtime, you can have a Kima runtime. So it's all depends on your needs. If you need, you need to have this. Okay. So whatever you have it environment, suppose you need to present, you need to have it. So environment, whatever you are, it is whatever it is required for you, all these things you can actually make use of it. And then this region and environment, make sure it is going to be the same in across sub account. It cannot be like one sub account you are doing it in the US and one sub account you are doing in Europe. No, that's a wrong design of your sub account, and it will fail basically various layer. Okay, so there is a region behind selection of data center, right? So your, let's say your customer base or your business resides in your Europe, so your sub account region should be in that environment, sorry, in that region of your particular business where you are running it. Okay, so now you see here, this what you see, services, application tools, these all are a part of your entitlement. So it is flowing from here. So whatever entitlements has been assigned to you, you are adding it here, you are putting it here, and you are activating those services, your application, whatever you have it. Okay, and out of these sub accounts, when you define it, right, these sub accounts has certain set of design available. Okay, so every sub account. So let's say when I'm adding, there's a one constant layer is will be followed here for dev to quality to production. Okay, so all these are flowing from one to each other. Okay, so from here to another layer here to dev to quality to production. Now, let's say what I'm trying to say is this chunk of this information, what you have it here right now, let's say I'm moving it. This is my common infra for my dev, production, and this. So I have developed application which is accessible by some set of user. This needs to be commonly available. Okay, so now whatever I have developed, let's say I have developed any business application, okay, whenever you have developed. So all these business application has to be given a required access to the business user. Okay, so this needs to be completely segregated from each sub account, but it has to have a common feature. Let's say you have, if you see here, we have application for region, environment, whatever, you have a link to your business users. Now, every business user has to have a part of your BTP sub account. So when I say this business application has to be used by or accessed by, or I will write in the bottom, accessed by your business user. Okay. So this business user, it could be from your organization, could be your external user. So those all authentication, validation is a different concept actually. So there you have to import your business, all these things here. Okay. So this, what I'm trying to say, this business users, whenever you are importing, okay, should be a part of your system. Means should be a part of one of the user is be available on the BTP on this platform. Because see, if this user doesn't exist on your sub account, they will not be going to use your business application. So whatever business application you are developing, let's say you have a cab service, right? This cab service can be utilized for many purposes. You have a Fury app, etc. So anything which you are developing out of these infrastructure from here, which is going to be commonly. So dev will have a dev, of course, deployed objects for your business application studio. When you have a quality, you are moved, and then you have production, you have moved. So every objects what you develop in dev is going to be circulated across the sub account, and these application you can make available to your business user by importing those business user or external user on the platform. Means you have to create that user on the BTP platform, and then you can restrict them, right? It's a very much, I would say, there's authentication mechanism which helps Asian to segregate those users out of external validation. Let's say you can implement SSO authentication, you can implement SAML or whatever type of course, depends on vary on the organization level. So whichever way of authentication you follow, you have to maintain that. And based on that, you give the access to the business user, and then business user will be having access to your that application here. Okay. So now I hope you understood this. So global sub account, you will be having a type of sub account. You create n number of, like three. This is a 3-tier structure. You have a dev, quality, and production, and every sub account will have certain set of entitlements which will flow from here. But basically, whatever is available here for this particular sub account will be flow from dev to quality to production. Means if it is available at 10 entitlements, that you can make it available all 10 to your all 3 sub accounts. Okay, but as I said, it's not necessary to have all the entitlements in all the sub account, because here you may need only dev tool, but quality in production you don't need dev tool. So those entitlements you can actually you keep it or leave it, that's up to you, but ideally you should not require. So otherwise what happens, we n number of entitlements. If you keep using multiple sub accounts, so basically the sizing of that or quota of your whatever has been predefined will be keep increasing, so SAP will charge you more. So you need to be very much, I mean, of course, it's a design level stuff. Like when you are designing your sub account, you can take care of it. So this is the typical design of your BTP SAP global sub account. One thing is also very important here, the structure of your environment. So this is structure I will show you how actually works here. Okay, so you can actually create one more here. Let me show you. So there's a design here. Okay, sub account design. How you can actually design. So sub accounts design. Okay, so let's say here now in this area. So when you're doing the sub accounts, it has a set of different layers available. So from one sub account, okay, let's say I will make it little lighter, and from this particular sub account, I have tried making one of the sub account. Okay. Or which example I shown you, you can directly see, right? I have defined UD dev, quality, and production. But how this gets created, that thing you need to clarity here. Okay. So now when you have a sub account design, so you have a two options. Either you can create all these sub accounts separately, or you can have a something called directory. Okay. So one directory, let's say you, instead of creating a sub account from the global, you have a something, you create one directory. So directory work as a tree, basically. So this directory tree will have again a provision of keeping n number of sub. So let's say I'm giving this, and let's say, okay, so this, okay, I'm just giving you two example here. So this particular directory tree, so I'm not designing directly a sub account, rather I am creating a directory tree. So under this directory tree, I will have now two sub account. So, okay, what is the each of it is, like I will show you one thing here. You have this directory available, and then you have another sub account. So now this whole thing, what you see is a part of one directory. So our directory can have n number of sub accounts. So directory tree means here, what does it mean is, it means directory can contain, okay, n number of sub accounts. So there is a possibility that in a single directory tree, you can have dev, you can have quality, you can have production. All these things you can actually define it here. Okay. So when you say here dev sub accounts, then you have quality sub account here. I'm just giving example. You can have a production also. That's fine. Prod sub accounts. So now again, what I will do, there is a possibility, right? So in this dev itself, I wanted to create another directory. So what I will do here, I can go and create another directory. Okay. So another directory which can contains my another set of sub accounts. What sub accounts? So let's say I wanted to have something which is common sub account. Okay. Let's say common sub account. Common sub accounts means like you wanted to have a sub account where some of the services which can be commonly used by across the sub account. Okay. Or let's say those who having a region wise different sub account also. For example, someone having in a US region, someone in Europe region, right? So those sub account, they wanted to use it. One of the sub, let's say transport mechanism, okay, cloud transport mechanism is there. So that service, they wanted to use it for across the sub account. So those sub accounts you create on one of the dev sub account because it's one of the dev tool here. So you can create that sub account. So again, in a single dev sub account, you can have another directory. Drag directory can have another n number of your sub account. So let's say common sub account or dev is also very much similar to, let's say, something called integration sub account. Integration doesn't mean integration suite. I'm talking about integration sub accounts where you generally go and design or with respect to could be data. Let's say sometime in dev you don't have much data, right? So there's some of the organization they have an integration environment where they have actual business data available to before they push to quality. They have it. So let's say you wanted to have such information available as part of your dev sub account directory. So you see this, how this structure is getting handled. So from the one sub account, you can have a directory. Directory can have n number of, you can have an n number of sub account, and then you can have this common sub account from dev to, you can have common, you can have integration suite, and similarly you can design, of course, n number of sub account. Okay, let's say I will make it even QA, and then I will make another. So just to make it a little bit like our 3-tier structure. So that's it. So, okay, I will increase this part as well. So this bigger structure, what you see, this is your directory. Okay, so this directory is saying you create one directory. It's like a container. Okay, it's like a container. So basically, the directory serves as a container, which can have n number of your sub account. So it basically helps to organize your sub account up to certain level. Okay, you have you have a control of those sub account, how you can manage it. Yeah, otherwise what will happen is you in the main sub account itself, you will see n number of sub account line by line is created. So I mean, it's let's say just this sub account you are creating. Let's say, okay, I'm giving a directory team name like finance team, finance directory. So it means what? All the finance team, or let's say I'm giving HR directory tree. So what I'm saying here, in this particular tree, I will have only HR related sub account information where I'm going to develop only HR application. Let's say I have a banking directory tree. So I will have only those sub account which is relevant to banking sector, which my organization is using. Let's say I wanted to have a global common sub account. Okay, like what I did here. So you create something as a directory. You can segregate your design at one place rather polluting your actual polluting of your this design. Okay, this design. So you keep creating the sub account environment, everything. It will be at the like in a big like organization where you have n number of business process to handle, or n number of team you are handling, n number of services you are handling. There this design will become a little complex. Okay, so let's say some team is handling US, some team is handling Europe, some team is handling Australia or some other data region. So you can segregate region wise also. One of the directory can have for your some region. Okay, let's say US region. Okay, so US region, you can have a Europe region, right? You can have Australia region, something. So you design your directory and keep those sub account, and that way you can have a more clarity what you are keeping inside a particular directory and sub account. The managing of those sub account design is very important. That gives you clarity of your solution when you're building it. That gives the developer the functional, the business. Basically, for them, it may not see exactly what is happening behind, but it gives you the more control over it, what is going where. Okay, so that is the one of the architectural design we generally follow on BTP, especially for those organizations where they have a multiple set of, I would say, that information available team wise or region wise. They have something which is they have integrated. Okay, I hope this is clear for your sub account layer information. Any doubt in this sub account structure, what we
Yes.
do, and
Yeah, John here. Who will maintain all these accounts, Manu?
okay, so to be honest, all this what you see activity here, this generally goes as a part of your system, or I would say BTP administrator. Let's say if you have the admin role or somebody who has the sub account, global sub account access level, so only the administration do this activity. Okay, basic generally for a developer perspective, they give you the glance, like when you are working on it, they may give you the overview how is our like let's say TCS BTP sub account, how it has been designed, where is the dev, where is the quality, right, where is the prod service sub account. All this information they may provide you, but generally this it depends. Like some of you may have, let's say, administration experience, how you can manage the entire cloud system, then you can also do. In organization generally there is a separate team. So we have an infra team, infrastructure team, which basically manage your BTP sub accounts, right? They before you start working on, they may have you interaction key, hey, this is how our sub account structure is there, or probably you have to use this development sub account for your deployment. This is quality, this is prod. So may such overview you may get, but generally managing happens. Some of you, it could be a developer or it could be a purely just a guy from basis team, or any person who has knowledge of cloud system. They can manage your infrastructure and creating all these services, sub account, and what are the services you need. Let's say you are developing, you may need some additional services from BTP, which needs to be available in your dev sub account. So you may have to reach out to them. Hey, this particular service, I need it to make it. Let's say there's something called adopt service in BTP, right? So you don't have to code for it. Okay, so those services you can directly ask for it to make it available, and it will be available as a part of your entitlements here, and then you can use in your dev sub account. So on the high level, it's managed by your administration basically. And yeah, developer, it depends on, I mean, development environment, they may give you the roles. It depends on, again, organization wise, what roles they want. Let's say some of the organization only give you BAS, right? Business Application Studio authorization. But one good thing is that in our training, we are going to use your own respective account. In that area, definitely I will make you understand all the entire landscape. What I am showing you right now, we will see in this actually. So, but in your organization, how it's getting managed, I have no idea. And it depends on like what role goes to whom. And that's how it
Yes,
works.
that's great. Understood. That is a good picture. But can we assume that as we work with the cloud environment, so just to save space, are they introduced this sub accounts and then a directory search, or what is the sole reason behind?
What the need of sub account?
Oh yes, yes.
Okay. So the need of sub account is the same like if you see in a store system, right? You have a dev system, you have a quality, you have production. So what you do in dev system, you develop your objects, then you transport
Correct.
to your quality to production. So same concept of segregating those accounts into 3 or 4 tier structure, so that development will be as focused, or whatever tools is needed, let's say 10 set of tools is needed for your development. But in quality and production, only application is needed, only application database access is needed. So you may have 10 set of tools in dev, but quality you may have only 4 5. Production you may have only 2 3. Reason is this sub-account segregation will help you to control your costing with respect to what are the services you are using in dev or across the sub-account. Costing in terms of the business users, because business user will have only access to prod. Functional will have up to quality, right? Or up to certain extent of prod, right? Prod. So let's say dev, you can have a POC also, right? You can have actual business user case also. And here you citing the quota which we have defined, it will be more here because you are doing more development in this space. But in quality and production, you are not going to do such activity what you do in dev. So if you're keeping in only one sub account, basically you are polluting your environment. You will not be able to manage it properly, basically, right?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP BTP service is commonly used for authentication in SAP applications? Option A, SAP Identity Authentication Service. Option B, SAP Authorization and Trust Management. Option C, SAP Cloud Identity Services. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to build smart cloud apps fast? Our SAP S/4HANA BTP with CAP course is just for you. You can learn at your speed on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP BTP and CAP. It's like a set of tools to help you create and run cloud apps easily. Our course covers everything from basics to advanced skills. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with lots of experience. They're here to guide you and answer your questions anytime. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found it very useful. Best part? It's affordable. This great chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP BTP and CAP expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
You have everything there. The actual business use case, POC also, developer also in the same sub account, function also in the same sub account, and business user also in the same account. So that will be a huge risk of managing those things, right? So that's why tier-wise structure, they have defined it. So here you will be connected to your dev database system, here quality database, here production system database. So you will have a seamless control of your service implementation, the application performance, the user accessibility. So these all things, and of course the costing part, that will vary from the sub accounts layer. So that's the reason it gets segregated so that you can have that seamless integration. It's clear?
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, so now after I think I have given you the overview of all this how it works. Basically, the complete understanding of your like I mentioned about the IAS also or PAS or SAS. So all these things, if you remember, I have mentioned webs like what are the region you are using it, right? So one thing also to mention, like when you talk about any region, it is hosted by some sort of web, I would say cloud service provider. So we have a Amazon service provider, which is AWS, right? So our BTP solution is, which we select for some reason, is actually hosted on AWS. There are certain region which is hosted on Microsoft Azure. Okay, so right now these two is the one which is majorly used, but especially AWS is mostly using BTP. Okay, and of course it's vary based on your what you use as a region, right? I said the region, the data warehouse or the data lake where it gets managed in for the particular region. For US could be different hosting, right? For like for example, Europe having AWS, US also having AWS, but I think there's somebody having a Microsoft Azure. So you depends on your cloud service provider for the region. We select that. Okay, this is very important because where it is going to point to your data center, which is going to fetch you all these data things. Okay, so now, so region is also very much bound to your applications. Like US fellow cannot see your Europe application, and Europe cannot see your US application. So this is how this sub-account design will also help you to segregate all application, the services, data, environments is nothing but your again what type of environments we are building. Infrastructure is nothing but your cloud support infrastructure, where basically this is the actual landscape where you see hosted your region sub account, which points to your application, what it has, the services, what data it has it, what are the which environment it's running, whether it is in Cloud Foundry, Kima, or ABAP, or what type of infrastructure support we have. So it's all combinedly coupled. But major difference what you see in on-premise and cloud, right? On-premise, everything resides in SAP GUI, right? Everything in one system, one place. So it's very much one place, tightly bound to each other. But when it comes to cloud, it is loosely bound to various services, which you have to connect the dot with each other to make it working. But it is accessible, it is cost effective, it is much little bit faster in terms of performance when you go and deploy it. There are various reasons behind it, so that's why it's nowadays like people are moving to cloud, right? Because the various cloud service provider is providing the little bit lesser pricing, or I would say the costing is also one of the important parameter for them to choose cloud nowadays. But there are, of course, every services, every landscape, be it cloud and enterprise, having certain limitations. So do cloud also has certain limitations. So it depends on what we're talking about, right? Okay, so we discussed about Cloud Foundry, SAP, of course, ABAP environment. We have another one, Kima environment is one of the again. So runtime environment means what? So on which environment you are actually going to keep or develop or deploy your application during runtime, right? So you develop something in web environment, you are running something that is ABAP. So similar way, we are targeted for Cloud Foundry for our CAP. Similar application, there are another few environments, which is schema environments, which also support some sort of, then we have new environment, which is actually going to be support for HANA Access development earlier. Now it is going to also going to be removed soon because their SAP BTP target platform is Cloud Foundry being the major one, and then ABAP Cloud and probably somehow a bit of Kima. Okay, like that. So now, apart from this activity, you may need to have a trial account by everyone. Okay, so to start with your all this activity, right, we need to understand first what the difference between you have a trial sub account, what difference we have with actual enterprise sub account. So all this depends on what plan you are choosing. So trial account will be something which is freely available to everyone, and almost 70 to 80% all the services are available in trial account also than the paid or enterprise version. Enterprise version may they give almost 20-30% as some of the services as a free, but 70 to 80% are paid version. Paid version means they are more powerful. Powerful means when they have a lot of many other features that can be provided. In trial account, they will give you service available up to certain extents to make it make yourself available, right? To make it much more concise, or something I would say, to use it as per your specific requirement. So that's where enterprise version having a different and more powerful, of course, than the free version, right? And trial accounts is more of like you need to do, and it could be organization based also, it could be personal based also, that you wanted to explore some services before you want to integrate, before you want to use it. You have to say whether it is useful for you or not. So those stuff ke liye you have a trial sub account. There's something called free tier also. One is trial, one is tier, and then we have next is enterprise account. So these are the sub account. I mean the version of BTP available. So it's suited for everyone, whoever wants to use trial or trial, or could be a commercial model here. Okay, so we will talk about in, I think we discussed already all these sub accounts. You see this global directory, you see there sub accounts having a directory, all this structure we have discussed already. So yeah, so now moving to the actual how the cockpit will look like, how you are going to create your sub account, or you have various services available, right? So all these things I will be discussing after the break. So we will have a meet at 1:45. So let's have a break of 15 minutes, and we will continue from your sub account layer. We will now take you to the BTP actual sub account, and we will see how you can configure your sub account for our training, and how you can keep it ready, how you can access, how you can manage it, what are the services you can actually, where to find out, what are the roles you need to add on to, so that you can use those services in your development. So all these things I will explain. Okay, so now this is the time where actually you need to understand one more thing. Okay, so have you guys have your travel or any kind of sub account in SAP BTP as of now?
Yeah, I have a trial account. Yes, we having trial account. Yeah.
Okay, so everyone having the trial account, or yet to get the trial sub account?
Yeah, everyone have.
Okay, great. So you know all this procedure, how you can create trial sub account and all this stuff. I hope you are familiar with it then.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so now in coming to SAP BTP cockpit, like when you are having a trial sub account, then definitely you will definitely going to have the access to your BTP cockpit, which you by default administration, right? So those things, how you will be taking care of it, I will just give you one overview, then we can see that. All right. Okay. So now see, whenever we talk about any kind of sub account, right? So you see that every any account, right, in any landscape, you have to have a certain set of user has to be available. There's some set of user called administration user, who actually manage basically the platform to up to certain like activity to manage user or configuration or any kind of activity which is very much specific to administration, right? And then you have a set of platform users who is going to use it, right? Those user maybe administrator or maybe your simple user, or there is a way of another set of user which is a business user or could be a functional user who may or may not need your cockpit access, right? Who will only need your application or a service which you have developed for their own transaction or whatever the purpose they are using it, right? So in the user accounts, whenever you see, you have to define the platform users, right? And then those set of business users who will use your application or any kind of services you have defined in particular sub account, right? So you see here, deploy, administrator, troubleshooting is generally done by a platform user, which is nothing but BTP cockpit user, but not everyone, only those who has that privilege or probably the required authorization to do certain layer of those authentication or deployment, all this activity they can perform. So this is the way of segregating the users is again like it comes under user management under the security part, where you can control like platform users. So many organizations they have set of rules, like let's say if you have a SSO authentication mechanism available, so what they do, those who is the platform owners or platform users or those who is the admin, basically they having a certain set of ID
used it, which is unique to only for platform users. Okay, and there are a set of certain users which is only a business user. So business user going to be created by a particular way of authenticated method, which is, let's say, something called IAS, right? Identity Access Management by SAP. One is default, of course, that is for everyone whoever having a SSI, sorry, what I say is S user ID, they can actually use it for their authentication in your platform. But there are certain user which is only external business user who needs to authenticate it via your, could be kind of your authentication mechanism of your organization, let's say sample authentication or any authentication. So those are layers of users we maintain on sub accounts to do their respective job. Now it cannot be common for all of it. Okay, so this is what it has been prescribed here, and this is the area which we generally manage it. User management is nothing but the area where we manage all the user creation, the role assignment, the activity logs, what they do, all this part we can actually do. Business user is only interested in your application. It may or may not need, or generally doesn't need your platform cockpit access. So all these things we have to use it here. Okay. So now if I come back to this area, so as you all have a trial account, then it's very good. So if you see here, this is how typically your sub accounts will look like, right? And in this sub account, this is your overview first page where you can actually find out what it's not saying.
How about others? I can just
One minute. Let me say
Yeah,
it
we can
again.
able to see, John.
Yeah. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So the now typical level, it will looks like this. Okay. So the how it looks like whenever see you whenever you come to trial home, right? So it will generally gives you this kind of welcome screen where you have a go to your trial account. Okay. There are other different types of information available that you can migrate here directly. Like this is the one of the development tool we are going to use it directly. You can go here if you have that required service enabled and authenticated by the user roles what you have, then of course all the different tool you can actually do. This is for again set of standard API, but let's say how you will enter to your trial account. This is how you will go inside your trial account. So what you have seen, so this is how will look as your global account. You see that this is the structure if you see here which we were discussing here, right? So this is your global sub account here where you are the one of the, it could be your enterprise level or it could be your trial account. So one of the global account has been assigned to you. Now the moment you have been assigned to one of the global account, right? If you see these are the different information available. Resource provider, so what it will have it, like any information you wanted to have from out of SAP, you wanted to add those provider as your support to your sub account. So it could be like, see, right now we have Azure and of course AWS, right? So our configured region or the cloud platform support which we have right now is with respect to we have with this one with Azure. Okay, like sorry, the AWS, you can select Azure, but do not change once you create the sub account. Never. Okay, using this services, you may have to some specific requirement part you can configure. That is fine. Okay, so those resources, if you wanted to make it available in your sub account, you can add from here. Now, next step is Booster. Okay, so Booster is a kind of automation tool. Okay, it is like it is built to support any of the platform user who is going to generate or add up some kind of sort of sub account with some set of services. Okay, just imagine you have a sub account where you wanted to let's use of, for example, let's say I want to use and create a app or cloud foundry environment, right? I want to do some kind of setup. Okay, if you do it manually it has a lot many information you need to configure it. Of course that is again not so lengthy, but still you need to very much careful whenever you are setting up something. It creates some sort of background configuration, right? Some configuration which go and distributed in different part of your tabs which you see. It creates the respective roles. It creates a respective authorization object. It creates some kind of instance what is required for that service. So all these things gets created. If you're doing manually, you need to be very much careful. These all things needs to be validated. It has been created or not. If it's not, then the service which you have enabled might not work fully. You may have to run out to some error and you have to fix it accordingly. But tell me one thing, when you are doing something, some of the activity, something like that, right? Isn't it good if you can actually manage it by just some sort of automation tool, right? So that sort of automation tool is getting provided by SAP, which is Booster. You just have to select a particular set of what you want. If you see it, prepare account for ABAP trial. So if I see this, if I start this, what will happen? Whatever the required setup is needed in my sub account, I don't have to do it manually. Everything what it needs to be established, whatever it needs to be configured in my respective, the area of my sub account, it will automatically gets created. So this is your one of the best example of automation tool which going to ease your work, and it will create everything in the background whatever is needed for your development environment. Okay, so this is one of the part of Booster. So Booster is not only prepared for environment, it is prepared for the services, any services you can see here. If you see here, I remember I given you one example of like automation tool or something, let's say the process automation or something. So okay, so it depends on what service is available for you, okay, right now. So in my, if you see here, the extensions to development efficiency, so if I see here, this is a supported tool I have. It may be same or it may be DRC. It's for digital experience. I will have this much only available in my trial account, of course, right? And then integration suite, remember I have told you, you have two types of suite available. You can design integration, you can design extension. Do not try to use the same kind of suite enable in your same sub account. It you will be having a lot of, I mean, I would not say the complex problem, but the mainly handling problem will come, right? You are doing extension and integration in the same suite. So managing the user set, managing the deployment and all this activity will, it's the headache. Okay, it's a very lengthy process. So that's why suite wise, you should always create separately. Do not keep it one. In trial, it's okay. You may try. It will just give you another set of interface available to you to hands on with the trial account in integration suite. But in general, when it comes to productive sub account, it has to be separated. Okay, so you can perform this booster automated activity only whatever service is available to you right now here. Okay, so it's not for all. It depends on, remember I have mentioned something called entitlements, right? So entitlement section, you can see here what are the things is has been given to you. Okay, so these are the default entity assignments which has been provided to you. Okay, for example, you see here usage analytics page will become usage of for a look. Okay, something. So there's a some info, just give it close. Here you will see here service assignment. So this is the area where you will see as a part of your trial sub account. Okay, what are the things they have given to you by default to use it? So see, they have given ABAP information, API management, business studio, automation tool, cloud identity services. You have cloud transport management system, connectivity, right? Continuous CI/CD, all these things they have given, event mesh. So these are the n number of service which you will be going to use it freely in your application. So if you see here, they have given also plan. See here, this plan will tell you ki, okay, this is what kind of services available. Is it paid or is it like freely available or is it in combination? You can see. So you have a standard share. Okay, all these things. So there are different types of it. There are different types of free. There's something called light version. There's something called standard version, right? Like these are the version having a certain differences. Something is free, it's limited. Something is light, it's better than free version, but not exactly could be a standard version is the pure version. There's something called advanced version. So advanced version is again more powerful, right? So here and there with respect to plan, the feature will vary. Okay, and all this thing information you can actually find out. If something you need to find out key whether it is available for your entitlements or not, you can actually find in this part. Okay, because when you go to search something, let's see what you are looking for. So something, if you wanted to have it available in your, let's say I want to search for automation. Okay, so I have this available for build process automation, right, for my automation. So this is a limited quota assignment, and I have a plan of one is a standard out of one service and one is for my freely available. So means what, I can actually use it. But let's say I'm going to use now AI. Okay, so if I'm saying here SAP AI, see SAP AI, I don't have that service. So means this is not freely available now. Okay, AI service is something called AI core not available. Okay, so this services means freely not available. So whatever is assigned to you as a free trial user, they have given you almost 55 available services. If you need additionally, then you have to go to something next to trial is free tier, TIE, tier version. There you may see little bit enhanced features of your trial. The trial code you can actually import or convert into a free tier. Okay, and then those account also you can actually convert into your actual sub account, paid version, the enterprise version. Okay, but generally when the people use it, for example, some kind of sort of any information is available, generally such scenario, okay, in those things they don't go for trial to tier to, okay, such scenario, rather they go for enterprise version automatically. So there are different way of handling the sub account. It depends on how you want to handle it. So for you all, it's a trial account, so let's focus on that. So now after validating here is, this is the area where I said you can actually present here as a users, and then you have something where those users who is actually going to refill here. You have a role collection where you see what are the roles available to you that you can assign to all the user here. Okay, all this trust configuration is the area where you are going to manage your this. You can manage here the area of identity provider. Let you can have SSO authentication, you can enable in this area, right? So of course in the trial account you cannot do it. So if you see established trust, this is the area where you can do the SAML authentication or probably your SSO authentication of your organization. So all this stuff generally taken care by security. But see, as when you are working on some platform, it's good to have the idea what resides where. Okay, something error comes up, let's say you are not authorized or you are not getting authenticated, so which team you need to reach out, right? So this is the area which comes under security team, which manage, or maybe any those who has the idea of it, they can also manage it, not necessary to have a security background. It's all about how much understanding you have in that particular platform. All right, so let's go inside our trial account here now. Let's say I have been entered into my trial account. Now in this trial account, you see there's something called directories and sub account, which I was discussing here, right? This is my global sub account, out of which I have a trial sub account. But let's say I want to create something. I have option C, directory or sub account. So what will happen? If you create a sub account, it will keep creating in this chain. But if you are having, let's say the example which I have shown you for directory concept and sub account concept, you can actually create in your global sub account or directory, and directory can have your n number of sub account. So that's again, it's a design perspective. So this will help you to segregate your sub account structure to manage your infrastructure better way. Now let's say this is the default trial account which will be created by you all. You might have seen it already. Okay, and okay, so once you do all this activity available, so I have selected a region also, you see US. Okay, so once you have all this information available, or let's say you have created information and the sub account has been created, in that sub account you need to just find out what has been provided. So click on your sub account, go inside, and you will find now this area where this is your actual, this was your global, this is your trial sub account. Now come back here. In the overview section, you will see what are the information is available. So what you see here, guys, these are the information is available which will helpful for you for any integration activity. Let's say you are trying to connect your sub account to another sub account with different region. So these are the ID information which will be helpful for you to integrate. Okay, so even for do any, let's say you might have heard cloud connector and all, right? So all this information is required to connect your sub account to another things. Okay, anyway, now once you did this, okay, once you come inside, okay, you will see the structure what you have here, right? Basically you have a Cloud Foundry runtime environment. By default it gets created, okay, and then you see this is the space which has been created. So that is the default one, but if you can actually create another Java space also. But generally in one sub account at one Cloud Foundry level, to ease your development and management, okay, we always use one sort of indication of one dev space. Okay, it depends on, if like, see, if you can have a complex architectural information, that it depends on the organization, if they wanted to have a one set of dev only, or they can have a multiple set of it. So it depends. It's nothing like you can actually not create, you can actually create a number of sub account. But let's see. All right, so now this is the area. Let's say sometime what happened during the updation of creation of your trial sub account, there's a possibility due to some error your account space has not created. So you have option, you can create here manually. Okay, sometimes it happens because of abort option, network activity, something. So you will see in the pop-up something has been failed as a okay. So you can actually create, come here inside here. Now in this area, you see your service marketplace. Here you will see the list of all the services as per your entitlements. Whatever you see here in this, in 55 or whatever we saw, right? This is your entitlements. So based on your assigned entitlements, you will be going to see all these services details here. Okay, so in this services, you can find the services which is relevant to you. For example, let's say you wanted to have a service which you want to use in your development. So you see there are services which is by default available. You can actually, of course, based on your entitlement, it will show you the list. So these are a number of services which is available here. Okay, so out of these services, you can actually, of course, see MDG here, MDI, you can have event maze, all these things. So depends on what you need. You select the service and it will, that service will be added back to your sub account. So this is the area where you come and select the service and enable it. Now, let's say I have mentioned, let's say for our case, what is a tool required? So let's me understand, make you understand this part first. So tools and something, whatever you need here, tools, or I will say, okay, fine, tools requirement, tools, and I will say environment requirement. Okay, so in this, what does it mean is that for your development perspective, what are the things you need it here? Okay, so that things you need to understand. So first thing, what you need it, the very first thing, you need to have a dev sub account. You need to have a SAP BTP sub account. At least you need to have a dev sub account. Okay, so that is one thing. Now, out of this sub account, what we need here in our case mean whatever the tools is required is this. One is, that is Business Application Studio. You have a Business Application Studio. So I will say BUSI Business and Application Studio. So what this tool is very powerful, guys. Okay, so I will come back to this on the later part. Now, once you have this Business Application Studio, but one another part is which I think I should, okay, fine, I will keep it here, and I think this I will commit later. Okay, you need to have a environment ready, right? So this your runtime environment. Okay, so that runtime environment, what we have it, that is Cloud Foundry environment. Okay, that in our case right now we have a Cloud Foundry, which is the default. You all will be getting it. Okay, now, so you have first of all sub account, then you have to have a something called runtime environment, which is Cloud Foundry. Okay, now after this, you need to have a certain set of tool. Okay, and of course Cloud Foundry here, so you need to also have a dev space created. You need to have a dev space. Okay, Cloud Foundry with a dev space. That is one thing you need to have. Then you need to, what tool you need to have in this tool, you need to have a, after sub account, you need to have a Business Studio, which is the development tool. Okay, this is nothing but a development tool. Okay, now what it comes here now, in our scenario, we are having this one of the important tool, which is actually enough to develop your business, your CAP application. Okay, so in this tool, only thing you need to add up here is, if you, okay, I will show you how you can actually create that things that I will also show. One thing, when you create, when you activate the service, it requires to configure your dev space. So dev, dev workspace, or I will say here, create workspace. Workspace means you are going to, inside the business studio, you can have a n number of, okay, workspace created, which, let's say in one of the workspace you are creating only, developing only Python, only Java, or only let's say CAP, or only Fury application development, right? So all this scenario you can actually manage from here. So in this business, like in the BAS, you need to must have a workspace. Workspace will define what you are developing here. In this workspace, you do the development. Okay, here actually you do the actual development, which is nothing but your CAP development. So now in this tool, whatever we have developed, this needs to be coming back as a part of your development space. So your space will give you the feasibility what you need to develop. Okay, so here I can have a CAP, CAP or development. If I have created another workspace, so I could have a Fury workspace, I will create a Fury development. So this is how the chain works here. Okay, so you need to have a sub account, runtime environment, then the tool, the workspace, and CAP environment. I will come back again. So what all the additional tools we need in this scenario? Okay, let's say if I'm talking about for the entire our one of the entire like training schedule. So what we see is you need this, then we also need one of the service on this BTP sub account, okay, which is called something called, that I will take it because this is the something which we will take it in the maybe second week of training, not now, but for your understanding I will say. So this one of the tool which is required for this is something called CI/CD, which is called continuous integration and continuous deployment. So this will help you to develop something which is you are going to basically build some of the application and you deploy it as a part of automated development. Like you don't need to do manual deployment, you can do it something for automated set of deployment. So okay, and then in case of any other activity or any other extra services, what else you need here is, okay, so you need to have that Git service available. Okay, so there is something called GitHub which is available for your support. So in this GitHub, it is not available on the BTP sub account. There is an inbuilt on BAS itself, but we are not going to use it. But that will be a very specific to local development of BAS that may not be supported. So we will be using another service which will be going to something I will write here like a GitHub. Okay, so this GitHub, I will connect it. This is your DevOps concept actually, of course. So what you see here, this is not actually related to your actual development of either on the CAP or something. This is something additional we have in terms of your, I would say, support for your DevOps support here. Okay, so 1 minute. Okay, so what I'm trying to do this, I think there another, yeah. So here this CI/CD will connect to GitHub, and then this GitHub, this BAS will also be going to connect to your GitHub. Okay, and then this, after this CI/CD will basically going to deploy your application back to Cloud Foundry. Okay, so this is what the flow is. So what we do, you have a BTP sub account where you have a runtime environment of whatever we discuss, and like of course we create a dev sub account. So this area what you see here is what we have discussed here. Okay, yeah, so in our, if you go to okay sub account layer, we have this here, you have to see as a dev sub account. Okay, and okay, so but whenever you create any sub account dev space, and that sub account you will have some sort of definition you need to add on. In fact, whatever the development deployment you do in CAP, it's going to resides here. Okay, so this is very much important here. Okay, so whenever you try now, and whenever you do any activity, so make sure that such kind of information is very much available to you. And whenever you try to create anything, let's make sure this configuration is available and this environment is available. So these two things done, then let's come back to our services. Come to our services. Here, let's say like if you guys have created or not, then that we have to check. Let's say you need to search your business application studio. Okay, so everyone, if you have, did you register with business application studio? So please, you have a trial sub account,
Yes.
you click on business SAP Business Application Studio, and then for me, I have already registered, so that's why not showing create. So for you, very first time, you have to create here. What it will does, it will create the instance. I mean, whatever the required configuration or added to back to your sub account will be taken care by this, and this will be added back to your sub account. Okay, so this will be added back to your sub account as a part of your services subscription. You see here, this is your business subscription studio. So this is has been added to you. So now once this added here, this one chunk of development will add it. Now you define a workspace. How you'll define a workspace inside the business application studio? You click and go to your application. Okay, in that application, let's run it. Let it open. Okay, now you see here this option what you will be going to. Now you said everyone can see, right? You see one indication here. Okay, like in a trial sub account, you will be having a two option. Okay, how much you can create, what you can create, what not you can create. So all these things you have it given. So everyone, you just have to create your dev space. Okay, so for example, one of the dev space, if you want to create or not create, so let's say for example you have to select one of the create dev space. Okay, so in that scenario, what will happen, you will have option to create what type of development, or you wanted to create something. Okay, so no problem, I have can delete and I can create again. So now I can see here create dev space. Okay, so here you see this is the area where you can come and create. So this is the SAP Fury, Hannah, and you can see here left, right, you can see what are the information is available. So left side, what you see, these are the predefined extension available to you. Okay, and next, whenever you are trying, okay, and whenever you're trying any sort of information or any sort of additional you need, whenever you are trying to add additional extension out of the default one, right side is available for you. Okay, you can see there Python support here. You have a HTML5, you have HANA accesses, which generally used for new environment. So it does support a little bit of HANA development as well in your this programming tool itself, like HANA calculation view, performance tools, all this database explorer. So pretty much support for HANA development, but only for the design modeling perspective, not the actual app or whatever access coding we do. Access we can do the coding, but yeah, so I think pretty much support for HANA development tool. And then we have a Python tool to integrate. You have a different, like, see, some kind of workflow integration you can actually do. Hannah. So this way, whenever you wanted to add anything, you can add up. Now let's say I have a SAP full stack application using productive tool. So generally this is used for full stack completely, right? In this scenario, what we do is you see, one more thing you see in the any of the template, it has a very much supported predefined information. For example, Fury has their own whatever respective things to be available, minimum they have put it. So for, let's say, full stack may already they have a cap also available, but when you go to this area also, it has a cap available, right? So only thing is changing a little bit additional. And see, this also having a Fury template available, right? It also have a different tools available for Fury support also, but it has a little bit additional tools and to be enabled, so that you can check and confirm like what are the tools, yeah, remember, can be available or not. Okay, so this part you need to take care of it, what you need. Now here this is the area which we will take it. So I will not take this, we will take this up. So full stack cloud application, and we will make it available as a, like, create a data space. Now if I need additional, let's say, additional handling of any of the information, I need to add up all this thing, I will give a name, let's say cap or something. Let's say I'm just giving a name and create a space, right? So you will be going to create such a space here. Okay, so like that. Now whenever you are trying to create anything, Anna, whenever you try to do all this, so it will just create it. But now whenever we try to make any changes or any kind of sort of this, you will be going to run only one at a time. So this is what something maximum 2 dev space in trial sub account is required, and only one running at a time. So this kind of restriction we have in trial sub account, maybe we not have in case of productive sub account. Okay, so whenever you try things, you have to try such things. Okay, so this is how you will be going to expose. When you run, this will open your basically your whatever dev space you have created. Now you see dev space manager. So you are going to jump into your development space area, right? So this is what we are talking about here. This is workspace here. Now in that you will be going to develop a cap development, which will be going to guide out here, like cap development. And what you see GitHub and CI/CD will be coming to the. I mean, we will finish it up first this, and then later maybe in the end of the last week of this, we will be covering your CI/CD and GitHub stuff all this time. Then probably at that time we will explain you. Okay, got that point? Okay, so now
Yeah, I know. I have a doubt here. We are creating a dev space, right, in Bash. So is it
yeah,
shared with the developers, or it's created for everyone? For a single person, is a single Bash. Sorry, dev space.
no. It is bound to your account actually. It is bound to your accessibility. It is not like a one device space has been created and you and your other team member can connect. No, not like that. So this is where your GitHub come into the picture. So this GitHub will connect to your Bash. So what max to max they can do it. You develop the object, right? You push the code to your GitHub, and then GitHub your team member will take a pull of your changes. Okay, and then after you can you can actually merge your changes, and you can actually give you all this stuff to working together in a team, but not a single dev space can be accessed by your team actually. Okay, so it's very much bound to your roles. So if you see here, everything what you see in your BTP, every services have a predefined roles available. For example, let's say you go here and come to the roles collection. Okay, so under this role collection, you will be finding out all this information available. So for example, let's say you have business application studio. So this is bound to your user ID, right? So it's bound to your user ID. Like now this service I can give it to some other users, let's say you or many n number of user I can assign this role. They will access the tool but not my dev space. Got a point? So tool will
Yeah.
be there. You can tool roles assigned to you. You will be able to access this, but you will be going to launch here, and you need to create your own dev space. In that dev space here you do the development, and then if you want to have a shared coding with us across your n number of your developer, then you have to put your code in your GitHub git branch, and from the git branch you have to do push pull all the merge activity. That way you can actually work with n number of developers. I know, I understand, like you might be confusing with you have that things in ABAP system, right? You have, I think, a possibility to actually go and check who is developed what, and you can make changes or something, right? So but not this here. Okay, it's bound to a user ID. So whoever is user ID, that their space will be created. All right, so you should have these two roles, guys. One is that administrator of your. So whenever you add up any services, you need to have your services roles assigned to you. For example, business studio, the server, and then developer, you have an extension deployer, whatever. So this is also optional for our use case, but these two is much required. So you add up your service, come to your roles collection, and make sure these two has been added to your ID, and then only you will be able to have that accessibility of this. So let's say, for example, if I am removing by any chance this role, I will not be able to access my tools, and of course not my dev space. So this is very much important. Okay, so now, so once you come back here, when you go back to your business studio, so now business studio having a set of different roles available, and then you can create your projects from there. Okay, so now in terms of BAS, it is having a separate set of services available, and you can using that you will be able to work on those basically a specific requirement whatever you are building up. So in our scenario, this is the tools environment requirement. That is one thing which you need to be note of it. All right, so next we will see
Hi, Manu.
apart from this. Hi.
Sorry, Manu. One clarification. So we will activating the services for global account level and level.
Sub account level. So here global account mein, I'm coming back to global account mein, you will be having entitlements added. Okay.
Yeah. So those entitlement services will be if I am activating those services in global account level means it will be reflected to all the sub accounts.
Yes.
Or,
yes, it will be because that's where it is saying that's where you are going to see your sub account. So this is your part. You see a structure. This is a part of your. So this is a parent. This is your child.
Okay.
So whatever parent has, childs will have that access. Okay, so that's how you will be going to. So your entitlements, the global account is mainly focused on your creation of your directories or the sub account out of your global sub account, and each of the sub account will have the same entitlements what is has been assigned to your global sub account. Okay, so if any sub account or any services you need it, so make sure that entitlements has been added to your global account first. Like suppose you cannot directly add here, it has to be present here, then from here it will flow here. So if it's here, it may not reflect it, then you at least you will have an option to add. That button will come. Right now you see, if you see here, if you go inside, it will not give you that button option available. Okay, because that's the maximum entitlements already available. So let's say some entitlements has been added to your global sub account. Okay, now you see this is your entitlements. If you see edit here, now you will be having option add service plan here. So this service plan, it will show you what all the things you need here. Okay, so you see these are the same service which is already added up here, but rest all additionally you wanted to have it, you have to just select those services and then you can check it. So you see here, these are access to, these are already, see this already, this is not unchecked, means basically it's in disabled because it's already present for you. So in case if something is missing up, you can actually add from here, but make sure this is available in your global sub account first and then add from here. Clear?
Yeah. So we need to add the services in sub account level, right?
Yeah. Services, yes, correct. Services, it will come. So based on your entitlements, that services will be available to you. You can search in your service marketplace this area, and then of course you can see what other things is available here. So you need to actually find the information here. Okay, whatever the services, you search it here and then you create it here. Okay, so for example, let's say I am having this, right? So let's say if I'm going to create here. So if I'm saying create here, it will ask you, okay, what are the things you need? This is a service name, what plan you need. So you have a trial. Now see, this is the one, there are two types of plan. Okay, one is the plan which is trial right now showing. This can have a standard, it can have a something called free, it can have a something called different types of services available, which will make you understandable, like which will make you available that service with respect to the plans. It has the feature variation. Okay, and this service will create instance. Okay, what is the instance here? Okay, that I will come back to you. And then from where you want to bound this, which environment, so you need to select what Cloud Foundry environments, right? What dev space you wanted to target to your dev space, and the name. You see, this is the instance created. But when you create for a business application studio, it doesn't need to have your that kind of information available to create an instance of it. So understand here, there are some services, there is something called instances. So when we say instances will come here. So if you see here, instance and subscription. So some services, when you activate from here, which will not subscribed rather it will create an instance of it. Okay, so any kind of instance which will be created here, so whatever information you are trying, it will be going to add it here. So for example, let's say I'm creating any instance of any services, that information will go back there. Okay, so that thing is very important, you if you understood, guys. Okay, so you get from here, and don't worry that like you may have the confusion, something you added here but it is not coming into this. So understand the difference, like it will show you what it is coming here, what cannot come here. Subscription will come here, instance will go here. Okay, so that's the things you have to take care of it. So yes, that how you can add your things. Clear?
Yeah, fine, Manu. But you
Alright.
said so some build tools may not required in quality and prod environment, right? You got to reduce the
Right.
cost. But
Yes.
if we want to debug the program, means we need all those build tools in all the environment, right?
No, not required. So when it comes to debugging, okay, so when it comes to something to be available to your environment, so in bash itself, okay, that is a way you can directly switch to your sub account. Okay, so right now let's say I'm in dev sub account. Okay, so there is a when you have an option. Okay, let's say you are having n number of Cloud Foundry sub account. Okay, so I have this one sub account. I may have dev right now, so I can log in from here into my dev sub account. Now, when I'm logging from this to my this sub account, it will ask me some credential. So first it will ask me to log in into this. This is my API endpoint for my sub account. Okay, so into this, when I'm logging in, it will fetch all the dev assigned to this endpoint. This endpoint will remain same across your sub account for dev, quality, and production. Okay, and from there you will have a drop down to select which environment you are going to deploy or check the information from your application. So let's say dev. Now I will have a other sub account which have a quality. So from here, I will log into my Cloud Foundry, but I will select my dev space not as a dev, but as a quality. Then you run the application and you can debug from there whatever request is coming via that application. That is one way of doing your debugging in your bash itself. Another way approach you can do in the web also. Like in the web, you can actually do the debugging. If it's Fiori application, then Fiori guys might be knowing already how to debug in the browser itself, application layer. But service layer, you have to come and do the debugging. You will see this is the debug tool already attached here. So you just have to point to your dev space. So dev is having a name dev. Similarly, quality, we have another dev space. Of course, like dev, we are saying, we will say their QA, production, we will say prod. So log into your Cloud Foundry and select your development environment, and then you debugging whatever request is coming out of it. Clear?
Yeah, thanks, Manu. So good. You will show that in screen, right? The debugging option also.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
So this is the area where just I'm saying you just have to log in into this environment and then select. You will have a drop down. I will show you at least for our scenario we have right now. We have them, but it behaves pretty much same. So don't worry. I will show you how you can log in. You can fetch the dev space and how you can change it. All this thing is pretty much same thing. Okay, so that you can do. So CAP service debugging, yes, you need to do it from here. But Fiori and other you can do it from the browser, actually, something like that. All right. So this is Any other question?
Yeah, nothing.
Okay. No problem. Okay, fine. So I think we have discussed now about we have covered sub account, then this directory, then we have tools part we have discussed, and then so we will deep dive into what is CI/CD, what is GitHub, and all this stuff in our probably in upcoming session, the time when we will use it. Okay, and not now probably. The reason being because all this stuff whatever we do right now we'll do sequentially. Okay, it's not like everything one by one, so that will be better. Okay, so that CI/CD we will discuss the time when it comes to discuss that part. Okay, so now this is fine. So this you can see here, environment, I will say tools or environment requirements or prerequisite also we can say that. Okay, and that is something which we have discussed already. Okay, now when it comes to CAP, right? So CAP application programming, if we talk about, so okay, so one more thing before I do move to CAP, let's complete this part first. Okay, so we covered. Okay, so now what one important part which I wanted to show you, because that will be used in your CAP development. So let's understand first here. Okay, so you see this Cloud Foundry, right? This is your one-time default runtime environment has been given to you by that part of your trial subacon. Okay, now you see here, this space is nothing but what you have created here. So you go inside the space, and then you will be seeing here the dev space what we have created. Okay, and in this dev space you will be going to find out all those information what we have created. Okay, everything what we have given here, whatever you have added here, you will be having all those access back into this program. Okay, now so this workspace, but how you will be accessing it generally in right now, you may not face this issue, but in your organization, right, you will have the issue. So to access this deployment, you need to be a member of Cloud Foundry org members. So you need to be member of your org members. Okay. Here you need to add, and you need to have a at least org user. Like if you are not administration role, or let's say this role is getting managed by someone else, in that scenario, you need to have at least those information available to you. So org user, as an org user, you should be added to this part. Then only you will be able to access the space. When you go inside the space, again, there's another section you need to be part of it, something called members. You come back here. This part you need to available here. Here you need your user ID should be added with the at least a space developer role. Okay, supporter and all that's also fine, but this is the important role you need minimum in your organization also. Otherwise, you will not be able to deploy your changes at all. So this is the one of the most important part you need to understand that. Okay, so this thing once is done, then let's say you have developed any service, CAP service. So every CAP service will be deployed in this dev space. Okay, but any Fiori application when you're developing, it will not deploy here. It will deploy here. HTML5 application. HTML5 application as a part of your is a hosting of your Fiori application. So whatever app you are having it will be going to come back to your HTML5 application. So this part also you get a clarity. Like CAP will be going to have your Cloud Foundry space target, means which is Cloud Foundry specific deployment, and Fiori application will be coming back to you will deploy via your this part only. Like what I'm saying, this development space via this part only. But being a Fiori app of HTML5 support web application, it will come back here. Okay, so this will be going to be part of your HTML5 application in this area. Okay, now okay, so this part is something which we are developing with, let's say, this cloud connector. You might have heard about it. So if you are okay, this is not required for CAP, but okay, let's just for some information. So cloud connector, you need it connectivity section when you are trying to connect your S4 on-premise system to your SAP BTP system, right? So you need to configure those stuff in this area. Cloud connector will help you to connect your on-premise to cloud system or cloud to on-premise system. And once your connectivity established, so destination will be helpful for you to create such kind of whatever definition you have enabled here. You will be going to create those destination with reference to that, not only the S4, but any additional something which is third party or any such kind of you wanted to have information, you can actually do that connectivity available. So this destination is very important, which will give you a door or basically a path to connect with your anything which you wanted to communicate out of your cloud environment, like out of this landscape. If anything resides outside, you can connect via this. Okay, so one is this connector to connect with different system, and from that system whatever is present inside to extract or to fetch those details destination via destination, you can go through it. Okay, so this is one other information. Now, security area where you are managing your users. Basically, you create the users and number of user, business user, whatever you create here. It depends on what trust configuration you have it. Generally, in trial, you will have a default INT provider, which is your SAP IAS. Okay, this is a default service, but you may configure here as a, like I told, SSO. You can configure SAML authentication, that your team, they can enable the trust and they can configure your UC new SAML trust configuration. All this thing you can actually create, and all this stuff in this area you can enable your SSO, right? So that paid part will come. Your role collection is something which is predefined rules which is given by your BTP layer. Like for example, let's say you have all these standard, you have roles created, but when you deploy Fiori application, you have to create a custom role. If you are hosting on BTP itself, like if you are deploying here, if you are, let's say you are developing in CAP, but sorry, in the business success studio, but you are not deploying it, or you basically you are saying that you are not deploying on Cloud Foundry, rather deploying it as for on-premise, that time this part is not required. But when you are hosting your application here itself, you can actually create a custom role. You see the name and this, that's it. And then that particular role you just have to assign to the existing users, whoever has been created here. If it's not created, you have to create as per the what authentication mechanism of SAP default service. Could be your SAML SSO authentication. It depends on that area. Okay, this roles area is will give you the idea of any services. Okay, if you are using it, what all it has. So you see, this is just about the description. It will tell you what this role means, what it contains. So all this thing, if you see business notification here we have, or any sub account admin. So this is the role by default. We all are assigned to your title. Sorry, all your kind of sub account available. So in this area, you will be seeing here, these are the rules, what it does. Okay, viewing the sub account, entitlements, creating, deleting subs. So you have the admin scope. So these roles you cannot create here. Roles collection may only you can create, but this will have the information of what roles present here. Okay, so like that. One more thing, one last thing, whenever you have to run out with a space, I remember the quota part which we were discussing here. It has defined some set of right quota and all this thing we discussed right here. Add some quota for development design, whatever we have it. So here you have the option. So let's say create a space quota. It will tell you what are the name you want, how much memory you want. See, this is the right now they have given 4,964 SGB data to use it, right? And whatever the other services, how you want to routes means another concept of application development deployment, right? How much you want to keep a store for those kind of quota you wanted to have with respect to you saw instances. So what are the instances you wanted to keep and how much data you wanted to store for that. So those things will come up here if you are managing at a certain space quota level. Okay, so this is again very specific to your organization requirement where they are wanted to manage it at only a space. See a space also, you see there is a set of already predefined size available. You see 4 GB data they have already given you, right? So this is the quota already defined. So you add here, subscribe here, whatever you will create, it will come back here. This quota will be keep added here, and you will be, let's say dev, let's say you create another dev space, so it will add it here. You have to define how much quota you wanted to use out of. Right now in trial you have a 4 GB data available only. Okay, like that. Now in terms of so I think we discussed already, right? So this is what the information you have it available for those information which is very much bound to, let's say, information about your cockpit. Now when it comes to, now let's try to understand a little bit more in details of what we are going to develop in the CAP. Okay, so I hope the platform specific information what I have provided you, everyone, is clear now. And let's try to move on our one of the main topic, which is our SAP Cloud Application Programming Model. So before we start, anybody having any question? Okay, so the CAP, right? So CAP stands for your Cloud Application Programming Module. Okay, so when it comes to programming model, you see that earlier on the BTP or any cloud infra, or probably on, let's say, talk about SAP itself. So all these backend services we used to still develop in SAP ERP system using the backend system, right? In ERP system or within the ABAP language, right? So on the cloud, with the help of BTP, SAP has launched Cloud Application Programming Model. Okay, so this Cloud Application Programming Model, which is actually going to support you to develop something which is a backend service with the help of Node.js, basically not the ABAP but the Node.js. Now the concept is the same as what you do in your SAP ABAP programming, in especially in RAP programming, right? If you have S4HANA, you must have a CDS. So CAP is very much bound to CDS programming model. Okay, so when we talk about any kind of CAP development, means we are talking about the CDS. Okay, so now let's try to understand a little bit in details what CAP has this capability, what it does. Okay, how it's going to be suitable for your business scenario, your business application development, your organization, or whatever they are trying to make it available with the CAP. What business challenges CAP can solve and what cannot be solved. Okay, so first thing, let's understand for the CAP is what major difference is. The CAP is actually a framework. Okay, so one thing is very much clear, that is CAP is a framework. Okay, so this is a framework of some kind of language in the sense of what we're talking about is various language of Node.js, something libraries. So is a framework of any language what you are going to use, which is Node.js. Then it has a separate sort of libraries, okay, which is SAP Cloud SDK libraries. Okay, SDK libraries. Okay, and then the tools means the development tools. Let's say we have BAS. Okay, to build enterprise level of services and application. Okay, so it's a framework language which with respect to various libraries, with respect to various tools, which is nothing but BAS itself is a very powerful. So okay, so tools BAS, which is going to use for building any enterprise level of your solution, which you generally build with respect to RAP programming in the backends S4HANA on my system. Okay, so any building, any enterprise, okay, enterprise services, CAP is generally give you service only, but you can integrate into a Fiori application. So that is one thing that you need to understand here. Now, so when CAP, I remember which I shown you here also already. Like when it comes to CAP development happens on a cloud foundry only. It means what? Whatever we are defining here in the area of CAP, it has to be developed, right? Develop and deploy on cloud foundry itself. Okay, or other than a BAP environment. Okay, so this is the area where you have to, again, to be precise, or you can say CAP having a little limitation in terms of, I would not say limitation, guys, okay, because CAP is meant for cloud. So it is very much supported for cloud only. So generally, when we compare with ERP, as like in SAP ERP system, generally we think, okay, this is a site of limitation, but it's actually not. It's very much framework designed for cloud only. Okay, so what CAP does? Okay, what CAP focus? Okay, what is the main fundamental of CAPs? Okay, so you need to understand that block. So what CAP does is it gives you certain set of information to building your very much rich services. So first support is CDS. It's everything what you do in your CAP. Okay, It's a data modeling language. You both be remembering. I hope you all already knowing it. Okay, so it's kind of a universal language, right? For domain modeling, we use largely this. Okay, and of course, service definition when you are done with your kind of whatever you try to maintain your CDS. So this is mainly used for domain modeling, and then use service what you defined here. Okay, this has a out of support. Okay, out of the box support. Okay, out of the box support for Fury apps and S4 HANA cloud version. On-premise also it is, but on-premise the problem is that it cannot directly go and fetch your database. Okay, so that's why S4 HANA cloud version it is more supported and powerful because it's meant to be cloud to cloud, right? That's the reason. Okay, now what it has, the another biggest advantage on this cloud platform is it has their own set of SDKs. Okay, so it has a something called service SDK, which is nothing but SAP Cloud SDK. This has a lot of libraries. Okay, so it has multiple libraries which supports your development to implement. For example, let's say you guys might be heard about aspects and all these things, right? So those things you don't have to write by coding. You just have to declare your Cloud SDK and directly use that library out of it. So it's going to save your coding lines of coding, and it's also going to support your number of lines of code, and then the I would say the ease of development it will support, right? You are just directly declaring the library and you are getting something out of it, and you can easily consume it, okay, in your cap service, consume it in the service. So when you are using it, it is very much supported, and to make it even a more powerful whatever you are trying to develop, right? Now one more thing which is very important is this is very much supported for the Node.js best implementation. Okay, so Node.js is a something which is going to provide with the help of Node.js. So with the help, or I would say runtime language being Node.js. You know what is the main advantage of being Node.js? Node.js is a kind of server-side language which is up and running in the browser itself. So it will fetch all the information of your backend, custom logic, whatever you're writing during the runtime. It is executed very, very fast. Okay. I'm not sure if you guys have worked on HANA Access or not. HANA Access was also same concept with the help of JS. Whatever you see the HANA development, we used to consume those services, the custom logic or runtime logic with the Access.js with the help of Access.js. So, but in here in CAP, we have a runtime as a Node.js language, which helps you to implement, okay, to implement your custom runtime handler. Okay, so these things, whatever is present here, you will be going to make use of all the information in one shot. So this going to helpful your CAP application development focused on only on domain modeling, and then focus with the help of your cloud SDK and service SDK, I will say here. Okay, SAP Cloud SDK I have mentioned already. So these SDK in combination of that, it is going to focus on more of your business domain handling, building your services, rather going to complicate your requirements, like you need to have some dependency on certain set of third party library or something. So SAP as SAP Cloud SDK itself is so much powerful that it has a minimal dependency on any additional resources. Rather, it is just going to give you whatever you need. It is upfront available to you and use it accordingly, right? So that is the one of the advantage in the CAP we have. Now, one thing also you need to understand is whenever you are developing Fiori application, right, out of your, let's say you have developed wrap services is by default giving you a Fiori preview, right? You might have seen that. Similar way, CAP also provides that Fiori preview out of your wrap services, like CAP services, similar to RAP, you might have seen it. So in the CAP, when you are developing any of your application with the help of Fiori preview, you are actually going to test your application, how much it has been covered, what functionality it has been integrated, and what you can actually modify it a bit. In short, I can say that this Fiori preview, with the help of CAP service, when you try to integrate in your SAP Fiori elements application, this will give you one pathway, or basically I will say the connection to your actual SAP Fiori elements building with the help of CAP, which will give you all the features, services, whatever you have tried to handle, and develop a Fiori application out of it. But it's not restricted only to the Fiori application. It is not restricted to that. It can actually generate, you can have another sort of UI. You can develop Vue.js, you can develop, okay, you have n number of, okay, so there are certain support. It is not very much restricted only for CAP, only for Fiori. Okay, so it is something. If I talk about the design principle of CAP, how it works is, let me see. For example, let's say I have a, let's understand how the architecture works, like, sorry, design principle of your CAP. Okay, so let's see. This is okay. So let me make it a little bit lighter. Okay, so now in this area, so let's say I have, this is my core. Okay, so this core version of my CAP will be having your CAP core defined here. Okay, CAP core. Okay, what data services, or I will say here CAP best CDS. That is nothing but your core data services. Okay, so now this CAP is focused now how it will connect the dot between different parts what you are trying to implement it. So first thing what is needed here is, it needs to connect the type of environment it needs to work with, right? So the environment what it needs here, so let's say this is my environment. Okay, so in this environment, INV, I'm writing ENV environment. So what are the environment it can support? You can have different environment which is going to support it for the CAP. So now see, if you compare with RAP, right? RAP is supported for majorly for your ABAP best runtime environment, or whatever you are developing in your on-premise and cloud. So it has a restriction, right? But in case when it comes to CAP, being a cloud application programming, it has a certain very minimal, it's a wide range of support for your environment. So one thing is support is for your Cloud Foundry. So this environment is a very much supported for your Cloud Foundry, your, okay, which we have already seen it, which is a default support for Cloud Foundry. So I can insert, I'm adding CF. Okay, CF means Cloud Foundry. Then you have something, what it supports is any kind of, like suppose another one, we have a Kima environment. Okay, and then we have a something called XSA support also we have it, or we have any local development also you can do. So it's not restricted to, you can actually run and development on a particular development environment. Rather you can develop, and for what does it mean local, doesn't mean you keep it in the core in your local system. It means that CAP supports a local database support. So even in your actual development, there is no backend support available. Like for in our training, we don't have any backend, right? So we are going to use our in-memory database, like the application itself. We are going to create a database, and if we are going to locally fetch the data from the what database we have created, and that's how we are going to design. We have designed here. Okay, of course that's the reason, because for the CAP, the main reason is that you are going to have a productive environment for your HANA cloud connectivity, which we had interaction with your team, which they have focus on. Okay, let's just stick to, of course, whatever we can provide locally. And because you need to understand how to be developed, then database connectivity and all this thing are one-time configuration activity that you can perform later on also. So what I'm saying, local doesn't mean the code is on the local. It means like you can also have a database created in local, and you can actually work with your local database. So it supports that kind of local database. Like same way, like you have an Fury internal tables in case of ABAP programming. Similar way you can understand here. Now, what is the major supports? It is for your front end development. So if I talk about the front end environment, so this is, let's say, what are the front end we can build up, right? So with the help of, I can say the UI component, right? So UI component means the front end. Okay, what are the front end it support? Okay, front end supported for integration. So by default, we all know that it is by default, it is what we have a Fury support here, right? That is the by default. Everyone knows that already. But what else does it support? This is where it will make it more powerful than the wrap. Okay, so here it can not only restricted to Fury, you can actually develop Angular. Okay, you can use that services in your Angular application. You can use these services in your React.js. Okay, so these are the terminology you might have definitely heard it. And so I'm just listing out in the React application. There's something called Vue.js. So these are the things which is not possible with wrap. Okay, or probably wrap also is actually converting into RESTful API programming. Not much supported, or probably not much yet confirmation how much it will support other framework than the Fury. But being CAP is your, when it comes to cloud, it becomes open API kind of support, right? So it supports multiple front ends technology. Okay, now when it comes to development, so you see your like a wrap programming, it is you have to do by Eclipse, right? But in case of tools, you can actually do this development. I would say, let's say tools, or I would say a dev tools. Okay, dev tools. So one thing you already know that we are going to use a business application studio. That is one thing is very much clear, right? So now, but what else it can have it? So if anyone, so for example, let's say it doesn't have the business studio, do they develop this? Yes, they can actually develop this. So this also supports a development in something called VS Code. Okay, you can actually do that development. You can actually also do this in your Eclipse by collecting it. We rarely use Eclipse nowadays for any kind of development for cloud, but there is a way you can actually do that. Okay, but we are not focusing here. But Bash and VS Code is very much similar that you can do. I'm just saying example, like if you do not have by, let's say, any kind of such supports available in your in case, then you can actually do those things development locally also with the help of this. If you don't have a productive environment, you can, nobody, you can still work with your local database, you can develop. You don't have a tool, nobody, you can still develop with your VS Code. It's a freely available software, you can do even in software, right? Like that. Similar way, now when it comes to database, so what are database it supports? Okay, so let's say the database, what are the database it has to support? So database is a by default, everyone, we have one support which is very much famous, which is the SAP S4HANA, right? So this S4HANA, whenever you say that, so that S4HANA, what we do, we S4HANA. But when we say S4HANA, right, I want to be a specific here, cloud here. Okay, see, it doesn't mean it doesn't support S4HANA on premise. Okay, it do support S4HANA on premise, but you have to expose the service first from there, and then you need to consume it as an external API, and then you use it indirectly. So that's not a pretty straightforward thing. So it's more supported for your good support for HANA Cloud, but it do support. Okay, so there's something called, I told now something I mentioned, like local. Local means what? Local means the local environments database, which is I can also use, which is in-memory database, or something called SQLite database, which we can use it. So SQLite is one of the in-memory database available locally to your program, which acts as a database table. Okay, so these are the things you can actually decide on database, even though you don't have, let's say you have one use case which doesn't need to have a regressive data. So what you can do, you can design or you keep a local database in your program, you deploy it. So during runtime, okay, you might be aware of this one, BRF, right? So BRF means what you do, you have certain set of information, certain sort of rule check like kind of like a static information which you are maintaining it, right? So do we do that here? Yes, we can also do that. So those static table maintenance, those static information which you are fetching it from one of the service from the cap, you can actually do it. So those service which is not going to change or going to remain static, you can very much use the local SQL database and deploy it and keep it available for your requirement. Means it doesn't need any actual database to perform your transaction. When you are sure about the use case, is going to always a fixed kind of support. So that kind of support is almost very much supported. Like I can say that BRF replacement we have on cloud in the form of BRM, business rule management, which is another service actually. But in the cap, same set of rules, like with the help of your local database, it can be useful, but it will work only during runtime. Like it's not like you hosted, you deployed something and it will start working. No, it will, when it is running condition, then your condition will be going to be applicable for that scenario. Okay, hope it's clear now. So this is what I will say, the kind of design what we have, the cap follows is a very much simple design. It's not too much things involved. It is very pretty much straightforward that what you can actually develop with respect to your cloud. Okay, one thing you need to remember here about the languages, right? What are the languages you basically cap supports, right? So there is a different languages cap has using it. So you might have heard SQL, but in SQL, in cap there is no something called SQL. It is something called CQL. Okay, query language. Okay, cloud query language, right? So SQL replacement we have a CQL. Then we have something you might, okay, CDS being the same, that's not a problem. Okay, then you have something called CSN. Okay, so something called core schema notation, right? When you define your schema database, so that language what we are preferring here is called CSN, which is not the nothing but CSN kind of means core schema notation. So all these things, of course, we will discuss one by one when we are going to come up in that part during our training session. So that is one of the part which will be one of the understanding of your languages of your cap framework. That is very important. Okay, so what we will be going to use mostly is about very basic, but you need to understand how it's going to happen. Now, apart from this, now you need to let's understand how this actually getting developed, right? So when you are having a cap is having a two types of, or I will say the design paradigm. So it has a one thing, something called declarative paradigm, right? Whether CDS will capture all the knowledge about your domains, whatever it requires. One is your service centric paradigm. Okay, with some sort of notation or events you use it, like some query, some events, some of the services, and then you actually implement those services. So if I will show you that part, so let's just see here. So this will say UI. Okay, and just below, who is going to generate the UI? You are going to generate the UI by your cap service model. Okay, so that is your cap service model. And then there another one which going to use as a domain model, right? So okay, what the difference between domain model, I will and this one, domain model. Okay, so now see, UI means I would say here Fury, that's fine. And okay, so CD cap domain model means here, okay, a little bit I will give a space, and so I can write. So here what you do here is this area, what you actually see here, this is basically cap CDS domain model. Okay, so here you do CDS programming. You declare your views, means the entity which you are wrote, right? That is your here CDS domain model, where you are defining, okay, where you are basically defining your entity. Okay, you are defining your entity, right? So this is the area where you are going to define your entity. Now, what you have defined, okay, or I will say this layer will keep it here. Whatever you defined here, now you are going to expose it, okay, into the service model. Okay, so this is your service model. So this service is nothing but you are going to expose OData service, I would say, OData service. And from this OData service, now you are going to, in this service, you are going to annotate, you are going to generate the UI mockup. So with the help of OData service annotation, you are going to generate your Fiori applications, right? UI, like line items you have object, page, facet, filter bar, everything. So you define that way, right? So this domain modeling, from where we do it from here. You fetch from the database, right? Whatever database you have, it could be local, it could be HANA, whatever your database reference you have available. So I will say database or data source, whatever you have available, right? Now this database, from this you have consumed the service, you define the data model entity, you expose the data service. Now this service definition, you are going to act as a OData service. So CAP is nothing but OData service here. Now in this area, let's have one of the OData service. So this is your OData service. In this OData service itself, you are going to implement your some kind of implementation logic of event handler, some implementation, anything. For example, let's say I'm going to have some sort of definition or some sort of information which is built on that, right? For example, I will implement my runtime logic, right? So what is given here is anything, or I will say custom handlers, or I will say OData service, I will say service implementation. Service implement. Now after this service implementation, what it will look for is some sort of event handlers, right? So what event handlers it is looking for? You write down, right? You have exposure OData service. Now during runtime, you need to have your event handlers. Remember I mentioned the Node.js. So you write down here with respect to Node.js, right? So this area, what we are mentioning here is your custom event handler. I would also write here custom event handler. If you don't have any event to handle, that's you can skip it. Okay, so this event handlers is actually via your CAP program is actually doing where differences they is doing here, because during the runtime itself you are writing some sort of query and you are indicating key, hey, this custom handler what you are writing with Node.js, where you are writing, you are writing actually on the CAP program, right? So when you are writing some event handlers, which eventually is going to, let's say you write some query, okay, based on this certain condition, this is the query. The query is passing through OData service to via CAP model to OData database. So basically during runtime, this is actually communicating to your database. Okay, so this is how it is the complete cycle. Now this data source is also like, see, this chain is the same. This data source, the service what we have is nothing but out of your database, right? And this Fiori, whatever you see here, this layer is nothing but exposed as an user interface, which is nothing but UI consumption, right? So this UI consumption is nothing but your Fiori app. Or I will write this part here and I will say here UI component. UI component means your annotation means I mean it that components, and then Fiori interface. So this is your Fiori or UI Fiori, whatever you can call it. So this Fiori in behind is also using what? OData service. So if you see this whole structure, this is how it's getting communicated, right? So database to serious data model to the CAP service model, where you define your order. So here you domain modeling, you do your service definition, you add up annotation to generate UI components. It's generating the Fiori app, or I will say here Fiori elements, because Fiori means like pre-style Fiori elements as well. So, right, Fiori elements, and then Fiori elements consuming OData service. OData service implementation has certain event handlers with Node.js. These event handlers has been conducted on your CAP service, which is eventually is turning out to be your database only. Okay, so what are the languages we use it here? So we use this languages, which I will just mention here. So for example, the language what we use here is, okay, the language what we have it here is something called serial. Okay, CDL is our definition language for serials. Okay, so this is going to be our definition language. Okay, then we will be going to have a something called CSN. What is CSM? I have told already is core schema notation, which is very much linked to your EDMX, right? You hope you guys might be aware of what is EDMX file. So EDMX files are those files which we generally communicate to their any of your metadata what you have exposed to OData service. So every OData metadata service can have a EDMX file which in the form of JSON structure, and this is where you have this CSN come into the picture. Okay, so this is your core schema notation. This is your core serial, means you have a core definition language which is used in your CDS, and then you have something called CQL. So it's very much relevant to your what I say SQL, but it is not exactly the same. It is very short form of SQL. So this is query, core, query, language. Okay, so we have this CDL, we have CSN. So these are the languages in the CAP, basically CAP development support, and which is going to be useful very much whenever you are trying to have a information available. So this part is kind of additional information that you can actually, you will be using it, then you will get to know, but more of is the same information that you will be carrying out for you throughout your development of your basically domain language development or CAP development. So basically this thing is called as domain language. What we call it is a domain language. So this part I can say the CAP domain language. So I will say CAP domain language. Okay, so these are the complete I think the information which I provided about you about the CAP, what it does, what all the feature it has, what it does. Okay, what are they have a relationship, I mean how it works basically in that area of your the complete development tool to environment to database, that's the structure. Then we have this the flow of how you implement all this information. Okay, so similar way CAP having different other many topics, like it has how you can going to define here, how you will be going to perform all this operation. So this thing we will be going to talk from, we will be having a more of enhanced section where like we are going to develop and design your application in the CAP. We will be there are a lot of topics which will be covering one by one, and throughout the topic whenever we having any kind of, one thing you have to always remember is that whenever you do any sort of development, let's say, or any technology platform, we are going to use it. So focus on what type of during that training what type of error we are receiving, like let's say there are, because we do not have direct database connectivity available, or probably you have a maybe some library disconnection, so it will throw some error, right? So during that development phase you have to see that how this error is going, or how this error is going to remains there, or how it's getting resolved. So those are our in live session where you need to understand how this flow is happening, how this is getting resolved, what are the tools we are using it, how we are importing, what are the declaration we are using it. So all this step by step, because it will be very difficult to document it. Rather, I would suggest whenever any like say any session happens, so the first thing you need to do is that whatever the we had done. So I think, I mean, we have more of an introduction section of about the BTP and CAP, what we have done. From the next class onwards, when you are doing on practice, so try to whatever topics we are covering, you do the either in parallel practice, or let's say, because everyone you all have a right business application studio access, so you can try parallelly and just see how it's working. Because what happens, like when we keep moving topic wise, when we keep inserting many information one by one, so what happen, you may run out to the error when you directly trying to copy, or let's say you are writing whatever we have discussed at a time. it is not going to work smoothly, because there are certain things which needs to be implemented by every changes, right? So if you that missed out, it will be not going to be actual the way you are thinking it can be resolved. Okay, so it's a recommended you try parallelly, you try with me whenever you are doing, whenever we are doing any hands-on, let's try to do it in parallel. And anything you have any doubt, we will be trying to make it even possible. One thing I have seen, like in the previous, I mean also in your TCS branch, I have already done the training for Fury, Cap, and all this stuff already. I have done it. So for your ABAP folks itself, so most of the time they try to link, okay, between the ABAP, basically not the rap is just still those who has worked on, they can actually connect very much, but those who is working on classical ABAP programming, so they will be a little bit very much comparative with the cap with that ABAP tool. Let's say we have a BAPI, we have right function module, we have BOPF, so all this terminology it's built, it's means to ABAP itself. It does nothing to do in your cap. Okay, cap having their own way of building your same OData sort of OData service with respect to their predefined and inbuilt cloud-based library, right? Which I was mentioning here, Cloud SDK, right? So SAP Cloud SDK, this SDK has everything. So whatever we build up, we define entity, we define association, we use aspects and whatever property we have. And so let's not compare with the BADI, BAPI, function model, all these things. This doesn't come in this scenario. Okay, it is more focused on your mainly association, composition, and operation of with respect to Node.js, composition, right? Authentication. So try to understand that, because this is a separate framework than your ABAP. ABAP being a very different platform if you compare with CAP. Okay, so you have to keep it your heads clean up. I mean, what I mean to say is that think like you are learning a new framework. Of course, it will be very starting from the very basic level. It will be mostly you will be covering a basic understanding of your framework first. Okay, and then you try to understand learning it as a new framework tool rather comparing with your ABAP knowledge. Then you will be confusing there. Okay, so let's keep it, because it's a very separate framework and there is no relation between ABAP. Okay, so that thing one suggestion I would give. Okay, so I believe everyone having already an access to your business application studio. If anyone doesn't have kind of, so you don't have subscribed in your service, then please do it, so that from you will be, your tool is ready and you can start directly development. And we will have we will have a less theoretical in the sense, like we, of course we will have a little bit discussion on the topic, that will be of course ongoing part, but we will have on hand in hand practice, right? So it was your more of the focus on understanding your platform and the cap and the what all the things it does from in the cap perspective development. Whatever terminology will come, we will little bit discuss about what is this, and then we'll try to implement in our use case. Okay, so with that hope, we will start from that perspective. And please confirm everyone, you should have your trial account. Okay, and you should have your minimum right now business application studio configured, registered with your account, so that you can directly start using it. Right, am I clear on that?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which programming language is primarily used for defining data models in CAP? Option A, JavaScript. Option B, Java. Option C, CDS, Core Data Services. Option D, TypeScript. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to build smart cloud apps fast? Our SAP S/4HANA BTP with CAP course is just for you. You can learn at your speed on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP BTP and CAP. It's like a set of tools to help you create and run cloud apps easily. Our course covers everything from basics to advanced skills. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with lots of experience. They're here to guide you and answer your questions anytime. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found it very useful. Best part? It's affordable. This great chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP BTP and CAP expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
In session, we are going to start with some of the development part as well, but our main focus will be what are the differences we are going to develop in terms of CAP. So as you guys have already done and gone through your RAP training, okay, so there is one differences also with respect to RAP development when you do on cloud and on-premise and with the CAP. So there one thing that I need to share which is as part of your curriculum as well. So let me just show you that difference, and then we can probably switch back to that discussion back again. Okay, so this is the general confusion generally when you are working on RAP, which is if you are working on S/4HANA on-premise system, right? And if you are working the RAP object in the cloud, okay, ABAP cloud system. Now, some of the guy who thinks like probably like in the ABAP RAP development they have done on cloud, they can directly use in the CAP. Okay, so that's actually not a right condition, right? Understanding. So let's say understand the difference of ABAP cloud version of RAP, what you do with respect to CAP. Can we do direct integration or something like that? Okay, so in ABAP cloud, what you generally do, right? ABAP cloud, let's talk about a normal ABAP on my system right now. So when you do the RAP development, which is called embedded steampunk, you guys might be aware of it. If you have done the RAP training, the trainer might have told you which is known as embedded steampunk. Now, on BTP, there is ABAP cloud instance also available. Okay, so this ABAP cloud instance is like similar to what you do on ABAP on the cloud and ABAP on the on-premise. There's a little bit differences. So what differences you will see in terms of development and how you can actually use in your CAP? Can we do it directly or not? That's something that you need to have a little bit understanding of it. So for example, let's say this is my database, which is my S4 HANA database, right? I will say this one I say on premise. Okay, and using this database, you are going to use the ABAP cloud instances, whatever is available on BTP. Okay, so I'm going to use, let's say I have a dev sub account of BTP, which we have discussed last session. And this, let's say I have a service ABAP cloud enabled. Okay, ABAP cloud. So this is ABAP cloud. Generally, it is, I told you also, right? We have a set, I will also discuss by creating a sub account. We have some set of services subscription, some set of something called instance. Okay, instance is nothing but again an interface provided by the sum of the service that you can directly integrate or connect with your actually the copy of your services what you're going to work upon. Okay, so this sometimes the instance having some service key that you can integrate generally for the various system. Let's say you want to integrate or you want to log in. So this instance service key will be helpful for such multiple service server connection or multiple sub account connectivity. So when you talk about subscription is restricted to your actual account here. Okay, when you have service key or instance available, that is you can be shared with respect to your service key. So that's a little bit difference here. Now what you do is we go and do login where in your Eclipse ADT. Okay, both the RAP, whether you do like ABAP development on RAP on-premise or you do ABAP cloud RAP development, any RAP development, it has to be done on your Eclipse ADT tool. Okay, that is the more supported for RAP development. I would just say as a RAP development. Now, after this, when you are coming to when you come here, right? So you are trying to first log in, right? So that login, how you will maintain it? That as I mentioned here, instance service key, you can use it or there's a way of directly login also that you can go and authenticate. If you have a dev sub account access for ABAP cloud, you will be able to log in. So basically connect, or I would say log in to the ABAP cloud, okay, for your RAP development. Now, when I'm talking about here, or I will just say login, okay, that's it. Okay, so now in this stage, you have to connect with your backend. Now, backend where it resides, it's residing on my system, right? So this on my system, what is the major disadvantage right now with the RAP, with ABAP Cloud, with S4HANA on my system is that you cannot directly link, okay, you cannot directly link or connect to your database, basically. So I would say this is what I'm trying to say is there is not a provision directly you can just go and connect with your database, something like that. Okay. 1 minute. We wanted to have something better, or we'll take this one. Okay. So here you cannot directly connect. So the reason being is this is your ABAP instance, right? ABAP environment or on the cloud. And what we have, it's an on-premise system. So you cannot directly connect or basically access the database of your S4HANA system. So here, the major disadvantage you will see is cannot directly connect to the database, right? So that's the one of the major disadvantage I will say, okay? Like you cannot directly go and connect to your database in S4HANA on-premise version of your RAP development, okay? So what you will do, how you can do that? Yes, in that scenario, whatever, let's say you have a BAPI, you have a function module or whatever business logic you have resides there, okay, with respect to whatever standard custom you have done it. So you have to develop an OData service, first of all. That OData service will act as a communication channel between your app development on-premise communication from ADT to your ABAP cloud. So basically, you cannot directly connect to your database, but indirectly you have to connect. So for example, here you develop some sort of OData service with respect to some standard BAPI API, whatever you have in the backend, and then you expose that OData service and connect via your Eclipse now. Now in this area, you come and then do the development, like customization you can do, like any sort of custom, right? But again, there are a lot of restriction, like you cannot directly just go and change the battery or something. So it's only some sort of extension can be added here as a RAP development. Okay. So this is one of the major drawback you will be facing when you are doing ABAP cloud development with S4HANA on-premise system. So it's like a kind of, I would say, a lengthy process where you are doing some sort of 40-50% development in your S4HANA on-premise. You are exposing it on the cloud as an auditor service that you are reusing it in your RAP development of ABAP cloud. And then when you're exposing it, the main thing is that the auditor API endpoint will change. It will not remain the same. Okay, so the exposed auditor service as a result of RAP development for ABAP cloud will be differ. It will differ from what you actually utilize from S4HANA. Okay, so that is again another difference here. Okay, so that kind of differences will be surely is going to a little bit, kind of confusion, or it will not be confusion. I would say the complexity will increase. So it will be a smoothly working when you are working on such kind of information. For example, let's say here, okay, let's say I have a now scenario of directly using S4HANA cloud. Okay, now S4HANA, let's say the cloud version, right? Now in this S4HANA cloud version, what will be happening is this scenario, whatever we see here is, let's again, you can actually directly connect now. Why? The reason being the database resides in your cloud and your ABAP development of cloud instance also resides in your same cloud system only. So for you, connectivity from your backend system, HANA cloud version will be straightforward. So now both the services, whatever RAP service you have developed here, right? This RAP service can be now accessible directly as an auditor service that you can develop from here, whatever has came up, and the same auditor service what you have developed as an end result. So both can generate auditor service only, but difference of complexity lies here, and here is the direct accessibility of your database. Now, coming to the question of both the auditor service can be used in our RAP development, CAP development. The answer is yes, but not directly. For example, you can consume this RAP service or RAP auditor service in your CAP development. So this is your CAP service, right? You can actually use this auditor or whatever you have exposed as a RAP service. I will just write in there, not a normal service. I would say it's a RAP, RAP based service. Okay, so that service, whatever you have developed, it could be, let's say, using your ABAP cloud version of on-premise, or you do directly version of your deployment perspective. Both can be accessible as an auditor service because it's nothing but an auditor service, right? So here, what we do generally, we do majorly do kind of extension, right? So for example, I will just put one sort of information here. What common we have it here, we do RAP development for custom extension, right? We do RAP development for custom extension. Okay, so this extension, what we do is on top of whatever here in this scenario, on top of OData, right? On top of the exposed OData, what you are using it from the S4 system. Here it is directly, you are directly doing the development of RAP services. So that's a little bit difference here. Just see here. Now, both the services is going to release an auditor service, right? Both type of service can be released as an auditor service, which will go and sit here. So now your RAP development for custom extension will give you an auditor service, which is, I will just remove this audit RAP part now because it's already clear. So now we have already an auditor service. Okay, so this auditor service now pretty much can be utilized in our RAP development, but CAP development, but not as a direct service. Rather, it is going to work as an external API. Okay, so the major difference is you are not going to consider this API as a pure auditor service which you have developed. Rather, it is going to be some sort of the development which you do it. Okay, so we have an external API. Okay, external API. External API means like external auditor service as an API. So external, it will consider as an external auditor service as an API, as an external API, or I will say here auditor service as an external API. So the major difference we have this. So it's like in my previous, I mean, also like one of the batch we have done that training. So like they have also done that RAP, and also they were thinking because we are developing on the same, can we not directly use it and in your CAP directly instead of developing in the CAP from scratch? So anything you develop in the CAP from the data model perspective, that will be considered as your actual CAP service. If something which is not like the data modeling has not been done in your CAP, will not be going to considered as a pure like a CAP service. Rather, it can be reused as an external API as part of your CAP service that you can integrate and expose as a part of your CAP service. Okay, so this is the differences. I hope that clarity provides you a good understanding now. And this CAP development also you can do it from here. And this again, this connectivity is not possible. Okay, CAP to S4HANA to on-premise directly. Again, if you want to communicate via this, then again, this piece of things has to be here, basically, which I have already mentioned you, right? So this is something which is going to give you this auditor sort of part here that you can connect, and then only you will be able to no direct connectivity to your on-premise system. So that's how you can connect here. So this kind of, you will see that kind of development in case of when you're doing RAP or CAP, the major differences. And now CAP, just imagine, is a complete and separate chunk of your development, whether you do on-premise or you do on the cloud. Okay, you can merge together as a separate service, but it cannot be considered as your CAP service from the data modeling perspective. Okay, all right. So any question here in this part? RAP, I will say.
Hi Manu.
Yeah.
Yeah. So from S4 HANA Cloud, we having certain tables, right? Those tables will be available in Eclipse ADT wrap as well, or it will be separate?
No, so HANA Cloud, when you have, right, HANA Cloud, there are certain DB, right, which gets created as a, let's say, HDI container or some kind of data lake, something is already created. So you have a certain connectivity to be maintained in your ABAP Cloud system, which give, let's say you have a dev system. Okay, so dev system is already has a database system available. So when you are logging, how you connect to your, let's say, just imagine like you are logging to your from Eclipse ADT to your normal S4 HANA system, right? You create a web project, you create a package, and then you log into your SAP GUI, right? Same way, when you come to Eclipse ADT cloud version, so you have to log in. So you have to see login, or basically I say here connect. So connect means your database. Okay, connect or login to the ABAP cloud or whatever version you have. Let's say you are in the dev right now. So you need to, the moment you are logging, now if you have the access to database, like there are roles to be assigned here, so like who can access the cloud database or who cannot access it, so all these things will be present there. So while logging it, you will have access, right, to connect to your DB. Some option will become in your app development, right, while creating your project. So in ABAP Cloud, the instance, the package, all gets created on the cloud instance. Here in the ABAP Cloud instance, here you create as an package. That package is already linked to your database. So when you are connecting to your package, you will be showing the what all the database is already available for that particular package which has been created. From there, you can directly access your database, whatever has been exposed to your that environment. Have you seen that? I mean, about cloud instance of in your organization, or how is it as of now?
No, I using trial version for so in that trial version I added that ABAP instance in my Eclipse. So that's why I'm having doubt whether once we added the instance in our Eclipse, so the what are the tables available in S4 HANA Cloud will be reflected in Eclipse or not. That doubt
It will
I am
reflect, but
having.
you have to. That's what I'm saying. You have to. Then in that case, you have to configure your HANA Cloud. Okay. In HANA Cloud database, you can have to create a package. Have you gone through the ABAP Cloud instance? It has a separate interface where you see the software component management. There you have to create a package. Okay. Once you create a package, you have to create a communication channel. The communication channel, you have to maintain the connectivity to your database. So there are setup. I mean, there are some sort of configuration required to do before you start directly development on Eclipse. So right now, I think what you have done is you have enabled ABAP Cloud instance. You have just log in it. Okay, but the major chunk which give you access to your deployment development and with respect to your HANA Cloud, that configuration might be missing. So check that part. So if you click on ABAP Cloud instance, you will see there a separate interface will open, which you can say as a launchpad. Okay, it will have a lot of tabs available. So each tab represents some action. Okay, so under software component, you are going to develop your app object by creating a package. You have to maintain the communication channel. You have to maintain the rules, the user set of data, what roles you need to assign, and all these configuration when you've done, then only you will be able to have the access to your whatever database you have created in your trial version. If it's not, then you may not be able to directly access. So there are some sort of configuration required.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's applicable for both public and private cloud?
Yes. Public cloud is something like which is accessible by almost everyone, but of course there is a restriction with respect to the roles authorized and check in respect to the account level. Okay, when we say private, the private becomes little bit advanced version of your on-premise system. So it is a cloud version, but it has been that cloud part has been given to you to manage by the SAP. So when you say public, it will be managed by SAP. Okay, and when you have a private, so you can also manage up to a certain extent, and parcel will manage by SAP. So there are difference. It will be so. I mean, yeah, of course, with respect to private and public, the main difference of handling of it. Public is purely by SAP. Private is like you advanced version of your on-premise system on cloud that you can also manage, and you will have also control it. Okay.
Yeah.
So any other note of our development? Something that we have to do is as a part of recording session that I know you guys might have done or I can say that what I'm saying in terms of your trial account. Okay, just to show you in case if you have not done, then you have to just follow that part. Anyway, I have to record this, so that's the reason I'm just registering it, and just follow that part. Okay, the very first step that what you need to do is you need to check whether you are a part of, you are, I mean, basically if you go to the website, which is a www dot and then you have SAP.com, you will see that what information you are getting it, as in you click, because these are the information you will have. So first of all, you have to register to your SAP system, right? So you have to just register to your SAP system. Okay. So now when you are registering here, you have an option. Okay. So let's say if you don't have it, okay, let's say I'm just saying something, let's say for example, somebody who is just trying a new email. Okay. So you have a create your SAP account. Okay. So when you write your whatever account you have created, and then you just log in. So so basically in registration process, what happens, like it is for those user who has not registered. So you have to put the name, you have to put the, of course, company name and all this stuff, whatever is required. And then you have to follow the next step. So registration is important before you jump into the login process. Okay. So once you register is done, then it will send you some, of course, your email ID is valid. It will send you some sort of, okay, here even I can just give a copy. So this is your first name, second name, you see, the company region, and your universal email ID, whichever you want to have it, and then you create a password. Okay, so like that. So you create your one of the ID. Once it's created, you will receive one email confirmation in your Gmail that you have to go and click on and activate it. Once it has been activated, then you have to come back, and now you try to log into your SAP BTP trial account. Okay. So when we say SAP BTP trial account, so how you will be going to check it, that you can just log in into accounts.sap.com. Okay. So there are different way of accounts.sap.com. Also, you can directly check it. Account.sap.com. Okay. And here it will be going to ask you, okay, what is your email ID, what is your password, and all this thing is required for you, that you can check it. So here also, like, it's the same thing. When you come here, you need to just maintain whatever the credential you have maintained here. I will just let me try here. Okay, so once you log in, okay, so your ID has been created now. Now you have the option, if you go and see it, now you have been logged in. Okay, so now you can also search here if you have something like BTP trial account login. Okay, it will give you the page of directly BTP, okay, trial sign in. Okay, so you can come here and just put your credential. So your every user who has been registered is actually going to have some sort of P user ID created. Okay, so P user is something which is stored as part of default, what I'm saying, kind of default, I would say, credential. I will say that there's something called default SAP default IAS, like, okay, identity provider service, where all your Gmail account will be, like, accessibility will be saved. It will create your P user ID. So if you are in your organization, so trial user having a P ID, and if you are in the organization, let's say you are in your organization might have raised your request for S user ID. Okay, so S user ID is something which is a valid, I would say, that corporate level or enterprise level ID, which will be having a much more accessibility than the trial account holders. Okay, so that's the difference, P user and S user. Okay, so now you connect with you try to log in, since you already log in to your SAP Universal ID. And once again, you just have to provide the authentication with respect to either login ID. You can also connect with some sort of whatever information you need. Now, the earlier mobile number was not that much actually important. Now it has been actually came into the picture. I mean, so whoever is creating very first time, they have to pass their basically the mobile number here. Okay, so once you pass the mobile number, you will receive some sort of OTP, and then you will be able to say this. So I will just do this part. I will stop this sharing, and I will just finish this mobile number part, and then we'll share it once again. 1 minute. Okay, so once you enter your mobile number, it will ask you the code which you might receive in your mobile number. That with the help of that code, you will be going to see that what information has came as a verification code. So that verification code you need to enter. So once you're done with that verification code, with that will be confirmed. So once you confirm this, so it will start loading your BTP cockpit. Okay, so you can see now, once the verification has been done, it is loading my it has loaded my trial account. Okay, so now see here, it is saying here create a new trial account, and whichever Gmail ID I have used it, and then continue to your trial home. So after verification of your account and then mobile number, you can continue to your trial home. So once you continue to your trial home, now you will have the option that you can create a sub account. Now you see here, remember in one of our session we discussed about, like, when we creating a sub account, it is very much bound to your kind of, what I'm saying, bound to one of the region, right? So it could be your AWS, which is having for East, Azure is for Singapore. Okay, so whichever, and there is Europe as well. So Europe is not available for trial version, but it is available for your enterprise version. So it depends on. So we have a generally 3 or 4 database center we have it. You have, remember, we have discussed with respect to, like, in our previous session we discussed about, right, it have the structure of global account, like I think we discussed already somewhere. The very first thing which will come, the structure wise, you will have a global account first on the top. Yeah, you see, this is your global account, and on top of it you are creating a some sort of your trial account. So you see, global account has been, this is your global account now. In the global account, now a sub account has been created as a trial. But remember, I have also discussed about a directory concept, right? So from a global sub account, you can directly create a sub account or a directory. Okay, you can either create a direct sub account or create a directory. Inside a directory, you can keep n number of sub account. So this hierarchy structure will actually help you to segregate your sub account structure. Let's say you wanted to have a directory which is dedicated to a finance team of your development, one for HR, one for sales, one for manufacturing procurement. So you can actually, if you have multiple teams available in your organization, then it's a good way to segregate those sub accounts set up. That will help. Let's say you wanted to have 3 teams working on 3 different project categories. So create 3 different category. Inside that 3 different category, you are going to have those stuff which is available, and you can manage it properly. Okay, so you can directly assign a directory to the sub account user. So managing those will be easy. Now see here, these things, if you see, it has been already created. Okay, so generally when you're creating an enterprise sub account, once you have selected the origin and sub account, global sub account will be created. That's it. Enterprise. In sub account layer, you actually have to come and give a name. Okay, and give a space name. You have to also create a Cloud Foundry, a space, something. So in trial account, it actually gave you almost all the possible configuration which is available to you. So now if you see here, go to your trial account here. In this trial account, you will see this one of the sub account has been created. Okay, so this sub account, if you remember, if I wanted to do this setup for a particular environment, if I have to do, right? So for that purpose, you can actually search here. Let's say if you wanted to have and make use of your ABAP environment, so set up the account for, these are the options available that you can configure, right? So for example, let's say ABAP Cloud. If you search here, the account for ABAP Cloud. Okay, similar way, if you have Cloud Foundry, that is the environment that you can set up. Similar, any things you wanted to set up as specific to some of your environment requirement of, let's say one of the ways ABAP Cloud. Okay, so that you can set, you using the booster, you can actually perform all this activity, which helps you doing all the background activity by automatically. It's an automation tool which helps you to do all this stuff. Okay, now let's come back to, so I have already discussed about entitlement. So generally by default, whatever I think almost 50 to somewhere 55 is number of entitlements has been given to you, right? As a trial account member, 54, okay, like that. So these all the entitlements will give you the accessibility of the service marketplace. Okay, so let's see, I'm going inside now. Okay,
And then I will once I am inside here, I will see it that okay, what are the activity and what are the information are available here. If you see here, by default, my Cloud Foundry environment has been enabled. By default, dev has been created, but I do have option. I can create another dev space, and all these things we can actually create it. All right. Now, what I said here, based on entitlements, you can go to your service marketplace. Okay, and you can find out what you need. So if you come back in our instance and subscription, this is the place where you will see what are the subscription is available. So guys, again, see by default, this was added here. Okay, so by default, whenever you create, your development tool has been added. But if it's not added, then in is go to service marketplace and you will find. So it's applicable to all the services, not only specific to some of the tool. Depend as based on your entitlements, you go and search for anything. Let's say I'm saying here business application studio. So if it had not been created, I could have create option. It would have been added as a subscription. So see here, this is the you can see application plans here. Okay, this will tell you about a subscription layer. Okay, not as an instance layer. So when I'm talking about any service, let's say if I go to any, if I'm taking any of the BTP sub account, okay, so here on BTP sub accounts, when I'm going to take some of the service, okay, so in that service you will have a different set of services setup available. Okay, so what are the services we have? We have three types of those services. Okay, so that three types of service, let me show you. Okay, so let's say one of the service which you will call it as a subscription. Okay, subscription to the service. Okay, any service based on your entitlements, what has been given to you. Now, after this, you will have something called instance of the service. Okay, instance of the service. Okay, 1 minute. I think yeah, instance and subscription only. Third one, I think it is the key part. Key is nothing but from the instance only we can manage. So that's okay. Okay, so here you will be having these two things. Okay, we'll be having now these services also categorized into three layer. Okay, so all these like it is applicable to both the service, both type of service here. How it works is like if any service you are taking up, you have a two option. Okay, one is either you take it as a okay, I think it is having three services. One is yeah, three type of services, and here you will be writing those three services. So for example, let's say I'm having now the service plan can be your free. So there is one something called free service, your default, which is also known as default free service. Okay, free service. So it means you SAP will not charge you for this. They are given you by default. Now coming back to here, this is then now something called standard. Okay, a standard which is your paid service. Okay, and then you have another layer of that service which is called okay, I will little bit take it here. Okay, and then third layer will be your paid service. So whenever you need any service, just please check what is available as part of your entitlements. So always look for entitlements. Whatever service you see is actually is based on your entitlements. Okay, so whatever is available, that only you can see in your service marketplace. Okay, so these all things based on entitlements assigned, based on assigned entitlements. Okay, so entitlements assigned to a BTP basically on a sub account. Okay, now so this part you see a standard paid service, then you have something called advanced paid service. So this is little bit advanced is more powerful than a standard, and default is something default is free service which is available for either in your trial, it could be in your paid, it could be your any of the services. Okay, now these services have another things which they call it as a pay as you go. So how you will be paying it, this thing as a part of your understanding is a part of your curriculum. So I'm just explaining you. So something which is called pay as you go means what? The moment you are using that service, then only you have to use. So for example, let's say you have a BAS application. Okay, so Business Studio is one of the most used service. So the main, if you are keep using it, if you are keep assigning the more developer to your tool, your basically the what I say the audit the payment of your particular subscription model for a particular duration will keep increasing because you have taken pay as you go, right? And then you can buy at a certain, let's say, restriction, right? So for example, let's say you wanted to buy something which is at a short time, like let's say for 10 users you wanted to, okay. Let's say I have a 20 team of my members, developer members, okay, and then I wanted to buy a service which is actually going to tell me what are the service as required, and I will take only 10 user accessibility, okay. So those kind of service we will be going to as a pay as you go for BTP, and there another service which is going to give you in a bulk or completely like as an enterprise level, okay. There's something which is called as a cloud platform enterprise agreement, which is called CPA, okay, as CPEA. Okay, so this is another pay module. Okay, so this is another pay module which I will say here. So this is not related to this. This is something related to all. Okay, this is the model for like how you going to pay. Okay, there another one. The basically the consumption is a commercial model. Okay, for the whatever in BTP is selling it. Okay, so it is having a three. I think one is this and one more is there. I'm just forgetting something. CPA. There's something BPA. I mean business BTP agreement. Okay, so there's another one which is called which is SAP BTPEA. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So SAP BTPEA means what? This is something which is telling you are going to do some kind of agreement to that service with the SAP. So this is something which what we call is agreement. So this is your agreement. Let's say you have taken one service for a 1 year of agreement. Okay. So that agreement until it's there, whatever you have paid, where you are using it or you are not using it, it doesn't matter. SAP will charge you. So this is called SAP BTP Enterprise Agreement. Enterprise Agreement. Okay. So this is the actually for this tool. So it is the for certain duration of agreement part. Then this layer, what you see, you will be seeing here in this case CPA. It is your cloud platform enterprise. Generally, most of the enterprise is taking this part. Okay, cloud platform, because once you take as a right pass means like a platform as a service, right? So this is they are saying cloud platform agreement. Okay, so this part is majorly followed by the organization or the enterprise level, so that they own it. Because see, BTP is what? BTP is nothing but it is a PaaS, okay, platform as a service. So this is your PaaS. Okay, this is known as platform as a service. So let's say I will just say platform as a service. Okay, so here your SAP act as a owner of your PaaS. Okay, so this is your BTP account is a part of your platform. So out of this cloud, what is platform? This is a cloud platform. So they go for this cloud platform enterprise agreement, and I mean there is another model available for BTP infrastructure entirely. You can take it. They take it because they will get here Neo also here. Okay, Neo and other existing customer who doesn't have a BTP, they will go for a cloud platform. If those who is new to BTP, they will go for this part. And this is very kind of regressive kind of pay as you go. It means like the service which you are keep using it, you have to keep paying it. If you're not using it, you will not pay it. Okay, so that's how it is designed accordingly. Now all this BTP sub account hosted on something as on our cloud, right? So which they are the service provider. Okay, so those who provides your service, which is called SaaS. Okay, so SaaS as a service or service as a, I mean you can say, yeah, SaaS platform, where they all the web hoster. So BTP is actually getting hosted on. We have seen, right? We have hoster is AWS, then we have Azure. Then these are the two major support you have for our BTP. So these are your cloud hosting. Okay, so they are the major cloud hosting for BTP. Okay, cloud infrastructure hoster, cloud infra hosting. Okay, or host I will say. Okay, that's it. Cloud infra host, or I will say cloud infra service provider, service
Pointer. All right. So this is the again another structure of your how your BTP sub account and service works in this segment. Okay. Now coming back to this, once you have assigned to anything. So let's say in later stage, if I have to take any of the service, so there is something called SAP build. Okay, SAP work zone. Okay, so this is something which is act as a launch pad. So if you want to use this, you have to just say create. Okay, when you are going to create option, then it will be going to give you that feasibility that okay, the option will come. So it will give you the name of the service, whatever this you see. I have similar instances and the subscription. So there are two things are available, which is a standard instance can also be created and standard subscription also can be taken. So this is what we have mentioned here. You can have a subscription or instance based. Okay, so a single service can have both also, but not all. Okay, but few services they have both. Now instances and subscription, what are the major difference? That using instances you can create a service key that will be helpful for your other sub account and other services integration as a communication. You can standard, that's where you use standard key. Otherwise normal scenario you have to go for a service subscription, which is my standard. Now you see here, you will be wondering, okay, how in the trial account they have given a standard plan? Yeah, because this is something which is default free. Not every service is freely available, and not every service they can keep upgrading and degrading to free or standard advanced. So some services which is freely also available as part of your free trial information. So that's okay. So now when you create it, it is going to you can actually go and see that subscription again. Like if you see that subscription means whatever the things you are creating here, that service it will come under the subscription. You see it is processing. Now I will show you same thing how it will works for instances. Okay, so I'm going to again create SAP build work zone. I have option of again, see, since I have, you can see application plan here, you read here. So you have a standard plan, you have two availability, right? So now, okay, so this is with respect to region, and one is subscription I have already taken, and there is another one which is available as a service plan, which I can take it up. So this I can create. I have taken already a subscription, so I can take it now as an instance of it, right? So when I'm taking instance, you see, if I'm taking subscription, there is no such option is coming. It's already given key, okay, it's already present in my sub account, but I cannot use it. So I will go for instance creation. The moment it comes to instance creation, you will be seeing something like that. Okay, so what are the environment you are pointing to? Let's say you have multiple environment, you have a web or cloud or Ikema. So you need to select from there and then select your what kind of dev space you have, right? For example, for Cloud Foundry, if you are creating multiple dev space, you will be having a multiple dev space selection here. So whichever space you wanted to create, you have to give that a space name and give the name of it. So I will just give us something came SAP build dash work zone dash instance. Okay, instance. Okay, I will go and I will say create. So what happens here is, again, this instance will be started creating. But you see this instance subscription will come here and instance will go here. Now you see SAP build work zone instance has been created. So if you are creating any instances, it has an option to create a service key. As again say, the service key will be helpful for you to integrate with any different system or service which you wanted to work with. Let's say you having another sub account. Just imagine, for example, let's say you wanted to make this launchpad connectivity available, or you wanted to integrate your this launchpad to be available for as an entry point for other sub account apps also, right? So you need to create a bridge, right? You need to communicate with each other, right? With your different sub account, or you not only sub account to sub account, even a same sub account also. Sometimes during the authentication of your application or service, you need to pass certain service key as an authenticated parameter. I will show you what all the things it presents. So in the service key, you create a service key. Now you can give us some kind of, again, SAP build dash work zone SRB key. Okay, so again, so you see this body. So if you wanted to have some certain amount of information to be passed as a default, okay, right now this is empty body. Okay, but if you wanted to insert
some of the feature, or let's say some of the property, I would say, like let's say authentication true, or let's say you wanted to have some kind of key value pair you wanted to put as a part of your additional object to be presented in your file, or you wanted to have some already predefined prescribed your JSON file, then you can browse and you can keep it. If you don't have nothing, no worry, you can just go and do a create operation. That was optional. It is only needed when you have some specific data to be stored as a part of your service key. Okay. So now it depends on your use cases if it's required or not. Generally, it's very rare, but they have given you flexibility that you can actually go and create such keys in case of those information. Okay, like that. All right. Now see, it has been created. Okay, you have option now. You can view it. You can download it. Now you see here the service key in the form of JSON. You have two options. You can actually see in the form of form. So form you will see like label, and this fields is given what is a portal service, right? So this means the path of your service which you are using it. Portal means the see if you guys have, maybe if you might have interacted with earlier version of SAP Cloud Platform, which was SCP new version. So Fury Launchpad used to known as a portal service. Okay, so that's why I told now whatever the feature they used to have in earlier version, they have bring back, and they have actually not bring back, they kept the same, because if they will remove it, their existing customer for your previous version of cloud version, they will be hampered, right? So they cannot do that, right? So that's why they still keep it. Well, and what that's why you see the name as a portal service rather as a SAP build or launchpad, something like that. Okay, so you might have heard this portal words in your previous, maybe down to 3-4 years back, okay, or 2-3 years back. Still right now is there, but yeah, in terms of BTP, it is now known as SAP build workzone. Okay, so now you see the endpoints, this is your token. This token is something which is going to use for authentication. Then HTML5 apps repo means whenever you deploy any application, Fury apps, right? That will be by default, it is going to sit here, right? I also have mentioned you, if you are doing the CAP development or Cloud Foundry specific deployment, it will go under Cloud Foundry space. But in case of HTML5 application, Fury application, it will come back here under your HTML5 application. So it will be going back here. Okay, so that's the support. So whenever the moment you deploy any Fury app on the BTP Cloud Foundry environment, it will be attached to your HTML5 repo, means directly it will sit here. So this connection to the HTML5 which has been deployed to your portal service, means as if your launchpad already been established. Okay, so you don't have to do additional connectivity for your deployed Fury apps to the launchpad. But yes, configuration is required. You of course you need to create a catalog, groups, roles, mapping, all these things you have to do. These are configuration part that still will remain the same. But what I'm saying, it already has been connected as a host. So what do you deploy? It's already present. You just have to enable it by some configuration. That's it. Okay, and these are instance ID. You have a SAP Cloud Service, whatever information. Now this was what UAA. This UAA is called user authentication. Okay, so this UAA is one of the default authentication mechanism on BTP, which is called XSUAA. Okay, so they are the mechanism out of derived from the HANA, like XSJS earlier you might have heard. So say same fundamental, they're having XSUAA. So UAA is like some sort of standard user authentication mechanism with the help of JavaScript JW2 JSON token. So there's a certain set of authentication happening with JWT token and all. So it happened in the background, but these all things is required when you're doing deployment. Okay, so during deployment part, you need to be very much careful what information is coming here and what information you need to pass upon. Okay, so based on those, check whatever you provide, right? So those information will sit here and can be communicate with any other information or any other services you wanted to integrate. So these are the client ID will be act as your unique ID for this application. Client secret act as a password. Okay, and URL is nothing but your endpoint URL, like your what you see here, right? Accounts HANA-on-demand.com on the top. This is something your trial account with of course with respect to your trial ID what you are mentioning, so that you can find under your on the page of your first page itself. And then the zone, what this thing find again, tenant ID from where it has been created, what are the mode it is dedicated, which is available, and these are the again API URL. If you have to pass somewhere, so for the authentication purpose, you have to pass this. This is again your verification key, the access app name, this is the ID, sub account ID, everything has been given. So right, so generally now you need to pass the way how you want to read it. So it is one of the way. Similar way in JSON, you can also see the same information has been written here. And the most important part, what you will have is you will be having a portal service name, this part. Then you will have a client ID, and then this is the nothing but the unique ID, the password, and this URL. So these are the four information which is very important, which is bound to your any deployed application. And of course the app name, access means again it's a verified access UAA. Similar way, access app means already authenticated service on your BTP cloud platform. Okay, so like that you will be seeing this information, which is useful for many other scenario of integration of your services and whatever you do. All right. So till here, any doubt? Anyone having it? How we, I mean, creating all these instances, subscription? All right.
No,
Now, yeah, tell me.
I said nothing. Thank you.
Okay, good. Now come back to now. See whatever you have implemented here, right? Whatever service you have imported. If you try to log in, okay, and you will be going to see this information, like if you do not have certain types of login, you see here something it is saying you accept it, and it will ask you the identity provider is not able to access because you don't have the roles here. So now let's try again with respect to my SAP build work zone. It will again ask me to log in, and it will have me access denied page. Okay, so means I do not have those rules which is available to me, right? So I will go back to my security tab, and I will find my role collection. And here what I will do, whatever the rules I need, let's say for business application studio. So the rules are very much descriptive. Like you don't have to actually struggle to find out okay what rule is required. So you can just come back here, and under the user logs, you go and edit and add your ID, whichever I have been given. So let's say ZaranTech is one of the ID which we used here. So I will assign this person. Again, business application studio administrator and developer. Okay, so again, so administrator is who will manage all your activity. Developer is must role which is required by any developer. Okay, and here you can again add it here. This another one role is which is called extension deployer. Okay, so this is the I'm just passing for in our use case it's not required. I'm just passing you additional information if you wanted to work with any standard Fury apps. Let's say if somebody is working, you have been imported to your business studio, and you want to do some kind of extension out of it, right? Like like we a lot of SAP standard services are present. What we do is generally you go and create, you customize it, right? You customize in terms of whatever you do, back end customization, you do front end customization, it depends. So if you are doing any kind of customization in the from the business studio by doing some side by side extension or some kind of extensibility information, that scenario you need to take care of such activity of deployment. You need to have a additional role, right? Because you are going to deploy something, a standard one, with some type of extension you have modified on that standard application. So you need this role. Okay, this is additional information, not for our scenario. I'm just providing you in case if you are in the future you are going to work, you need to have this extension deployer role. Then only you will be able to deploy your standard application, a standard SAP application on the cloud, on the BTP environment. Okay, so these are information. Now, what else we have? We have SAP build, SAP, or I will say here build. Okay, not build. Sorry, the name is Launchpad. Okay, the role is Launchpad. You see, the Launchpad admin. So you need to have the role of Launchpad admin for which service? For SAP build work zone. Okay, so SAP build work zone is the renamed of the Launchpad. Earlier it used to known as a Launchpad, SAP BTP Launchpad service. Okay, It used to known as that, what the name of the service actually, which was coming the same. So in the previous version also we have something called Launchpad. Then SAP, they have changed into SAP Portal Service as a Launchpad. Okay, so there it used to have a portal. That's I shown you. So right, while creating a instance, you see that name is a portal. So portal also representing one of the Launchpad. Now in BTP version, they have firstly initially they gave the same name like SAP BTP Launchpad Service. Later on they have changed into SAP Build Work Zone. The reason being is they have been two version of, okay, they have available now. SAP Build Work Zone, a standard what you see, it's freely available. You see that, right? The plan what we see. There's something called advanced version of SAP Build Work Zone. So SAP Build Work Zone advanced version is a bit very vast mode of Launchpad where you can host not only Fiori apps, but rather you can host n number of outside an SAP application, SAP application, analytical apps, and many other workflow also. You can configure any automation tool you can configure. So basically the almost all the solution which is hosted on or which is required to be hosted on the Launchpad can be now accessed and deployed and configured on your SAP Build Work Zone advanced version. Standard version is only for Fiori apps. Fiori, of course, then GUI app we have, right? SAP GUI web app, right? We have a web GUI app where you configure your transaction T code. Then you have a WebDin Pro app, right? So all these things you can still do on your SAP Fiori normal work zone standard version where you don't have to basically pay for it, but you can configure out of it. Okay, so now this rule which is required. Now see this rule, you can actually see what are the rules already has been pre-configured with this particular role. Okay, if you are creating any custom role, then you may have to add here those roles also. So for example, if you see here, you will see this plus icon will be enabled in case of your enterprise version. Like if you are creating any custom roles here, okay, in this role collection, and you wanted to make it a part of your launch, like any of the services, could be a Launchpad, and it could be your, of course, what I'm using is BAS. Any services you wanted to have a control with respect to some custom rule that you can add here. So by default, these are the rules already assigned to it. You have editor rule that you can edit the theme. You have a super admin rule. You can configure your portal. You have a theme. Again, you can change the theme of your portal service. And viewer, definitely you can see whatever you have done. Means you can be able to see almost everything. You can edit, you can view, you can change. So this is the rules which has been already pre-configured. So now you assign your ID here to your particular roles. Now, same way, advanced theming. Again, if you see here, advanced theming also, do they have any rules assigned to it? Yes. So one is custom sys editor. Let's say you wanted to design. Remember, I think you guys might have worked in other organization before S4 Valley, or those organizations who are still using ECC background system. They do a lot of custom CSS, okay, implementation. So if you are changing, also the theme change, logo change, all these things they will do in the in the SAP system, all these things. So if you are doing such kind of custom theme design, then you need to have your advanced theming. So just for the knowledge, I'm just writing it here, but it's not required in our scenario, so I'm just saving it here. Again, external user. Who is external user? Those external user which you wanted to just to have access to your application portal Launchpad. But this is again in optional. I mean, basically, if you assign a role to directly to any of the user, that particular Fiori app role, and then share the Launchpad link, it will be able to access that application without having this role also. So that is okay. But it just in case if you have certain security configured in your organization to it has to go via external user role, then you have to assign this role to your any external business user you wanted to have access to it. Okay, so these are the rules which you can see it is very much performed, and it will be available to all this scenario. Okay, so this is what I told you. This is the area where you can take any service, come here, find out the rules, okay, and then you can do all this activity whatever is available to you. Okay, so you can actually perform all this information here. Okay, now come back to instance and subscription. Now we'll try to launch my SAP Build Work Zone. I'm just trying to show you. Okay, so this is going to refresh and something, it will take time. Maybe I will try by incognito and something it will work. So don't worry, it will just have a refresh issue maybe. let's try to do that. Okay, now see, it has came as a login page. At least it is now trying to validate with my SAP Universal ID. And then once the login authentication is done, it will be going to be, it will take you to your seer. Already I have logged into my contract, so it's already given me that I can go inside. So I can, if I click on OK, it will start me giving me the dev space manager role, right? Remember the same thing. Now see, it has started for SAP build workload also. Okay, so it's just like validating something which is coming in the background, something like that. So it will work, don't worry, just some time maybe refreshing part. Now this we have already discussed with all of you, like in last time, like if you are going to create, okay, your workspace. So this workspace is very much, okay, what I say is very much designed for your requirements. Like you can create a number of workspace. So let's say I'm going to create my only specific to my CAP training. Okay, so TRAINING. Okay, so now this CAP training I will be going to, okay, so I will be having it. What I have is SAP cloud application. Now see, you have these four options available, right? So in this scenario, what you can do is you can select, okay, and in this scenario, what I can see it, whatever you will see. SAP Fiori, if you want to do development, you can see these are the default, okay, extension tool they have available, and these are the advanced. So I think we have already discussed last time also. So let's not wait more time here. And this is again a different set of version tool which you can actually include. Like it supports your CAP, Fiori, and all this development. Other than additionally, you can do development for anything, Habahana development or Python development. You can work for development. You can add it. In our scenario, I will take full stack cloud application because we are going to develop the cloud application. We already have a CAP tool, so that I will keep it as a CAP tool. And we already have SAP HANA Database Explorer or whatever things, which means already built MTA tool, all this thing, whatever is required to build my application is already present. We don't need any much additional part. If I need in the later stage, we will come back and we can edit also. Okay. But one thing, the name what you given in the beginning, it cannot be going to change, so that your name remain the same. So I will just go and create a dev space. Okay, so it will create a respective dev space of mine. This dev space by default will have something called 2 GB space available. So let's start creating this space now. Meanwhile, we will come back and see our Cloud Foundry space. Okay, so as you see this in this overview stage, you might have seen our space has been created. Okay, let's say this dev space has been created already by default, or you can create also. So how much space they have given by default? I have given in trial account 4 GB of a space, which will be available to all of you. Okay. Now, when you go inside, come inside to deploy of your any application, to work with any of your application, you need to be member of your Cloud Foundry. So inside the members, cross check always. Of course, in your trial account, I told you, right? Trial account will give you almost 90% setup ready to you. Whatever additional thing you are making it, that only is going to be part of your additional changes or additional roles requirement. Otherwise, it is more of focused on the area of your working, not doing the background stuff that you can take care. But in case of enterprise version, you need to know, you have to be, I'm just for your information purpose again. So you need to have this, you should be member of your, let's say you deploy, let's say you are developing a CAP or any Fiori application, CAP application, or whatever you are trying to deploy, but you are not a part of your dead Cloud Foundry space, you will not be able to deploy it. It will throw you the error. You don't have authorization and something, blah, blah. Okay, so you always come here and add your ID as a member and at least have a space developer role assigned to it. Okay, so this is the same thing which is also available here. Like before being the member of here, you need to be member of org members. Okay, you come back here in the Cloud Foundry and check for whether your ID is available. You should be at least org user. Okay, org manager generally admins, but you should be at least org user. Then once your ID created here, then you can see your ID present under the space here. So you need to be part of this space as well as a member with the minimum role of a space developer. Then you can able to deploy here. Okay, so this is another dev environment requirements to your deployment perspective. Okay, or you can say development readiness perspective. Okay, now, okay, cockpit. Okay, let it load. Okay, so in my case of, if you see, I have a CAP training already started. So this is my dev space, which is I am going to open it now. Okay, so now in my dev space, it will start preparing your development environment. So basically, whatever workspace I have created and whatever I am going to make changes in my workspace with respect to my project, with respect to my development, whatever I am going to do it, I will be able to perform all this activity in my business application studio. Okay, so now let me finish this part first and let's see. Yeah. Okay, so I'm here in the trainer trial and I have this. Okay, now, so as one of the another topic to before I start the development part, there is something like we need to give you the complete overview of your business application studio, what all is about. Okay, so you guys might be aware of Web IDE, SAP Web IDE, SAP Web IDE full stack now. So it used to be developed for majorly for Fiori apps development from the Fiori developer guys, but it has very much restricted in terms of SAP domain itself. Like you can do the development with respect to SAP environment of ERP system like Fiori and all these things. It has certain support for Java and all, but it was just, again, it was not so much powerful. Okay, but the business application studio, it is very much powerful as you compare to any of the software tool which is available in the market. For example, if you have seen VS Code, so look and feel wise, you will see this is the very much similar to VS Code. So VS Code is again open source visual editor code where you can go and do the coding, which is very much famous in the area of all the developers who works in the web development area, especially those not for a web development. Of course, this is for like any other language development like Fiori UI5. You are doing the Java development, you are doing Python development, React.js, Angular. So this is the one of the development tool which supports many other feature. That's where SAP has came up with this SAP BTP BAS tool. So this BAS tool basically is going to do the same kind of support which actually VS Code doing that. Okay, in the background. So if in fact Business Studio has been built on something called replica of VS Code on top of Eclipse Thea is one of the version available that is the replica of that tool. Okay, so that's why I said last time also you can actually do the development in Eclipse also, but don't do that. That's not recommended. Okay, so you already have a tool of dedicated to your development of such thing that you can do it. Otherwise, you have to do the established connectivity, lot of again here and there configuration you have to maintain, and then you have to do it right. So that's actually hectic a little bit than you doing because you are already a part of your cloud system. You already have a platform available, so you can do the development in the same platform area, right? So that's the area you have it. So a little bit introduction about your BAS, what it does, and all these things. Okay, so BAS, what it does. Okay, so before I move to this part, till now, anybody having any doubt, like how I've created all this service, activation, all this thing is all fine? Okay, I'm hoping everything is fine.
Yeah.
So,
so one question here, you've created workload, right? I mean, work zone, both subscription and instance. Right?
So instance, I have given you one example. You can create instance also.
Okay, it's both is required or any one it is?
No. Those is not required. In your normal use scenario, let's say you have developed something in your Fiori apps, you wanted to configure on this part. So then you just need this service. Instances are required only when you are connecting this service to your other service. Okay, let's say for example, okay, I will give you a heads up. Let's say you wanted to have a transport, right? You wanted to transport your Launchpad apps content from your first sub account to other sub account. So in your transport, how you will connect to your Launchpad? This is your service key. This instance service key will give you that information which I have shown you, right? So that having a different information available, right? So these are the information you need to pass in your transport management system that will connect to your SAP built work zone apps, whatever you have deployed, and you will be able to transport it. Okay, so when you are doing integration to any other sub account, to any other services, that's where the instance service key is required.
Okay, so something which I can access from other sub accounts.
You can access from yes, Yes, yeah. If you wanted to connect your this sub account to another sub account, you wanted to connect to one service to another service, which is your cloud transport management. So I'm just one example. So you have to establish the connection, right? How they have to communicate with each other. So this instance service key will be responsible to connecting the bridge so that you can transport the object of wait work zone from the dev to quality to production. So for that purpose, you have instances. So for example, you see Business Application Studio doesn't have any kind of instance service because it doesn't have. You cannot transport this. This is a tool. So it is just have a subscription, doesn't have instances. So some services having only service subscription, some services also having only instance, some having subscription plus instance. So I will show you one more example of, I will just show you just for your making it clarity. There's something called application log. Yeah, see, yeah, audit log management or something. Yeah, application logging service. If you see here, if you go and create, it has okay, you can also see here, okay, service plan. Okay, and whatever plan is available. Now you see here, it is already giving you the plan of instances. See, it's not a subscription model. So if it has a subscription, you could have seen that, right? You have seen the drop down was subscription, something like that. Instance. It is only instance you can create. So it will not be a part of your subscription, but it will be a part of your some kind of application. So I can say your app dash log, okay, that service, that instance. So it doesn't have subscription, but you see there's a light plan. Okay, so one more plan was there. So okay, yeah, so default free. There's another plan, right? So this is called light plan. Okay, so I think it comes in between this part. Okay, so just little bit above your free plan, there's something called light plan. Okay, so good to see that. I just missed it. So this light plan is also a little, I mean, it's a paid, but very less charge. Okay, so it has some limitations of the usage, like not for extensive use, but you can have it. So I'm just adding it here. There is something called light. Okay, pre or it can be maybe a paid plan. Okay, it depends on service wise. Okay, so this is something called light and free, light, standard, advanced plan. Okay, so these are the some plans we have it. Okay, so now you gave this. Now it doesn't have option for substances, right? So you can see that it is going to be created inside your instance section. You see here, see it doesn't added here. It's got added here, application log service. Now, if you want to integrate this service to be part of, see, it's not only that this service key will be used for connecting to other sub account and other services outside of the sub account. You can actually connect within the same service, same sub account. Okay, so this logging service, which generally used for app logging. Okay, you wanted to, if you have some logs, you wanted to see what this application is doing it. For that purpose, you have app log service. So how you will connect this? You will be connect by using a service key. So you will be going to create again a service key. So these are the service key which will be helpful for your integration of many other service which is either present in your service key, log service key, and create. Okay, so something, let's see, dash log dash srb dash key. Yeah, okay, now it's getting created. So this is basically joining, basically connection purpose to use it within your sub account to different services or outside the sub account. So that's purpose it is getting. So it's okay. There could be some authorization check, that is fine. So this is how you will be creating it. Okay, like that. Okay, I hope it's clear your doubt, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Now let's say what about a BAS? Okay, so of course, so BAS we are going to develop your kind of cap, right? But what else it has? So some features we are a little bit discussing about that. So BAS is, as I mentioned, it is a kind of very focused environment, development environment for your development need of your business application. It is not restricted to any some form of restricted environment. You can do only such particular development. Basically, it is providing you by selecting your workspace. When you're selecting it, you are selecting the type of tools which needed, right? You see in the left side, it was showing the default extension already installed. If you see in the right side, there are additional extension was available as a tool which you can add up in your workspace to make your workspace even more useful or powerful with respect to various development support, right? So for all this purpose, Bash is actually is a very much powerful in terms of various development tools, integration, and environment setup for your development. You don't have to worry about, okay, you need to actually find out those perspectives. So now when we say, like, you see desktop, like, our experience, if you see here, like, the complete, see the it has taken the complete space of my desktop, I mean our laptop, which will giving you not restricted to some kind of small space or the half of the screen you are using it. So basically it's giving you very much good enough of a space there you can actually perform all the stuff. So of course the dev space we have already created, like a workspace which is very much dedicated, and you see it will give you, means Bash is what is saying, you don't have to focus on creating or basically configuring your environment for development, right? Earlier, if you remember, if in when your Eclipse also people does that, they should lot of connectivity. They install something, they again configure something, they connect, and then they do the development. So basically, the setting up the dev environment itself is a very complex scenario, right? That's where we have a DevOps concept came into the picture, key to ease your development, right? So DevOps team take care of all the development environment setup, and they will make as soon as easiest way of managing your application development cycle, right? So same way, so in case of Bash or nowadays whatever tool is coming in the market has been more focused on providing less complexity in terms of development environment readiness, right? Otherwise you may keep facing this here and there connectivity issue, library connectivity issue. You will be unnecessarily wasting your time rather focusing on what your actual development is. So this is where Bash has been came is one of that part. Okay, so these are things we already discussed here. What are the information you need here? Okay, like a business student developer and your extension, whatever admin role you need. So that part we already discussed, and then you can actually do that, right? Next way, let's say you have something called connectivity part, which we have to discuss here now. So see here in our scenario, or let's say, of course, though in our case we are not having any database available, but in your product environment you will be having it. Okay, so this, you see the connectivity area, this is called cloud connector. Okay, so let's say I give you one example here, right? So if you are going to develop a wrap object here in enterprise system, okay, I'm not talking about a web cloud, I'm talking about normal directly a wrap object, your wrap service you have exposed, and you wanted to do the side by side extension of your apps development on the cloud, right? So how it will be going to be communicated? This is the area where your basis team, the person who has the roles to establish such kind of connectivity to from the backend system, they will communicate here, they will connect here some cloud connector. So what is cloud connector is? Cloud connector is sort of very secure communication, okay, which has been established from your S4 system to on-premise, and on-premise to S4 system, or on-premise S4 system to cloud to on-premise system. So basically it is creating a secure tunnel. Okay, if you see this diagram, it is some kind of tunnel it gets created. Okay, if you see here is you have this, let's say, kind of connectivity you need here as a part of your backend connectivity establishment. So you can have your S4 on my system, SAP system, whatever you have, n number of, you can have ECC system, you can have S4 on my system, or various database system you have. All the database you can actually connect through a cloud connector. This cloud connector will help you to fetch all the services which resides in your particular sub account. Sorry, in particular development environment. For example, let's say right now I am connected to I am connected to my dev system. So I must have my S4 dev system access, right? So that once this connectivity established, then I will come back here and I will create a destination. Okay, so what is destination again? So destination is something which generally we create some sort of connection between your service consumption, right? So see, cloud connector is like a bridge. Okay, it creates a bridge here. You see here, it's like a bridge between your backend system and SAP BTP cloud platform system. Okay, what is happening here is, so when you have created cloud connector, this through this cloud connector, which is a secure data connection, from this you will have access to your particular, what I say, services which has been exposed in your system. Let's say you have developed whatever service, right? So via this connection, you need to create a destination, because that destination is responsible to fetch those services out of the system. This cloud connector is not enough only to fetch the records. Cloud connector becomes a bridge, and from the bridge, destination will define the path where you can actually go and create some sort of destination. For example, I'm creating, let's say you gave something like dev, okay, dev service, something, you gave a name, okay, dev service. Now the type is HTTP, description you can find out here, and here you can find whatever the path has been configured here. Under this cloud connector, there's some path will get created. So let's say you get created HTTPS, okay, HTTP, okay, as colon, and something like some port will be like dev dot 443, okay, dot tcs dot com, something like that. It will be created like that. Some path will be generated here for your whatever dev system you are creating. Now, when you coming here, internet. So it has, if you are not putting any authentication, it will not ask you any authorization check. But generally, of course, in trial or something you are doing it, you may not need, because you are the only one who is managing it. But if in case of actual infrastructure, you need to have such kind of connectivity established, so that you should be authenticated user based on your some kind of authentication mechanism. Okay, so you can use something called based on your right now. Let's say if you're on premise, let's say your system connectivity, your S4 his system right now you have on premise, you select as a on premise system, right? And in this case, you will have a different mechanism is available. Basic authentication, OAuth to client. Okay, so this thing is again set of different set of credential which is used from the service layer. Remember what I've told is service key and all. So those details gets passed here. Okay. Now let's say you have a different, these are different mechanism. It depends on your what kind of mechanism your organization use it based on your basic team or whatever the architecture has been decided. So largely use area is no authentication, which without any authentication, which is you assume it okay, everything is secure. One is basic authentication where you have to pass your user credential and password. The another one is called some different way of doing authentication that you can do it. So in basic authentication, you see it here, you pass some of the user. So generally you have option, you can either pass a technical user ID and credential, or any admin ID user credential which you wanted to communicate your S4 system on behalf of every user. So you have those you can actually configure. This location ID again in the area of cloud connector. Let's say you have defined, you have n number of cloud connector. Let's say you have for ECC, you have for S4 system 1, S4 system 2, or any other backend system connectivity, right? And same system you will be going to configure in your different, let's say, quality and production system. Now, how you will be identifying that which system connectivity coming from where, because the path may remain the same. What you will do then in that scenario, you need to pass your location ID. Let's say I am saying here dev underscore location. So dev location is representing that okay, this connectivity is from the dev sub account. So that is additional part. This is the optional. This is not a mandatory part. This is required here. Once you establish all this information, I'm just taking right now, let's say no authentication. I'm just putting it. I'm just saying here test destination. Okay, test desti. It's not a valid one. I'm just creating one. Now, to communicate this, make it available to your business application studio in the BAS, you need to add some property. So there is something called web ID. I told you, web ID is still a name which is used on BTP so that it cannot confuse any new customer or existing customer with the property which has been changed. Okay, so you have to enable it as a, and then you have to say true. Then another property which you have to give it as a support. Okay, like say web ID enabled, then usage SAP client. Like as SAP client is again is pointing to what system you are pointing. Let's say you have a 200 system, right? You can actually add it. Then again you can add here SAP usage. Okay, as a true, again you can use it. Then you have something called for deployment perspective. You wanted to have some sort of timeout. You wanted to make it available, right? SAP Web ID system, you can say it, you can say enabled, okay, or you can say as a true. Okay, this is also true as a flag, I guess you can use it. Okay, now we have another one which is called timeout. So timeout, like let's say you want to save like after 5 seconds, means this is the maximum time. This is in millisecond. Okay, guys. Okay, so this is the maximum second your service should fetch your service from the backend system, or would be able to deploy whatever you are trying to consume it. So these are the something configuration you need required, and then you say okay, save it. So this destination you are creating based on what has been configured here. If this connection has been established, then you check the connection. When you're checking the connection, it is a backend status could not be data. Of course, that's correct right now because there is no, I have established any connection right now, correct? But this I can use it. This I can actually, if something is already connected already, then I would have got the success scenario. Okay, so in case of success scenario, I could have done those kind of stuff which is already available, and I would have like got the connection which is very much usage, and I can say that useful for me, and I could have done all this scenario already available. Okay, so now here what I'm saying here is key your configuration. Okay, whenever you try to do any kind of backend connectivity, it has to flow from your cloud connector to destination system. Okay, then now there is one thing that you need to also, I will make it available for you guys to understand here is something whenever you try, okay, to communicate with any of your auditor services, okay, or something which is already available, maybe let's say in the web like on the browser, or which is something like something which is available on the web, I mean what I'm saying browser level or open auditor service, that also you can actually do that. So I'm giving one of the example which is very largely used in case of what I'm saying in the, let's say you don't have backend connectivity available, right? Let's say you don't have anything available right now, but how you can still, there is something called auditor.org. Okay, so it has something which is widely available, auditor services available, they can use it, okay, from here. So these people has generated some kind of northern auditor services. So here a lot of information you can find for your auditor, a specific auditor and information. I'm taking one of the example for the open auditor source, which is the same exactly available in the web, which is freely available to you. You can use it for your practice purpose, and you can develop your Fiori apps or anything you can develop here right now. And you, of course, you can also integrate into our CAP application just for learning purpose, how you can use anything which is available out of your system which you wanted to access. So I'm just giving an example. Let's say I'm trying to create one of the Northwind is one of the service name which is very widely used name. You might have heard it, which is available on the web. Okay, so what you see here, Northwind, type is destination. I'm saying here, let's say Northwind, okay, open destination. Okay, this is something which is freely available across. Now the path here, what you have to do is HTTPS, and this what you see here, services.auditor.org. Okay, so auditor.org, and here I will say this part I will remove it. It will be like services. Okay, services.auditor.org. Yeah. Okay. So now this is the path which is available, which is globally available. So this path could have been changed if you have done Cloud Connector for any specific services. Now this is available not on premise, it is available on internet. So that's why you have to mention as a internet. And since it is available on internet, you don't have to basically do any sort of authentication, right? Because it's freely available for everyone. There's no such authentication required. Okay, so here, okay, there's no SAP client, not specific to any SAP client I'm going to use it. Okay, I have the only this thing enable here. Also system we may not required here. Timeout is okay, fine. Enable is fine, true. And then one more thing what will be needed is a system. We can just you can just leave it also, that is fine. There anything called something dynamic enabled HTTP by the system. There you will have something HTML which is make something available from your dynamic destination, right? This is something which is you have to make it true. Okay, so this is something, these are the something parameter which you can actually make it true, so that it will be going to available for your scenario. Okay, now you can use default JDK runtime, so that if you are not using it, you have to pass the trust location, what you need to, whatever you have configured. This is again will be coming out of what configuration you have made in your platform. Generally, we use default JDK runtime. Now I will say save. Now this is openly available on your internet. Now I can have a connection established. You see, connection has been established 200 system, right? So this is how we will be working for your another any kind of cloud connector. Now you might have a question, okay, this connectivity you have established with on-premise, do we need to do for cloud also? And the answer is yes. Even for cloud database, what you have, you need to establish a connectivity. That scenario will become cloud to cloud. Right now in your here, what we have is on-premise to cloud. It will become cloud to cloud, because this cloud connector is a bridge of any of your server which you want to use in your development. That's the reason it has to be cloud connector. Now, in case of your, let's say you have a SAP HANA database in cloud version, in that scenario also you will be going to have this connectivity, and you will be still going to create a destination. But generally, in case most of the time it will be gets created automatically the moment you create a establish HANA cloud connectivity from here. It's, you may need not to worry about, it will be automatically gets created as a part of your destination service, right? Because this is already available on cloud, so it will start take care of that creation. But otherwise you may have to create manually also. Okay, so I hope you understood now. So via this connectivity, it could be on premise, it could be let's say as for HANA cloud also. It's not only for or something, or it could be something internet based internet service. Okay, internet or data service. Anything. I am just saying, or I will just say internet. Okay, internet server. So something which is publicly available, that also you can. So every communication has to go through via your cloud connector, and it establishes your connectivity. Then you create a destination, and that destination you will be able to fetch in your BAS development, Business Application Studio. Okay, so there you can fetch it here. So this kind of destination fetching is required majorly in case of Fiori and other apps development, may not much required for your CAP development, because CAP development may you, I will show you how you can actually provide this destination stuff which is required or not. Generally it's for productive environment, but in our case might not be required because we are using in the trial account. Okay, so that's the one thing, but that's the concept remain the same in case of if your productive environment we are using it. Okay, now this is about for Fiori apps. I mean, I will. So out of these Fiori apps, in our CAP development, we are also going to do the Fiori apps. Even in your course curriculum also mentioned, we have to provide you the understanding difference between what is the difference when you are generating a Fiori elements application here, and what is the Fiori style difference application. Okay, so from the BAS, you can actually develop both type of application. Fiori application development, those application which is developed by either your with the help of CAP services or with the help of RAP services, okay, or any API or data service which is available, which is having serious OData annotation. Then you can use your Fiori elements, and Fiori elements having these four types of application. We will be discussing only for list report page development part, and all these application what we are developing is going to have your serious data methodology. Let's say as for HANA you do RAP programming, or if you do in the CAP application development, everywhere we have to use the one terminology which is common, which is nothing but your serious and OData annotation. If you do not have serious OData annotation, then we are having option to create the same Fiori application with freestyle, where you have to create any like every UI component what you see in the, you have to actually write the code for it, right? But in Fiori elements, if you have a serious annotation layer available, 80 to 70% of your UI, like your list report page, your object page, majorly 80% gets generated from your backend service itself. So your UI development or UI extension will be focused on what additionally change required. Let's say you may have to put some button, you have to put some field, you may have to hide something, you may have to handle the user accessibility. So those things only you have to customize as a part of your side-by-side extension, or you can integrate any third-party integration in your application. So it depends on how you want to handle it. Okay, so all these things you can actually very much manage, and you can actually do that things here. Okay, so now you have a SAP UI5 workload. These are the different types of again template available that you can actually develop and design. Okay, so now let's connect to what we have. Okay, so these are some comparison between what are the things you do here. Let's say web ID you might have worked it. So these are a certain comparison has been mentioned. Like if you want to do is bash may you can do cap, but web ID you cannot do the cap. So if somebody using it, so it's available on BTP only, but it's on new environment. Earlier it was SCP. Okay, it was not. There's something called SAP Cloud Platform. Okay, SCP. So now whatever was it inside the SCP, it is a part of now BTP. So BTP new environment and BTP Cloud Foundry environment. So this is nothing but Cloud Foundry environment. What I say, CF means Cloud Foundry environment. Okay. Now it support HANA Cloud by default bash, but web ID doesn't support HANA Cloud deployment. Okay, because there is no HANA deployment actually configured for web ID, so it doesn't support. So anybody who is having any organization which is using web ID full stack, they will be very much restricted to only Fury application development. They cannot do app development for a cap service development, and they cannot even do a HANA based specific data modeling. So this thing what we have to do. Okay, so all these are the major differences. What I will not go into depth, but you can just see that part. And yeah, these are the certain differences in terms of that we will discuss when we are doing that kind of when we are deep diving into our business application studio. So I hope this small introduction to your BAS is gave you an example to understand how it looks like. Okay, so till here, understanding of BAS tool, I hope everyone is okay. Like we discussed a little bit about connectivity and all this stuff. So I hope all are, aligned. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. All right. So okay. So now, see, I generally, when you open your business studio, you will see this blank white page, a screen is coming up. But you may have a question ki, hey, can we customize it? Okay, can we make it something available, right? Can we do something, make it little bit beautiful? Okay, so now you see everything in the left, right, how I can see if you clone, you have a file, edit, all these options coming here. Okay, so you have that option you can do. Come to the right section. If you guys have not done that part, you just check that. Come to right section, customize layout. Click on that. You say menu visibility as a, just remove this. I can just click OK, and just leave it and just refresh it. So whatever the icon bar you were seeing in the left side, right, as a three line icon, you will be now able to see those options which is available as part of your as a icon. You can see on the top itself, right? So that is one change you can see. Another change, if you want to see it here, that you can go back to here, like in the area of setting. Here you can actually do some sort of setting in terms of like theming you want to do. Sometimes if you want to do some different kind of setup you wanted to have. So I generally use some different theme. So I have color theme here option available. You can come here and check what are the themes you wanted to work with. So dark Visual Studio and dark modern dark Visual Studio. So generally I use this. So it will just beautify your, it has little bit dark background what is available for your development you can see, and you can be able to, basically it's a white background, right? So you want it to have or this part, or probably you can also check this dark visual. Okay, so this is also a little bit the same. Only difference will come in the coloring part of some of the words will come in yellow, some of the words will come in those little bit blue and black, something like that. Okay, now when you are starting any project here right now, you have these many options. You can either direct import any of the project which is available for your system, or you have something files and folders what you want to directly import in your project as a part of your files. And if you have a Git repository available, you can directly import that code from the Git repository. Or if you have something as a you wanted to create from the template, right? So which the template which I have shown you here, right? This is one of the template which I have shown you here is something like you can see that like Bash you have, right? Fury you have import So these are the one of the deployment for Fury only. So similar way you will have for CAP, right? So CAP also you can do the development. Okay, so I mean this was okay designed for Fury, but you will have option for CAP also. So for CAP development also again you have option from template. So before I start this, there's another part which you can see here. Come back to extension. This is your extension part. Okay. Let's say due to some of the feasibility in your code, you wanted to have it check that, okay, I need some additional extension. Okay, extension tool. So these are the extension tool you can see here. You can directly add on Python here, GitHub you wanted to add, or anything whatever you are looking for. ESLint check, your code check, Java check if you want to do. So any additional extension which was available apart from while creating a dev space, if you wanted to have another set of those checked, you can actually do it from here. You can actually go and check it and install out of this. Okay, so you will be going to have such kind of additional extension available that you can use it and you can perform it here. Okay, so that extension part you can take care of it. And then if you see here again, this is the area of Cloud Foundry which will decides your what which kind of services application you are bound to. You can see here, of course after login you will be able to see what kind of services listed out in your cockpit Cloud Foundry information. So you have to log in and then check it here again. What are the application you have deployed? If you have any application you have deployed, you can actually see from here also. Even though you don't have access to cockpit, you can actually see everything from here. Only thing I told you now that you should be member of your Cloud Foundry, you should be have that roles and all these required things. Okay. Now, if you come here is Git lens. Okay, this is again for GitHub and all. We can leave it part. This is again run parameter. This is the different perspective that you can leave it. Okay, now source control again. This is for GitHub stuff you wanted to manage, and this is the main area of your project explorer where you actually come and explore the what are the project you have created. You can come from here. You can either work on a single project at a time, or you can actually work or open a multiple projects at the same time. Okay, the best way of working is you select only those application or working in things scenario which you are going to work in a particular workspace. So just open that application so that it will not create any navigation issue like you see here, right? You have a not terminal, you have a go. So if you have multiple projects open, so you have to always specify which projects you have to open the terminal. Terminal means the CLI command which we use it. Okay, which is very much powerful and it's very widely used in our development, in CAP development and Fury development where is. Okay, similar way if you can see here in case of like what are the different areas. So here you have file, you can go and open any particular file out of the project. You can directly import some project from your local system. You can open folder means we have a path, right? You can actually go and open, just for example, if you say folder, so you have a home user and then you have a projects, right? So if you run right now, if you run it, it is blank because there is no projects. So it will fetch all the projects you have created. So see, right now there is no projects. But let's say I wanted to have a specific project only to open, right? So say let's say I'm giving let's say path projects, and let's say I have some sort of project name as a cap something. So I would have seen this list here. I would have okay. Then that project only would have opened here. Right? So that kind of has been given here so that you can be easily focused on what project you are working upon and what you need to focus on that. Right. Similar with from the view, you will be going to open a command palette. Means like something which you want. Let's say you wanted to import something, right? So is there option import profile, import project here. Let's say you wanted to, due to some reason, let's say this part has been closed here, right? So you want to go again of command palette and you search for template. You see open template wizard. So it will again go and open your template wizard here. Again in this, so you can see lot many things here. Again, if you want to edit you want to display the layout in different way, right? You wanted to have a different extension to be used problem. So lot of things are there. Not everything we are going to discuss you. The widely used things just showing you. This is again for run perspective. If you wanted to run from this option from here, what we have for such a specific configuration with debugging all these options, you can do it. Otherwise, you can directly run from the terminals. This terminal again, I've told you, this is more of like writing the command line interface, when you are putting some kind of CLI command to run some kind of information, that will be helpful for this. Help tool is again, it is up to you. If you wanted to know some more information about what are the information is present, you wanted to have some help support, from there you can do. So pretty much, so Bash, if you see now, it's a big tool and project which has been designed for all the developers who can focus on their development. You need not to worry about anything apart from your connectivity and roles required, but not anything which is going to hamper any of your expertise or any of your environment readiness perspective. So that is the best part of UBAS what we have right now. Okay, now so it's time for break. So before I go to the break, we will start our CAP application development project. Anybody having any question on this as of now? So let me know. Then we can start. I mean, we can go for the break and we can come back that part. Okay. So yeah, any question? So don't look at these codes and all. That is just a snippet, so not required. Okay. So I think we are good to go. Okay. So now we'll start with our actual development. For example, let's say what we are talking about is in case of any CAP development project or any development project, if you do in BAS, I have shown you, right? 1 minute, let me share my screen. Okay, so you have already seen that we have option of template. Okay, that you can actually generate anything out of your with the help of the template, that you can actually use it for your actual application development. This is fine for any type of development which you do, let's say for Fury and other stuff. That is pretty much it is okay to proceed with that. I mean, you can use those template. So template will help you to segregate all the folder structure. That makes your development even much little bit better. All right. So what I was saying, in case if you are using any sort of development environment, so in that scenario, you have the option that you can either use a template-based development or you can either use Scratch development. So for any Fury and other stuff you do, for almost every development, it's better to use a template. Template will give you all this feasibility, to segregate your project folder in a predefined projects file folder, whatever the stuff is required for your deployment perspective and all this stuff. Okay, so that is something that we can do, but it also gives you the perspective of not creating or having those folder. If you know it, that's very good. If you don't know it, then it's better to scratch something from the beginning, so that you know which folder file goes where, so that you can create from scratch. Okay, so for at least CAP, we have already that feasibility. So right now we will not go for template. We will do it in the later stage of our. I mean, when we do for such deployment activity, maybe in the later stage of our training. So to start with any of your CAP project, you can directly start with a normal word called CDS init. Okay, and then give a name of your something which is relevant to your project. So for example, I can give some name, like let's say CAP and training something. Okay, like that. So I'm giving, okay, let's keep it in a smaller cap, because module name generally on the bus, but it is very much restricted to a small case. So that you have to be very much clear that you are actually using that naming convention. So cap training. Okay, so CDS init. So what is happening is it will create a new CAP project in CAP training under my project folder. Okay, so I could have generated again the same way, like, I mean, in the normal way, if I would have done the development, I could have developed it the normal way of using generating, but I wanted to show you exactly from the scratch, like how you can actually do the development, having an understanding of each files, folders, where it gets generated. Okay, so that will give you a little bit more information about what you do and with respect to different file, and that will give you definitely a better understanding of it. Okay, so for example, let's say I'm actually doing CAP training I have created with this command line. Okay, and then you can actually do all this stuff. For example, let's say I have 3 folders created here, right? App, which is this part here, then DB, and this is SRB, right? So all these 3 folders, whatever I see here, it is having a certain requirements, right? What it contains actually. So for example, let's say in this app, all the UI artifacts, like whatever UI component you are building up, it will be present. Okay, so all this stuff, whatever you wanted to make sure that okay, you are trying to make it available. Okay, and you wanted to work like with respect to any Fiori elements integration. Okay, all this stuff you can pretty much do in this area of your app section. So all the UI artifacts will go here. Then you have DB. DB is the one folder where you are actually going to perform your all the database stuff. Okay, it means what all the data modeling, whatever you do, that information will go to DB. So here you do data modeling, like serious data modeling. This folder also contains the information about your database, right? Be it your HANA Cloud database and be it my local database, it is going to be okay. And already you can actually discuss all this part, and we can import all this database in terms of local or whatever we have the feasibility. Those information will be present here. Okay. Service folder is the one of the folder which will be applicable to writing those business logic which you are going to expose your OData service. So here, whatever you defined here in your data model, in the service, you are going to expose as a one of the service, right? And that also in this folder, you are going to write your custom handler logic. For example, if you're having a Node.js example, let's say you are going to write down such kind of example. So those information you will be capturing under the service when your service is ready. Okay, here your data modeling, here your UI artifact. So these three folders are very much important. Okay, next one more folder is very much important is your package.json file. Okay, so this package.json file is generally, it is a bundle of all your project code, whatever you information is available. Okay, okay, and in this section, what you do is you need to find out. Basically, I say encapsulated all your project information in that in this particular folder, like what is your name of the folder, what is the dependency you have it, what are the library is required. Okay, okay, all these things you can actually see that it is already captured here. And if you wanted to have certain dependency in during your development, so it's main of your development perspective information. Okay, and that part you can see if any kind of deviation in terms of your any file folder or library. Okay, and after that you can check and see if this is compatible or not. If it's not compatible, it will throw you the error. For example, right now you see these are the red it is showing, right? So what is my dependency? SAP CDS. It is talking about SAP Cloud, okay, CDS library, and Express is another one, Express JS library, which helps your other like running of your authentication part, all these things. And then we have something SQLite is a in memory database or SQLite local database. For that purpose, it has your this perspective available, right? So this part you can see here how you can actually import, how you can correct it, right? So you have two options. One thing you can do, go here and directly see view the problem. So generally, Business Application Studio it is intelligent that it will check your every information, and then it will see if there is any issue that can be fixed automatically, right? Okay, like whatever we are discussing here is like, for example, the version what we have, if there is any upgradation going to happen. So all these things, is it possible to fix by the tool itself, like from the bash itself can fix you? If yes, then that quick fix will be available to you. You see that? You say quick fix. So you do it here or any of it. You don't have to do for all of it. Okay, you just see quick fix for all dependent issue. So I will just say okay. So if you see our console here in the terminal, it has added some of the command. Okay, it has added or updated my folder with respect to whatever the dependency is required. Okay, it has already added some of the part what is updated in the behind, maybe the folder files. You see this node modules were not present, right? This has been actually added back because of this command. If you wanted to separately add it available, right? So you go to that folder. Okay, right now we are in the folder of projects. You go to your projects name folder, like what is saying, cap training. This is the one way of doing it. Otherwise, you can directly open also here as a new terminal. So right now, you have one project. So here you have to navigate. Otherwise, you can right click here and then open in integrate terminal. Okay. So both ways possible. So you right click or do it. If you are only one project, like suppose this folder is not here. I mean, what I'm saying, if you are already here, let's say open folder, and I will go to my projects, and under the projects, I will see I have only one project. I will say okay. So now my workspace will be focused on 1 minute. Okay. Now you see that the project which I have created, it has come up with my what cap training. Now the project folder structure is team, right? So in this scenario right now, whatever you are trying to open, for example, run whatever any action you do, it is now going to point it to a specific to your project here. Okay. Okay. So in this area, whenever you're trying to do, like let's say I'm saying terminal. So see, now I don't have to navigate like project CD or something like that, right? Okay, you got a point. So you don't have to write CD or something like that. Now you can type the same thing what we did here in package.json file. If you have any certain dependency issue, like you don't have node modules earlier. What is node modules? It's a set of library provided by Node.js runtime, which is if you expand this, you will see a lot of information. Okay, these are the library you have it. Okay, I would suggest like if you are already in front of your business studio, so try it parallelly, because that's way you may be a little bit on hands activity. If you are doing it, it will be better for you to learn also. So what I'm trying to say is you see this, there are a lot of libraries are available. Okay, of course I'm not saying you go each and every library and expand and check what it has. So basically what I'm trying to say, this library is responsible. Okay, you got it. So all this information whatever is available is helpful for your cap or any app application development in Business Studio, because in the Cloud Foundry, it is built on your Node.js, top of Node.js support. So that's why node modules is something that set of library. And to make it all the possible scenario applicable to for our deployment development perspective. For example, let's say if you want to do at SAP, okay, you see the CDS. You can even find out a lot of information what is coming here. So you see, go to common.cds file. Okay, you will see here what are the information is present here. Like you see, you wanted to see they have given you this right kind of path also. You can go and check what are the information it is saying here. Type is currency. It is association with SAP common associations, right? So if I am directly using my type currency, I don't have to write a code to define for currency model. Rather, it is going to be very much specific to currency. It will automatically will be fetched from this library, SAP Commons Currency Library. So I don't have to write for it. I don't have to code for it. So there's any specific time zone I have to modify, I can take it. If I have to do some kind of local string manipulation, I can do. So these libraries file, if you want to really get interested and want to have some insight information, like inside the library, what is present, what is not present. If you want to do, then it's actually good for you can do here. Okay, so like that you can actually go through all these files or whichever file you make whatever the possible scenario you wanted to check and explore. So that is something which is normal. So otherwise you can also run from your npm run, okay, or npm simple I for also install, or you can simple say I. So npm I means it is going to install, or you can also run npm install. So whatever they have dependency with respect to your library, what is required here, it will be fetched or updated here with respect to, let's say some upgrade happened, some version happened, right? So all these things will be gets up to dated when you are trying to run this command line. Okay, so npm is very much so your terminal activity is very much powerful. Okay, so you need to be very much make yourself familiar with that kind of information, and that you can actually make use of those things. All this point you can actually make use of it. Okay, so I hope you understood all this scenario and make it available. So those all things you can try and you can make it available. Okay, just a minute, guys. So now what I'm trying to say here is you can actually do this. So this is very important part that we can actually look into it, and you have to check what is possible or not. Okay. Now let's coming to our actual development part, which is going to define our schema. So let's create one folder, or I would say that inside this you will having a DB. So you create one of the file, and I would say this is a schema. Okay, you can give anything like a schema name. You can give some sort of anything which is relevant to your scenario, or you. I mean, what I mean to say is naming is not that much important here. Like it's up to you, but .cds is important. That's something which you need to make it understanding. So schema.cds is something that you can write here, and then here you are going to write something, right? So you are going to make use of something which is available, that you wanted to make it develop something, or anything which you wanted to make use of it. So you will start with something called using, what you are going to using. Okay, so see here, I'm going to use here. Okay, so okay, before that I will not use this. I will just say namespace. So okay, before that also, let's just go very plain. I want to just define my entity. I will say sum of my entity. Okay, that's nothing major stuff. I'm just saying okay, I wanted to have a entity of, let's say, the whatever I have, let's say employee or any users. Okay, let's say users, and I'm saying here okay, this is my entity name, and I'm going to have a body of it. What else I will have it here? In this information, we will be having in the area of what property you need to find out. So what is the first property in every entity? What we do is key, then we say ID, right? So key ID we will define here. Generally what we put integer. I will come back to all the shortcuts and whatever is provided. I'm just right now I'm writing whatever is the way we are doing the development right now. Okay, key ID, let's say the type is data type is integer always, correct? Now let's say I'm saying here as a first name. Okay, and this should be of a string, right? A string, right? That a string could be of length, let's say up to 20. That's it. So I have a restriction of length that it cannot go beyond that. I have a last name that, let's say, can be again of type a string, and it may have a check of, let's say, 10, or maybe okay, let's say 10, not a problem. It could be anything. So now you see I have given to property here right now, and I will say like whatever it has roles here. Okay, or instead of, I will say the name problem. Okay, so instead of user, let's say I'm taking employee. I will just give some good property name is out of it. So it has now email ID. I can have an email ID. Okay, so this also I will keep it as some sort of a string, and let's not give any restriction as of now. Let's say it can have some kind of sort of a phone number that can be again of a type of integer. Okay, and so right now I'm just very plain information I have given it. Now I have defined my entity, but if you see it here on the top, like something is showing red here. You know why? The reason being is whenever you're declaring something, you need to give something reference to your SAP serious library, right? That we have to actually use it something. Okay, so let's understand that first of all there is some information which I'm going to use it, which we generally call it as aspects. So when I'm talking about some set of aspects, so what is the meaning of aspects? Okay, did you guys have used something called aspects in ABAP RAP programming somewhere? I mean, what I mean to say is that anything which we started with some sort of information that you don't have to actually code, but rather you can actually do it directly. So some sort of information you guys have done something like that? It's a general question. It's nothing that.
Sorry, we are not aware of that.
Okay, so there's something called aspects. Okay, so aspects are those something which is actually you can write down in your CAP application, something like that. So let me close this. And so this is the one of the terminology which we use it here. So okay, so CAP I will say dev. So there are a few terminology which will be coming up. So those I will be keep mentioning here. Okay. Now, so the very first thing which we'll be mentioning is here is, so whenever you define something, okay, whenever we are defining any entity, basically we are starting with any sort of development, any data modeling which we are trying to do, right? So all these development, okay, so first thing, let's understand that first, that I have already taken. So I will just take this part, one of the just set of snipping information, just making this thing available, and probably that I can test. Okay. So out of which this you can see here, I have already discussed here, like if you are focusing here, these are the area which is basically our project root structure. We have gone it. So our CAP training. So for example, this word is like CAP training, whatever you see as a module name, CAP training, which is my root project name, right? Root project folder name. So this is the one from the area which you are actually going to do all sort of activity. You cannot do directly can do the deployment from the, so this is your root project folder. Okay, so that is one thing I have just here, just for the reference I'm mentioning here. Then we have something called app section. So what is this app section? This app section does that UI artifacts. I'm just again UI related, okay, whatever you have, artifacts or content or info, okay, something. Next you have something which we are trying to do is, we are trying to do build something called surface. So SRP is being my one of my area where we are doing the service data model, or we can do something. So before that also, let's do we have a DB first. So I will write a DB here. What we do, data related artifacts. Okay, so anything, okay, whatever you do, database and domain, okay, modeling, data mains and domain modeling info. So whatever you do with respect to modeling, that related content will be the related info. Okay, so now next again we will having it. We have next is we have a service. So SRV is the one folder where you're defining your service. So whatever you are doing is service related info. When you're exposing, like say, let's say for data service or any API service, you can say, or API, something like that. So whatever you do, this area. Now, when you are doing this development, after that, it has some sort of information available. Let's say which I am trying to, what I was trying to say is the as a is aspects, right? So when I say aspects, so aspects is something which is talking about some kind of predefined information, right? So let's say what is aspects here. So another part I'm just writing here. So let's say 1 minute. Why it's not happening? Okay. So now in we have a serious library. Okay, something called SAP/library. Okay, so we have a library, CAP library, which is nothing but we have SAP@SAP/serious library. So you have something called serious/common. Now in this one, we have a lot many libraries. So one of the library is aspects. So okay, so this aspects is something which is already pre-configured. I mean something pre-configured in the sense of like you don't have to write any specific code for this. So that will help you to just use those information and reusable aspect. Okay, so aspects is more of defining. So it is like it will allows you to something write down flexibility extent, right? Like that those definition you can directly write down from the library. It's flexible. It's very much flexible, and it has some sort of already defined information that you can use inside your CAP development. Okay, so it is the allows you to extend the definition. Okay, so those what are those aspects we have? What I'm using it, going to use something called managed. Managed is one of the aspects where remember that if you are also creating any kind of, let's say, wrap programming, what you are doing it, you are whenever you expose it, it is going to give you created by, okay, created at, okay, and change something like that, right? So all these 4 5 6 property is going to reveal. So this aspect you do not have to write down the code, rather you just write down, just type manage. So similar way this thing. Okay, so this will be going to give you something like created by. Okay, then we have a created at, then last change something is there, last changed. Okay, so there are 4 property gets created. I think that thing extra. I will just write on something. Okay, extra. Now what I'm saying here, that these are the 6 property will keep added here automatically. There are another aspects which I will be using, which is called something called quid. Okay, so this quid is something helps in generating your some sort of ID automatically. So helps to generate unique ID, unique key ID, I will say. Okay, like that. Similar way, you have other one like so any kind of directory. This is also known as this is also known as aspect oriented development, right? Whether you have sort of this information that you can directly using it in your body, in your basically in your cap development, which is not much dependent on your hard coding, but rather dependent on some sort of library. So these are the one of the things like say how I will be using in my program. That is something you see. Now here, what I will do it here is I will go here and start that declaration. Okay. So I will use my aspects here. So using, I will say here, I will put the parenthesis bracket, sorry, not the parenthesis, curly bracket. And here we will write what all the information I need here. So I will here managed. Okay, and let's say I want to use UUID, so I will mention that name. Okay, now after this managed here, I will be saying from, then you have to provide the path at SAP/CDS/ common. See, automatically has came, so I will just write common, not serious, that just say common. So this will automatically, now you see this, whatever the error was showing, it has gone. You will be able to see there's all information which is coming from that area. So SAP serious and common part, you just managed here. Okay, and SAP UUID, 1 minute, it is throwing something, this path. SAP/common serious. So you can always look at the error part, whatever you are trying. It will always show you what all the information you need and what is the wrong here, and you can actually provide. So see, common ke saath, you have a dot here. So that's why it was throwing the error. Okay, it was dot here. Okay, so that's why it was throwing error. So without dot, it has gone now. Okay, so this is how now you can able to see it. Now you see, once you are writing this, right, you are writing some sort of development you have defined here, right? So sorry, here this was not required, so that's why it's throwing the errors. You see this? If you put here, it is aspecting some kind of aspects you can pass, but I was not passing it, so it should be without any colon here. Okay. Now, if I want to use this colon, so I have to pass my something here as a managed. So the moment I am passing my managed operation, one of them, it is going to create like all these 4 property which I have mentioned, created by, created at, managed, well, whoever last change or something like that, right? So all this thing will be coming here. And my integer, this is something key ID I want to generate uniquely, rather I am writing it, right, to UUID. So see, it will coming from here. So this part also you can, if you want to manage here, so you can also part here comma and then put it here. Okay, so all these aspects, whatever we are trying to use it, why it's throwing error, UI is not okay. So using UID. Okay, so 1 minute. I think this is quid. Okay, quid. Okay, sorry. So this quid is something that also can be useful for, that is for different purpose. That is fine. Leave it. So, okay, so quid is another aspects, and UUID is another aspects which you may not need to define here. Here it just help you to generate some particular ID, and quid is also responsible for your, in case of your generation of all these aspects. Okay, so we will see it. Okay, it's a yellow, so that's not a worry. We will be seeing there are a lot of many aspects we have that we can use it. Another one we can use it, which is SAP itself. Okay, so that is one of the SAP part that we can use it wherever is required. We will try that. So now I have defined my entity. Now this entity, I need to, let's say this is my domain model, right? So the command line which is required here is something called, I will just close this again and we will open it here. And I will say here, if I see I put the terminal, I can directly see my project or directly coming here. So I will say something called CDS watch. Okay. So what will happen here? CDS watch may it will show you what all the things you have it and what all the things you do not have it right now. So if you see here, it has been loaded my data model and I can open it here. Okay, in my, but right now you see here, there is no service endpoint defined here. I can see no, nothing is defined here, right now. It means what? I have defined my entity, but I have not defined my any service exposure as of now, right? So what I will do it in this scenario, we'll go to my service folder and I will again create a new file. So either you can create new file from here, guys, or you can just click on this file. This is for folder and like that. So you just create a file here. I will get here cap-srb.cds. Okay. So what will happen in this scenario is here cap service.cds. So whatever you defined here in your data model, right? Whatever you have the things what you have already prescribed in your local data service, that needs to be exposed as your service, right? I have to define into my service. So how will you connect this folder to that folder, my data model to this folder? So for that purpose, you need to have a namespace. And I believe you guys also do some sort of, that definition when it comes to any sort of communicate. You define some namespace. Namespace means something unique name you are giving it, right, to your service to identify uniquely. So name a space. So I would say the moment you write something now, if it's present in your Bash library, it will auto populate. So I will say namespace. Now I will give some name here. Okay, namespace. I will give some name by my side. Okay, I will just say SAP dot. I will put my cap, or I will simply say my dot cap training. This is my namespace I have given. That's it. So anything, I can give any name, ABCD, whatever I need it. So it's up to you. You want to give name, but this name will be something which will be getting referred in your service. While exposing your service, you need to define this service here. So you will say here using whatever you have the cap service you defined here. Okay, here as you again here in this folder again. So see here, this is my connectivity from this to this. This I am just using my dot cap is my namespace. In this file also, you need to provide as namespace, a new namespace for this folder, for this file folder, what you have. So I will say my cap service. Okay, so this is my new name assigned to this file. Okay, now I will say here from where you have to define the path. So always give single colon, guys. Okay, single quotation, and then you dot put the slash. Now see, automatically it will give you the suggestion. Oh, you want to access DB folder of schema CDS. Yes. You know why it came? Because of this namespace we have given. So it is, see how smartly it is connecting to your data modeling which you have done it. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I will define. Okay. So how you basically, when you write any kind of service definition, right, in ABAP program also, you define a service layer, right? So if I'm not wrong, if you guys have done the development or during training also, they might have told you have two types of RAP development. So we have managed service and unmanaged service kind of scenario, right? So CAP by default support managed service. So what are the difference of managed and unmanaged service? Anyone can give me the just any differences? Anybody?
I think the managed is meant for the standard applications, and the unmanaged is for the customized ones.
In my understanding, in managed, the crude operations, it will happen. I mean, it will take care by itself. In unmanaged, the crude operations like create, delete, we have to write explicitly what we need to do.
Exactly. That's the right answer. Thank you. Yeah, that's the right answer. So managed scenario, you do not have to write any specific code to manage your cloud operation. That's the biggest advantage we have for managed scenario. Okay. Now for unmanaged scenario, generally you have to handle it. Okay, all this cloud operation, like say let's say right now in the cap right now, what I have exposed my service, it is managed service. So it is by default going to support all the cloud operation. Okay. Now, so in this scenario, what I'm going to do is whatever service I have defined here, right? I need to give them a particular name, whatever service I am going to use it, right? So that service, you have to give it as a name. Whatever service you wanted to expose it, give a name, something like service. You define as a service is a one of the word. Now here in this case again, whatever service name, let's say what we have employee service. So you can give a name like employee SRV, something, any name you can provide, and then you can put in the body here. Now here you need to define which entity you want to expose as part of your, like entity of your service, which you are going to expose here, right? So for that purpose, you have to define entity reference here. So you say entity, right? Now you just put the space here, and you can also do push space and then enter. Okay, okay, so you have to write some word, of course, whatever you are remembering. Let's say I have remembered employee, and then you will see here whatever entity you have defined here, like as my employee, you can check this is my employee entity has been defined. It will automatically come. Now in the service, the entity which you have defined in your schema, you need to project as a service. So you will be saying as, this is a keyword, as projection on. Okay, as projection on. Then you will say from where? From my cap service is my name of this new namespace of this service dot whatever the service I wanted to give a name of it, right? For example, now here if you see, for example, what are the information we have it? Employee. So this employee's actual entity reference you are creating with the employee. This is actually a name of your service which you are going to expose here. Okay, so for example, let's say right now it is fine here. See the CDS watch which is running here, right, will automatically detect all the changes in each and every file, and it will identify that whether any changes what you have done it will be fine or not. Okay, so in those scenario you will be able to, you don't have to actually run every time. It will automatically going to be refreshed. Okay, all these changes what you do, even a dot single it will refresh, and it will always give you the option to run here, okay, into the new file and folder. So you can, if you missed that pop-up, not worry, control and just right click, and then here it will going to open your service into a different folder. Now you see here your service, see employee dash service, which has been exposed here as part of my service what I have defined here. Right? This is my employee service. This is my service name here. You see, this is my employee service name here. Now, this employee is nothing but the entity which I have given the name. But this is not the entity actually which you have defined in schema.cds. It's just a name reference here. Your employee is this here actually. Okay, so if I can change this, I can also change that. I can say SB, just for you making it clear that this is not your actual entity. It's just the reference of this employee, and you see here it will be going to change back to employee service also, right? So that's all. But for the ease of understanding, generally we keep it same. But I hope you understood that this is just the entity service. This is your actual entity, and this is just exposed entity reference what you are trying to say. Now look at the metadata, guys. Okay, so now you see here whatever I was trying to say, the managed, and so this is my metadata has been developed by the CAP program, which I can see all the aspects whatever I was trying to use, whatever I have to define my property, I am able to define it here. So employee is my property. This I can see here. This is my employee, and these are the property: first name, last name, email ID, and phone, whatever you have. And ID is my, I have mentioned as a auto-generated part of stuff. Okay, so this key ID is going to be my kind of some sort of auto like my key parameter. And you see this is my ID, the first name, the last name, email, and full. These are the property. But additionally, you see created at, created by, modified at, and modified by. So this is the option which I was actually talking about. So when I'm using this is something which is this is what modified at or something modified by. That is the property which actually going to use it here. So these are something which is going to helpful for you do all this stuff here. Okay, so these are the aspects which is helpful for you to manage those things that rather coding it all of it together. Okay, now the question may be coming arise now. Okay, we have defined the entity. Now we have defined our service, right? And let's say, of course, we will go one by one to make it different other scenario. Okay, what about the data, right? If I want to have some sort of data, okay, right now, let's say if you see, go back, you will also have option of Fury preview. You can go and check. So what it will load is in the Fury preview screen initially, whatever we are trying to build up, it is going to load the skeleton of your projects. Okay, so whatever the skeleton you are providing it is going to provide you that information. For example, let's say the filter, the UI list item, all the information by default will be created. But this is not your actual Fury app. This is not something. If you see here, your app folder is still blank. So only those app will be considered as actual application, which is a part of your this section. If it's not a part of this section, this is not your app. Okay, so what you see is just a preview structure. Okay, so it's a by default search action has came, and then also you can see some sort of information. Let's say if you have seen the Fury Elements application, these are the default behavior. You can have option to adopt filter. Let's say I want to have an email, first ID, last name, phone, whatever. Let's say not email, let's not ID, and something like that. So if you wanted to have available as a filter, it will be added back as a filter. You see, like that. Similar way, if you wanted to have, there's no common defined, there's no column defined as of now, but you wanted to see the email, probably the ID first, and then email, first name, last name, and phone number, right? And let's say ID is something which you wanted to display as a first top one. Okay, then you have to display okay. So what happened, ID will become your first column, and then like that. Right now, whatever you see, it is coming from your data model property. It is not coming from your annotation layer. Okay, so that's where in the question will come. So when you are defining your data model, if you are exposing as a service without annotation, right? Because if you are having annotation, you will have that option to label your filter. Okay, all these filters, whatever you see here, it will help you to provide the naming of your columns, whatever is the pattern you wanted to have it, the static label of your columns you can define. And not every time user has to go and select all these whatever required columns. Rather, you can annotate all the line items column at a time, so that the default columns, right? For every service, there is some sort of default columns available, default set of information available that can be displayed in the list screen. Then user can select only which is additionally required to see. Default generally up to 5 to 10 columns, we generally maintain it. Of course, you cannot maintain all the, let's say you have a 20 fields in your CDS program, but you cannot go and annotate all the 20 fields, right? But you can at least annotate the 10 fields minimum, so that those 10 fields becomes your actual list screen by default, and user can select remaining 10 fields on demand, whatever they need. This is called view setting dialog. Okay, from there they can actually do and all this thing. All right, now you see there is no data. Okay, so I will coming back to the data part. So any questions so far, anybody? It's a very basic example I have taken right now. We will go one by one into the depth. So far, any doubt, anybody? All right. Okay, so one quick question. When you develop a RAP application, right? Which version of your data service getting exposed by default? Like you
Version
when
2.
you do the RAP development by default, or you make it by like some be it version 2 or version 4?
Version 2.
version 2.
Okay, so you have, okay, so there is a reason. Okay, so if you have used the S4 HANA on premise, then version 2 might have been exposed. But if you have used by any chance HANA Cloud or the BAP Cloud, then it will launch your version 4 actually. Okay, not version 2, but the version 4. Now, what you see here, this is also one of our version 4 service, V4. If you see here, OData V4 version. Okay, so the question may arise, okay, so whatever you have done the service, CAP is having a version 4 support. Can we downgrade to version 2? Yes, there is a possibility that also we can actually downgrade those version 4 to version 2, because version 2 is still widely used one of the service which we can have it, right? Now, when you develop your service, earlier when you are also using any wrap or without wrap also, so let's say if you are doing SE38 development, then you have an option to test your Odata services or any services you have developed in SAP Gateway client, right? So do we have, or let's say wrap application, right? Wrap Odata API. So you have a provision to test all these wrap API in your Postman also, right? As an API, you can test all these things. So can we do for CAP? Yes, for CAP also you can do that, but not in the gateway client for definitely sure, and not also very extensive for your Postman. Rather, there is a way. The reason being why you cannot test is because this is cloud hosted, right? API. So if you wanted to have Postman test of your whatever you have developed, you have to connect with your, remember I was talking about, if you see in the cockpit, which we used to have a certain configuration was mentioned, right? What is the org ID, what is the domain ID, right? What is the API endpoint? So all this information might be needed for you to do that, such kind of, if you want to perform such testing, just for your information, I'm telling you, we are not going to do that such testing. We do have another provision that you can actually test your CAP service locally in your development environment itself. So these are information what you see: sub account ID, tenant ID, all these information, API endpoint, right? These all things will be org ID might be required if you are trying to connect with your Postman and then test your API. But right now we are not going to do that things. How can you do that, right? Before I'm saying, okay, hey, my service is working. In my, let's say I'm trying to do the get call, let's say I'm trying to do the post call, how is it gonna work, right? So that things also I can check it whether this is working or not, right? So before doing that, okay, first let's try to put some sort of data. Okay, so we have a two option of putting such kind of data. Okay, one way is either you can have a local data which you can actually show those information which is required to maintain it. Okay, for example, I will go to my DB. I have a going to create a folder. I will say as a data. I will just enter. Now under the data file, I can have a file called with .csv file. Now this file pattern is very interesting. You have to create a file of your as a database, basically. This is your in-memory database, local database, as a CSV file, which will act as a table, right? Even if you do any kind of local development or any Eclipse AG tool, right? You have an option, you can develop an internal table, right? And then you post some kind of data from one of the table, right? So it's just imagine same sort of definition here. This act as an internal table in terms of CSV file. This is your static database, of course. Now, so here to maintain a .csv file, what you need is you need a same namespace what you have given to your schema file or whatever data modeling file, right? So the namespace remains same. So you have to say my .cap training, okay, and then here you have to say whatever the entity name you want to refer to. Dash my name, entity name is employee, okay, and then you will be saying .csv file. Okay, so this is one of my database. So just imagine this database is the same way. If you have an actual DB now, so that DB will come here. Okay, and that DB table reference you will have it. And when you open that table reference, you will be seeing all the columns what you have defined. So what you see right now,
as a database, it is going to be exact replica of your original database. Okay, so whenever, that's why in the CAP there is a provision that you should do your development in local with the local data model, your local database, and only during the time of your deployment. Let's say you have a HANA database, right? So during the time of deployment, you switch back to your HANA DB. Now question may arise, okay, then how it will check all this data property and all? Yes, so in that scenario, you just have a reference of same data copy in your local database as in-memory database, which is also known as something called SQLite database. You have to create or replicate the same property which is actually available in your database. What is the advantage? I will tell you. Let's say due to some reason your connectivity has been failed, the local database, whatever you are trying to do, which has been failed. Okay, so all these perspective, okay, will be automatically handled when you are switched back to your actual database if you are referring the right property. Okay, so that's where you can still continue your database even your data HANA database is down or there is some restriction or something, maybe some restriction you have it, you can still you can perform all your development without any restriction. Okay, so now here what I'm saying here, I will be showing here is like, let's say, okay, I will be, okay, let's say first, right, I will my here first name, and that I will file here. Okay, here, okay, first name. Then after this, you will be having another one which is called last name. That property you just have to keep mentioning here. And then you have whatever the next you have email. So you need to maintain your email as well here. Okay. Then next what you are going to put here is your phone number, right? So as one property. So just imagine this is your actual database which you are going to dealing with it. Okay. Now you're going to put some sort of information, right? So I will say yes, Jaren, let's say, then I will say tech, and then I will say here like email to Jaren, okay, and ZaranTech@gmail.com. Okay, and then I have some sort of some number randomly I'm giving it. Now let's say again I have a data, and then I have some sort of, let's say, service, and let's say you have some sort of another one like TCS at the rate, or I will say user at the rate tcs.com. Okay, and then you will be having another some sort of number that can be anything that I'm just maintaining it. Okay, now this is your local database. So now the moment which I am now referring my entity, whatever I have it here right now, it has been already refreshed here. You see that it is already refreshed by some sort of time, whatever I'm going at here. And you can also see here this kind of DB in memory DB has been created. So if you see your local, your console part, okay, this is very interesting. It will keep telling you what is happening. So it will say you like CDS has been served all with mock data because of this in-memory stuff, and this binding from whatever the service we are trying to do with the service.cds service.json file, which is registered file, which is not, of course, not my file, I would like a library file, and this is my database reference to in-memory SQLite here. It is already successfully deployed. Means whatever I have done my data, right, modeling has been already successfully connected to each other. And now you will see here this information, whatever is coming right now. Let's say in the bottom you see here, and come back here. Okay, so this you see this has been already kind of mocked, means like I am doing it locally right now. It is not something related to information which I am trying to pass on any server side, which is locally, which is mocked. Okay, and then it has been generated. So there, if any error, it will actually generally throw you some kind of error mark, or if something warning, it will throw you that way. Right now in this scenario, we have just a local host and all this thing. You can just rephrase it and you can try to run it from here again. Now this time, when you are trying to fetch the record, right? So whatever the database we have maintained, it should be going to fetch. Right now you see it's saying here there is no value. Okay, the one thing which we have missed it here, I think this is the ID which we are maintaining here. So that things we can have to maintain some sort of ID. And let's say I'm going to 234, whatever ID I have it, and or one more thing, 1 minute, because UID I have mentioned. So what mistake could be is this. This would be that. This is semicolon, and yeah. So now let's see what is going to happen. Okay, so dollar value again, it is not able to read. Let's see. Okay, so here we have first name. You have to make sure that your spelling, the parenthesis, whatever you are trying to use, it is actually same, and then it will be going to take care of your thing. So let's try that while putting the ID part. Okay, though it is UID supposed to create
the first name,
because
you have a double I in the first name.
yeah, that is also one thing, right? So let's try that. Okay, so let's see, because UID generally works with the actual database, but let's see, that's what I'm suspecting. Let's try that. So first name, now try this, and okay, so I think this is pointing to first name, last name. It is pointing to ID part. Okay, so ID, because we don't have the actual database, right? So it needs to be passed some value. So I'm just passing something, and let's try to pass something like 7, 8, 9, 10. So during runtime, you may face such kind of things. So don't worry. You will be, if you say it, something is coming up, you can actually always, there is a way you can fix it as well. Okay, all right. So now this is something which I am passing right now as my cap training employee.csv. So this path and all, whatever we see here, it has to be correctly defined, then only you can work. Okay, still not coming. Let's see what we have it here. My.cap training, what we are given here, my.cap training. This name has to be same. So namespace here, let's try once again and try to rename and just see in case if you have any deviation. We'll just try. And then EMP.
In entity also you have first name as double I, FIASTS. You see here, line number 7.
Here?
Yeah, line number 7.
1 minute. Line number 7. Okay, that is also fine. Yeah, right. So we have first name, and yeah, we have this. Okay, this is already there. So let's see now what is coming. Okay, so now you see there, that's how it's coming the data. So all this data, okay, let me just give a one sort of, ID generally it's okay. I have defined UID. So in real time, if you have actual database, it should create automatically if you have actual database, but I think we have a local right now, we have to pass it. So that's the reason it will not be able to fetch, and you will not have just see what ID section will be. Yeah, you see this. See, this is the ID. This is what I was saying. So this is auto-generated ID. If you are not passing it, it is something which is getting generated. Okay, so some here and there sort of mistake. You might have some kind of like namespace or entity reference, property reference. Then obviously it will not fetch your actual database, right? Now, so you see the data which is static, right? But the question may come here, okay, do we have any provision? Let's say during runtime, you manipulate the actual database, manipulate the actual data service, what I'm going to use it in my service. There is a way that you can actually go and pass on all this data without passing as a runtime data. For example, let's say whatever I have defined is my CSV file, right? As a one of my static database right now, I'm passing it. So I can actually pass on all this data. I can manipulate during runtime also. Due to some information, I can do it. Okay. All those options, whatever we have it, we can actually find out and we can perform all these action whatever is required. Let's say, for example, under the service folder. Okay, so you have one option that you can actually try out. Okay, one of the file I will create, but with the same name. See, I have cap service. I will say again cap-srb.js file. Okay, now see, under this cap service.js file, what I will do. This is again your runtime file. Okay, what is this runtime file? So runtime file is something which is responsible, okay, which is responsible for you to perform some action, right? During runtime, all the JS file what you see, all the JS file is something which is bound to your actual whatever the service is getting called, right? So when the service is getting called, what you need to do, what your service supposed to do, you need to have some set of handler is the handler, some sort of event handler is there, okay, some sort of message handling is there, some sort of user validation is there. So anything you want to carry out, let's say some data manipulation you want to do, so all this thing can be done also at the during the runtime. Okay, so whenever you have JS file, you have to runtime. Now, how will you call your service? So see the way we called it here, right? Like how we define our schema, then we connected this to our capservice.cds file, and then with the help of our namespace, correct? Now in this namespace, now if I wanted to have some sort of information related to in JS file, right? So in this JS file, how will I connect my service, right? So how we will do that? So that is another keyword which is available for you to be make sure that you are actually working. So there is something called module dot, okay, module dot, you have our next option, exports. You see exports that automatically come up. If you not, you can type also n equals to. Now here you this is your again guys. So this is a some sort of Node.js and JavaScript programming. Okay, so see there is not so much extensive, I would say, the Node.js and JavaScript going to be used here, but somehow it will be up to certain extent it will be used. But it depends on your custom logic during runtime, how complex you want to handle it. This particular file itself can be very complex if you are going to write such custom handlers during the calling of the function. Okay, so there is a function which is predefined for the cap service, which is called lifecycle method, which we will be writing as a SRV. Okay, so under this SRV folder, we can actually write down this. So now see again, you might be confusing. Okay, what is actually this? What I'm writing here right now? Okay, so just to give you overview of this up to from here to here. Okay, this is actually a fat arrow function. Okay, so I will just write down something here. This is called a fat arrow function. This is the notation of JavaScript function, fat arrow function. Same thing, you can actually do it by with the help of writing a function keyword and all this thing. Okay, you write here function and all this thing. You can actually do that, but that's the old approach. This is not, I mean, what we follow in cap development programming. It's very much something called aligned with the new guidelines of coding of Node.js and JS. So your cap framework itself built on something called ECMAScript version minimum 5. Okay, or 6 is mostly they are supporting from the ECMAScript 6 version. This fat arrow function has been reduced, so this is very much compatible with 6 version and automatically supports that. So downgrading is not a good idea. Always let's upgrade it part. Okay, so fat arrow function, this is your something here. SRV is something called whenever you write something in parenthesis, something called, this is called parameter. Parameter means the property reference on which you wanted to do something. Okay, so service SRV is going to be one of my parameter to do some sort of information. Okay, some sort of action I want to do. Okay, now when I do now module.export of service, now in this block, what I will do here is I will be writing all this stuff back here. Here, what I will do, I will be calling my all the life cycle method. Okay, so let's understand here first what are the life cycle method we have in case of node or like cap development, what we have, right? So let's say I will just copy once again and I will put that, I will remove this. So let's try to understand what are the methods we have in cap development. Okay, so first method is in case of Node.js, so we'll say cap service lifecycle methods. Like similar way, if you guys have worked or familiar with SAP UI5, SAP UI5 also having right some sort of forward lifecycle method. Similar way, cap also having some sort of that lifecycle method. The one is service.on. So I will say here, for example, any service. So SRV means service I'm talking about dot on. Okay, so this method will be used. Okay, this method called while accessing or performing or while calling or whatever. I'm just writing calling means any operation. Okay, it could be call, post, create, read, whatever. This method call when while this method used. Okay, this method used while calling the CAP, the auditor service, the CAP service, CAP auditor service. Okay, similar way you have something called srv dot before. So what this method does, anything which you are calling, so this method will be method called just before. Okay, just before the CAP auditor service, before calling. Okay, just before this method is used, I would say just before calling the CAP auditor service. For example, you want to do some sort of to handle, let's say, example, to handle some business validation. Okay, you say like user validation you wanted to do before they are making a call, etc. Right? So that's one of the some of the example you can actually use it. Service.on ka example could be like while, for example, let's say for any read operation. Okay, for read call or I will say get call. Okay, and while processing the call itself. Okay, while calling or while doing, okay, read or get call from the service, you are making some changes, right? Doing some data or validation or changes or extra or changes or manipulation. Okay, or some custom logic, anything you wanted to write. So these all things you can do on this method, depends on the use case, right? What you wanted to handle when service is getting called, right? So all these things you can do it on while calling. What check you need to do, perform some validation, data check, everything you can do, right? Similar way, now you have service dot after. Okay, service dot after, that you can check it here, and in this section also you will be seeing it. That is something how what you will do in this area, right? So on this all sort of discussion what we were having it here, this method is again this method used just after, because name is itself, right? Just after the or CAP service called. Okay, means for example to handle, okay, the auditor response what you are getting from the body, right? Auditor response what you want to perform, or to validate what the whatever the data model which you have received something, right? Or to execute some sort of custom handler, right? To execute some custom logic based on the data response logic, based on your data response from the service response. So these are the some sort of information. It's nothing like it's restricted to that scenario. Scenario could be anything. It's just like you need to understand which method you need to call when, right? So this is very informative. Say in things like you need to understand what to call when. If you have to method something to before, after, and on, based on that you can use this information and then you can actually try it out. Okay. Now, so here I have given here. Now what I have given, you saw that, right? I have a data. I have given a employee.csv file. Now I wanted to manipulate, right? I wanted to do some data change while calling my service. I'm just an example. Let's say I'm just making some changes while making a call to my service. I wanted to modify something. Okay. So I will say service. You know, this is your service is one of the folder, and dot on, right? So service and dot on is being one of the service available. Now in this method, what you will be doing here, we will be calling what method you wanted to perform. My method could be any CRUD operation, right? It could be like, let's say you have a read operation, right? You have something you want to call. Now, which entity you want to call, right? So my entity would be now right now will be employee, right? Because this is the only entity we have defined right now, right? So during this entity call itself, right? When I'm making a call, service.on while making a call, while making a read operation of employee entity, I wanted to have some sort of calling. Okay, so some sort of definition, whichever we have it, that will be, I will be taking care of that data I want to manipulate during the runtime itself, right? So what I will do here, I will just putting it here. Okay, now whatever we are doing it here is, we will be calling those information as part of my data manipulation. So what my requirement is, okay, whatever data I am getting from my CSV folder, let's say I wanted to maintain it from the runtime. I wanted to have some sort of different data which is available, and I wanted to have some sort of data during the runtime itself. So I will say, okay, what property I have it right now, you have to pass those all property, which is my first name. I will be passing those first name here, and then provide the property whatever you have. Now let's say I am going to give some different name like SAP, something I'm giving. Okay. Now I will give here my next property, whatever I have it here, right? So the property which I am having right now is the last name. Okay, so I will be changing this last name again back to some property like, let's say, lab. Okay, something like that. Okay, and now let's say I have another property which is now email. So I will say here, let's copy it, email. I will say email and colon again, and I will say, let's say, user. Okay, at user at sap.com. Okay, user at sap.com. So this scenario which I will be handling, user at sap.com, and then let's say I want to manipulate another property which I have a phone number that I can write down in any form of it. Let's say we have some sort of number which is going to be useful as an entity. Now, so what is happening in this scenario? Understood that. So what is happening here is during the runtime. So this is my runtime handlers here. Okay. So on this, while calling on this, I have changed my data. Okay. It could be anything. It's just one example of changing the data. I'm just providing one set of data right now, or I wanted to just manipulate some property of my data, or you wanted to exclude some part of data that I can do it here. I wanted to validate something. So any custom handlers, if you know JavaScript, and if you know some sort of how you can handle all this logic in Node.js, some basic understanding of JavaScript required and Node.js required, it will be easily, you can manage it. So now if I run this program, so what will happen is during runtime, this data, whichever I'm trying to use it right now, it is going to fetch those data which I have declared right now here. Okay, you see here SAP lab user sap.com and phone. So now it is ignoring the database whatever I have data. So this is very much possible also, right? Even in your actual database of your SAP HANA, whatever you have it, if you wanted to manipulate some sort of property or data during runtime, yes, it is very much possible that you can actually do it. Okay, so till now everyone is okay. Okay, before I move on, one last topic for the day.
So one question, Manu here, how it overwrites the data? Because initially it's taking the data from CSV file, right? Now it's taking the runtime. By default, it will overwrite if we give anything in JS file.
So this is, so generally what happens when you have a JS file, right? This JS file will become now your runtime file. Okay, so this runtime file will be executed first, okay, than hitting your backend service. So this runtime file, if you have defined something to override your data, see, you are not posted yet as of now, right? I'm just saying, I'm just providing here. If I perform post operation, it will be a create operation in your database. You got my point? So the way I have provided my static database right now, which was one of the database available for me, but since this static database during runtime, I want to have a different data set. Okay, so I have just manipulated, but I have not created. I hope you understood the difference here. When I override completely, like it will just go and change the value of here also, then that's a problem. But we are not changing anything. We are just providing some set of data during runtime. So as long as application is running, that time only this will be present. If it's not running, it will not present. For example, let's say if I comment it out, okay, so now it will run. So it is not going to change anything at all in your program, whatever you are trying to run. Right now, let's say if I am clicking on it, it will again go and fetch your actual database. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, let it run, or probably have to come in. Okay, so I think service.on, or you can also try CDS watch again.
I think we are
Okay, so
passing the empty array, right? So it is returning empty.
Empty array is also one thing, yeah. So we have to, yes, correct, to the empty array also, yeah. So that's another reason that it is having a value of array, right? That is another part you can see. So it depends on if you are having some set of data, you can manipulate. If you want just an example that you can do during a calling of any service, you can actually form such kind of information. Okay, so that set of data, you can create n number of data by creating the same sort of property. You can write down here and it will create you data. So it's just an example of making it. We will be running different set of of course, the usability that we will be check, and then we will see that how it will going to actually working for your actual JavaScript or Node.js language sort of information. Right now, what we are doing is an example of doing something during runtime. Okay, that's a very basic example which we are trying right now. Okay.
Okay.
So it is
Okay.
not.
Yeah.
It has not updated anything in the background. It has not replaced the database from your database what we have already here. So that is not happening. It will happen only via your post operation, right? So when we are post or update operation, that's where it is actually going to be useful. Otherwise, it will be remain the same. Okay. Now I hope it's clear for your doubt. Okay. Now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So
Sorry.
yeah.
So what will be the response for this statement, Manav? So if the read is failed means how we will get the response for this one?
I didn't get you. What read is failed?
So that on write. So on we are reading the value using this one, right? Using this value, right? First name, last name.
Okay.
So if the read is failed means how I get I know whether it is a read is success or not.
That is actually there. Okay, so see here. Okay, so this one example which I have gave you right now. Okay, so I will see there is one thing. So that now I'm just passing some data. Okay, so doing those stuff what you are saying right now is a different set of operation. For example, let's say something you might have heard try catch, right? So when you're saying service.call and on if information, there will the way of calling will little bit change. Okay, here you see it the entity name, and then you can find something. Let's say you're writing some kind of request body, and in that request body, let's say you are writing something. So I will be discussing about all this. Okay, so not now, it's very initial stage right now, so that's why I'm not over. So you will be having some sort of parenthesis here. Okay, you will be writing those information whatever you need to write all this information here, not this. Okay, and then in this body, okay, there is something called try, and then something called catch. Okay, here you will be having a catch. So these are the area where you will be getting, you can find out what went wrong. Okay, so you will be having some kind of request is there, right? So you can find a request. Generally, in case of any response, it will be fetched as a headers. Okay, or whatever information is coming, then it is one of the property you can find what response you are getting. If you have a response, then based on certain data, you can actually try catch each for success, catch for error. So those things you can actually handle it. So you got a point. So this right now we have just started with very basic.
Yeah,
so we have not many things to cover. Okay, don't worry. So all the error scenario, positive scenario, data manipulation, post operation, update operation, everything is possible. So it's just one of the approach, just showing you key during runtime. If you wanted to perform something, this is one of the example which has been shown to you that you can actually do it. Okay, hope it makes you clear out.
Thanks, man.
Okay, now so in general, like whenever we do any development, generally it's good to good to be present to do some sort of testing, right? Before you handing over to, let's say that you were saying, okay, my service is ready. Okay, in that scenario, it is good if you can test your local service before implementation into your application. Okay, so is this possible? Yes, it is possible. So we can not have to very much go and postman and do all this stuff. We can actually do in your local business application studio. Okay, once you do that, okay, and you can be able to test. Okay, and those information, whatever you are trying to cover it, you will be able to test that services. So you have to go and create one of the folder, which is very standard folder, which is used widely in our scenario. So you have to go and create one of the folder under your project itself. Okay, and here you need to create. Okay, and you will be going to create one folder called test here. Okay, so you create one of the test folder. So what I am doing to do it here is I will be going to create some of my test script here. Okay, so here I am going to create a file. So whatever schema I have defined, my service, everything, I want to test here. Okay, how my get operation, my post operation, is it going to work or not? All these things you can actually test here. Okay, so for example, let's say I am saying here schema dot HTTP is my file extension here. Why it is so? Because this test file will act as some sort of my server. Okay, which is I am running in my browser. So anything which is you are calling in something in the browser side, it will be go as HTTP request, right? If you have seen that, okay, even if you check any of your service running here in this and you try to check all whatever the things you can actually find out here if something is triggered here. If you see here employee has been triggered, right? So this is the kind of network you should going here, right? So this is nothing but your kind of HTTP call which you are making it. So all this information whatever you are trying here, you see this value has been captured, all this. So this is pretty much behavior is same. So this is your HTTP call which you are making it. So that same sort of information you wanted to test in your, it's good to have those test folder in your application so that you can actually go and implement those information as soon as you are going to develop it. So in that scenario, in our scenario also, let's say I am going to have such scenario available. So now schema.http will be going to refer my local, right? My local development area of whatever entity I have developed, whatever service I have developed, it will be going to reference of my service. So what I will create is in this file, I will be providing my server. So I will say @server and provide the server name. My server is nothing but this is my server. You see this URL is my local server. Okay, so this local server you have to provide the path here. So you just say this is my local server. Okay, local host and that way. Then you provide what is my service. So @service. Okay, @service. Here now you see this. What is my OData extension? Okay, what is my service extension? You see my service extension. If I go to metadata, my service extension is this. So you will be providing this service path here. So OData B4 is my path up to here. So my OData B4 dash employee service. Now this is being my server. This is my being service path. Now I will be able to perform something. Okay, 1 minute. Okay. Now, so I will be going to create some response here. Okay, so I will just use some set of some call here. Let's say what my call is get call. Okay, and then I will just write server. Just select it. It will automatically create this kind of curly braces everything. Server, then write service. So it will come here up to this path. So basically is the path I'm doing. So this slash up to here. If you see here, this is the path, right? This is my basically it's my local path. This is my OData path, and then I am going to call my entity, which is my employee entity. So EMPLOY employee. Okay. Now you see this. The moment I mention the get, automatically send request option has came here, right? So this is one of the option which has came here. I say get call. Okay. So when I say here, you see I have given my get information, or I can see now this information has came. Okay, so right now, whatever data, okay, so this is coming because of my that service I have written here. That's why it is coming from my runtime service, but it will fetch you from your actual service as well. So not a problem. So I will, for now, for this scenario, I will just comment it and we'll see. Once again, I will try to call this. So it will fetch from my server. Okay. So now I'm going to call this server. So now see, this is coming from my server. You see all this, whatever server means my database locally, which I have created. So whatever data I'm seeing, I will be able to create that. So this is a get operation. Now I told already, right, you wanted to have some sort of, post operation, right? I mean, you need to, because it's a managed service, right? So ideally it should support your managed service, whatever the information you are trying to do, right? All this information, it should support generally. So let's try that. So I will try my post operation. Okay. And I will say post. Now again, type server. Okay. And then again, type service. And then type here employee, because the same employee I'm going to modify some data, but you have to create a body of it, right? What body? Okay, so what is the supported body generally in case of OData? What is the type of supported body? I mean, I think it's same for any type of OData service which we develop. We have certain set of body which we maintain. What type of content type we generally send to, like we accept from the front end.
Is it XML?
Yeah, like when you send some kind of payload, right? Payload structure. So what are the structure we are expecting from the server from the UI or any data set
XML.
to you can.
Is it XML? JSON,
right? So you have a content type is JSON. So you have to mention that what is your content type. You can also see here automatically option will come content type. Now you write here application, and then here you see JSON option, right? Now you put down all these database artifacts, whatever you wanted to modify. Okay, let's say first name is one property which I wanted to modify. So I will say, or I will just copy something directly and I will modify to, let's say, SAP. Okay, and then let's say last name, I will modify to something as a lab, right? And I have another property which I'm going to pass, which is my email. So let's say I'm going to put this information as a user at SAP.com, something like that. And my phone number would be something like that. So my phone number should be something like this. So age could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so like that, something which I have tried to pass on. Okay, so now my body of my, basically the request of my server, which is going to be enabled. Now in this case, whatever property I am trying to create here, right? So basically I'm going to create a new entry, right? You know that key ID is being automatically uniquely generated. So like see, if you see our database, so in our database, it is, see, there is no ID filter, ID file has been mentioned, right? Because the reason being, I have defined my, where is my service? Defined my service as a UUID. So if a UUID you have mentioned, this is one of the, as I mentioned, right? This is the managed kind of aspects which will help you to create unique ID. You don't have to explicitly maintain such, like a static ID for your cases. So that part, even during creation, you can actually do that. What I'm saying, ignorance, but there is something called foreign key. We will discussing that about in the next session. Those kind of ID you should not be going to ignore that, else it will throw you error. For our scenario right now, what I'm trying to do, we are just trying to do create operation with the help of post. Now I will say, okay, go and send request. Now see, the response is created operation, right? It is means that the entry whatever I have made it has been created. Again, guys, see, this is not actual database server, right? This is your runtime. Right now we are doing it. So this is actually not updating your CSV file, because CSV file, this is the file type, right? This is something which is not going to put here. What I'm saying, learn the process. So if you have an actual database, if you have done the post query, your database would have been already taken care of update operation. Since in local database we are having a CSV file approach, you cannot You cannot you cannot change this information, but you can test your service. Is it compatible with all these update or information whatever you are trying to pass on? Is it able to do any such kind of information whatever you try to update those information, create some information, those operation is you're able to do it? That is something which you have to learn. So this is, you see, I am able to create operation. It's a managed cap service, so it will automatically will be going to create those entry in your actual database if you have it, and it will be going to perform all these CRUD operation, right? Similar way, if you wanted to have some sort of update operation, then you need to pass the ID, right? So such kind of scenario, then maintaining your static ID is important, right? Because you cannot, because see, the ID is something which is getting created automatically, right? This is something which you, ID is something which you have to define it. So in that scenario, in your serious structure file, what you have it here, you then don't use the ID. Then you have to use integer, and then you pass the value in your database. And then by referring those information, those as a key field, you can actually manipulate those information background, whatever property you wanted to make sure of it. Okay, so delete operation, update operation, okay, and try get operation. So these two operation, I mean, whatever we have, all this CRUD, read, update, and delete operation, give a try, and we will have another, I mean, in-depth another topic discussion in CAP programming. So we have a very basic understanding as of now. So I hope you understood how you can test your local event, sorry, any of your service which you are building. In fact, within your in CAP, within your bash tool itself, you can perform all these operation, and you can do all sort of whatever changes you are trying to make it. Okay, so we are not writing any explicitly handlers to manage my get call, read call, update, and delete, whatever is not. It's very much supported already as part of your manage. Only thing you need to take care of it, that is something you need to take care of your data model that you are defining it, your service which you are going to expose it, and this is the area where you are actually going to make some sort of your custom handlers or your runtime handlers you are trying to make while making a call of your service. It could be anything. It could be service.on. Let's say, for example, you wanted to have any kind of, let's say, service.on, right? Or you wanted to have some sort of same thing information or any information you wanted to perform with respect to service.after. So service dot, let's say, before you wanted to make something, so that is again any method you can write on here. So same way you can actually perform that. Similar way you can have anything you wanted to perform service dot after, right? And you can also see here service dot after. So we will be seeing other stuff also, like you might have heard about the word something called asynchronous call. You might have heard something called, something which we call in JavaScript very famous, which is called await function, means promise function, right? So all these things, promise functionality, all these things will come into the picture. Okay, so these are the JavaScript, some sort of Node.js language understanding, not much extensive, but somehow whatever much I can tell you additionally, because that understanding also required as a part of your CAP training because of this custom handlers. Okay, so I think we are stopping here. For if you have any doubt, you can ask me, and we will continue with different sort of topics and fundamentals what we have. We will keep adding those, terminology and fundamentals what we need to learn and implement in our application. We will keep doing that. Okay, so any questions so far? Service. Yeah, so we have the, yes.
This JS file is for event handler, right?
Event handlers and your custom handlers.
Okay, then what is CDS we are using, right? That .cds in service definition. That is
yes, so
JS and JS.
Yes, so for example, let's say here, here I have mentioned a schema.cds, right? A schema.cds. So here I am doing what? I am doing data modeling. Okay, then I have a cap service.cds.
Yes.
What I'm doing here, I'm doing service definition to expose it as an auditor service. Okay, and then I have same thing, cap Same. See, name should be same here. Okay, this should be cap. To say small anything. It should be exactly same name. Only the extension will be going to change. Then it will communicate to each other. And this is here. Okay, cap dash srb dot js. Here you write runtime. Runtime means when a service is getting called. You see here, right? In our scenario, when I'm making a call, data is getting manipulated, right? You see this because of this is getting added during the runtime. So because of this runtime behavior, it is called that kind of information you are passing from the JS means during the runtime. So if you are doing something, change. Okay, so runtime logic, runtime.
It's like if I want to do any validation during my application or perform anything, means we can write it in JS.
Yes,
in
custom
JS,
custom logic you want to doing here. Any event handlers, event handlers also you can actually do. So there are we will come back on. There are something you define in CDS layer, some sort of event handlers. That handlers you have to manage in your JS file. So all
if
these
I want
things
to do any validation for
do.
field, we can write that validation.
Yes,
Okay.
data validation, user validation, everything, whatever logic in JS or Node.js language. Okay. That's it. Basically, this is going to be more of your JS understanding. If you have it, you will be little bit. You will feel. I mean, if you are not much aware of JS and order, so CAP having a this is the difference. Okay, because of that, ABAP developer will little bit have a complexity because of the additional CDS and data modeling. You will be having not much that much problem. You will be much aware of very much. Only the some syntax and CDS will be different, but not additionally. Remaining JS things only will be a little bit different for all you guys, and that's full. And of course, the concept of that CDS that what we are talking about, that this one SAP CDS library. So this is a very much common how to use this. That we use some sort of aspects and all. So there are a lot of things available here, right? So we will be discussing, no worries, but one by one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Anyone having any question?
Hi Mano. So is there any reference site is there to land the Node.js, Mano?
W3 SQL, you can actually go and check it. That is the basic place which you can actually learn from Node.js. So W3 SQL. Why? Because it's a very for Node.js. Okay, so this is the area which you can go and learn for Node.js. So this is the very basic stuff they will tell you. So you can at least be a little bit familiar. Okay, see how this function gets written. But in CAP, you will not see this function definition. You will see the kind of fat arrow function. But at least give a try. I mean, you see how you call the module. You see I was calling it a module and all these things. So how we call the module, import the module, see required word, we saw that, right? Required word, we are using it. So it's all coming from the Node.js library. Okay. All right, guys. So we have to, so give a try and we'll try to see you in that next topic.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which annotation is used to expose an entity as an OData service in CAP? Option A, at OData. Option B, at service. Option C, at expose. Option D, APERS protocol, OData. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to build smart cloud apps fast? Our SAP S4 HANA BTP with CAP course is just for you. You can learn at your speed on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP BTP and CAP. It's like a set of tools to help you create and run cloud apps easily. Our course covers everything from basics to advanced skills. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with lots of experience. They're here to guide you and answer your questions anytime. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found it very useful. Best part? It's affordable. This great chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP BTP and CAP expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So in session, I hope if anyone has tried out something in your business studio in Bash, basically I will use the word. So in Bash, I hope everyone has the access and you have tried some sort of a small training or anything. It will be great if you have done that. Or if you have any doubt in session, you can ask me if something you need to clarify. Okay. All right. So let's start with So let's go inside our sub account. So every time, one more thing, guys, with trial account, it's very important that you have to keep it active. Okay, I think if you are inactive your trial account for more than a week, especially you are not doing any activity, at least login is required. If you are not even logging in, your trial account will be suspended. Okay, so make sure if you have a trial account, you can keep logging it a few times in a week so that it will be active. Another reason is like this kind of trial account has certain restriction in terms of 90 days or something, right? But you can renew it. For example, let's say if the trial period has completed 90 days, you can there will be pop-up will come. Do you want to extend your membership by next 30 days? So you can again click on next 30 days. Okay, so you just this cycle you can keep continuing. If you are active user, it will keep continuing. By chance, let's say you have been lost that sub account. Okay, with your existing credential, with your existing whatever you have registered your SAP ID with email ID and login password, the whatever P user has ID has been created. So all these things you can still use it to create a new sub account. Okay, so at a time, one ID will have one sub account active. Okay, that I mean one trial account will be active. So this thing you just keep it in active scenario, that will be better. Now let's go back to our business studio BAS. And one more thing, in case of BAS, you actually see it's a web based tool, right? So you can actually bookmark also your complete this path. Okay, if you want to bookmark, you can bookmark. Okay, so that is one thing you can also do. So in case of any, like, you don't have to log in directly to your sub account, rather you can directly launch the training account. But sometimes what happens, like in trial, generally it happens like it will know, it may take some time to start your dev space. Okay, means this, you see I have clicked here, it is starting now. So if it's inactive and you are directly accessing it, so there is a chances sometime it may not directly start the dev space, then we have to go via trial sub account. So such things little bit here and there, you have, we will have some kind of you know hurdles in case of trial sub account, but pretty much the same scenario, pretty much exactly the same how it works. Okay, now let's start this. Or one more thing you can do, you see that you have a edit option. So in case if you have, if you at any stage of time, let's say you wanted to add some other extension, okay, out of what is available in your cap or any workspace which you are want to add up, then you stop this, then this icon edit will be enabled, and there you can go again edit, and you can add or remove whatever additional or unnecessary extension if you wanted to add or remove. It depends on whatever you want to do. Edit you can do and save it. What you cannot edit is name cannot be changed. Okay, this name is actually getting registered as one of your dev space, so that name cannot be changed because it's encapsulated with the projects and a structure or environment you have created. Okay, so that's very important. Okay, now let's try to understand what we did last time, and we will try to little bit enhance whatever we have done it. We will try to understand a bit more about what is called our domain modeling. Okay, so we have taken a very simple example of creating some sort of entity. That entity refers to some of the employee kind of entity, or I can take anything like sales order item, or something whatever is feasible, right? Now if you remember on the top, so I believe this what we discussed about creating a domain modeling like data entity, and then what we did is we defined one entity, then that entity we have been registered as a part of my service. Okay, and then you can this part you can actually again reuse it in our application or expose as a service. This service name we have exposed as an auditor service. This is consuming your entity, right? And then we try to write some runtime. Okay, during runtime, if I want to do something, that is one of the example I have mentioned. Okay, this is what you can do, but you can do any sort of any custom or business logic you want to handle at the initial stage. Okay. Now, in this scenario, let me try something in your schema. Here, what I will do, if you see in the top, you have something called quid. Okay. So this, what is quid is, quid is something is helpful to generate some sort of what we call it a ID. Okay. So the ID which you are referring here right now, I can, this is UUID, right? This is the one type of, it's actually a universal type of creating a unique ID, right? So what is the important of those ID? That's very much important, right? So in general, when you do such, let's say there are scenario like you have defined some integer, like fixed ID for something, right? Then if you are doing some kind of insert query, right? So doing that insert query and with the multiple, like by referring your one ID, and you are trying to insert multiple items or query, whatever you want to perform. At that time, your insert query will generate one new ID, right? But in that scenario, it will not be able to understand. You have to handle it, right? For which item or whichever the key ID is referring, for which key ID item, basically the sequencing they have to follow and update or insert the data. But in case of UUID, since it's a auto-generated unique ID, so this, when you are trying to insert, so every time it will have their own new key ID reference, and it will be easily going to create or insert all the query, sorry, all the entry you want to put in your database. So the key I'm talking about here, primary key, not the foreign key. Okay, so key is something, it's good to keep it UUID type of universal supported CAP framework, uniquely generated automated ID, which will support in many operational or any transactional based activity which you perform by referring your primary key, right? So that is something you need to make a habit of doing that kind of information and keep it as a UUID. There's something you see on the top which we call it, okay, which we call it as a quid, right? So what is this quid stands for? Okay, so this quid is one of the mixin which we use to generate automated, again, ID. In this scenario, you don't have to write key ID, and you just have to mention the quid as one of your aspects which you are using it. So now in this scenario, let's say if I go and run my terminal and let's say I will say serious watch. Now, if you see here, though I have not used any kind of, key ID definition here, because I want that the framework should take care of even a key ID generation. Okay. What so when we are doing this key ID generation, what is the advantage we will be seeing it here is it will be going to focus on creation not only a specific ID value, but it is also going to create some sort of key ID property. So that property is something which is a very much which is also known as canonical unique primary key. So it will automatically generate your, it will support your ID generation. So it is, but it says that it's a dynamic generation of your ID. So that if you see here, key ID got generated. So there could be a scenario in where you may not referring to actual key ID. Let's say you don't know, you may not also know probably a primary key of some of the CAP service. In that scenario, if a key ID has been referred by a query, right? Then you may not need to worry about what should I send as a key ID value. It will be automatically taken care of by the framework. But now the question, do we have like, can we use both? Yes. So query will create your ID, and let's say this ID1 will create another ID. Okay, so means of course, right? Any entity can have n number of or some number of, I would say, like as a primary key, right? So that primary key you can define multiple primary key with the help of this combination also. You can, let's say, one ID you are creating auto generated, one I am creating by a UUID, right? Now in both the scenario, whenever I go and try to fetch my data, let me try this. So what will happen is it will go and it will not going to fetch something. Okay, right now it is fetching from the JS file. Okay, so let's say this part, what I am trying to use here right now. Okay, so this part, let me comment it for now. So I will just show you how your actual database, though you don't have any kind of data or any mapping available, but it will still going to fetch the data without even ID. Okay, so let's me refresh this part and just see it. Okay, you see that. So if you look at the ID part, see it is a query generated unique ID, and ID1 is another UUID generated unique ID, right? So you don't see, I see if something is not maintained in your database, you need not to worry about sending that also in your request body, right? Because the framework will automatically understand that okay, this particular entity or domain entity already has been provided with the information of the standard query or UUID by the CAP framework itself. So every time it will be referring your entity unique ID automatically generated, and it will be going to perform all your action which is based on the primary key. So this is one of the best feature you can say in CAP right now we have it with respect to primary key generation or something. Okay, so now let's try to understand when we talk about, like for example, when I'm saying the what all the how this UI layer, the service layer and data layer in CAP, it's actually going to perform these all operation all together. Okay, so that way there is one flow that I will show you, and this will give you a kind of architectural understanding of that CAP, how you need to perform those design basically, or how you are going to basically build your CAP services in a framework. Okay, so the very first thing what we need to go do is, you see in our center, right? Any data modeling you do, we always have some sort of database connection available, right? So that database connection which we are trying to build is always very much restricted to some sort of database query language what we do. So in CAP we have a SQL query language. So it's the advanced version of little bit SQL. So let's imagine we have this, not imagine, it's a fact, or I will take this one of the database. For example, we have this. So this is going to be our database, right? So let's imagine this is, it could be anything, any kind of database, we have it. Okay, from this database we are going to expose some sort of services. We are going to build a service here. So that service, what it is going to provide, that information, let me first flow complete the diagram. So data, from the data we have a service which we are going to build up, and let me, yeah, so this is my service section. Okay, out of the database we have a services. Now from the services we are going to again have a some sort of course a user interaction. You need to provide some kind of application, means the UI layer, right? So that UI layer also you need to provide that reference here. Okay, so now in this references here you have a UI component, so you can say UIs or whatever UI component you are maintaining it. Okay, now how these three layers actually working together. Okay, and who is actually encapsulating each other. Okay, so this layer first will provide you the support of your database requirement. Okay, so this area which is going to be taken care for in this flow, you have to mention here as a database support, right? So the very first thing you will be having here, or I will just write a small notation here again. This is your database support. Okay, so for this database support, now in this part you need to define, right, what are the things you can do. Okay, what are the database we have available. Okay, so one database we have already discussed, which was HANA, and one was SQLite, which was the in-memory database or some kind of database, local database, you have it already. Second, what we have it, any data which you can extend it, right? So extensible data access layer. So our database should support, okay, some kind of extensibility, like extensibility, whatever you do. So it has to be extensible, okay, extensible data access. So any DB you are choosing it. That's why we are saying it's restricted to S4 HANA only, right? It cannot be worked with any other database. So that's the reason. And what query we use for this purpose? We do use some serious query language, right? So like I have mentioned CQL, so which is nothing but CDS.QL, right? So this is the query language has to be supported. Okay. Now, so choosing your database is very important in your CAP development or in your any, of course, a CAP service development, especially in the area of your database modeling. Now, the second part which we are discussing here is how will you be going to perform the action on your database with the help of the API. So you are going to do it with the help of your data modeling, which is we have defined in our case as a schema, right? So those a schema, we have this, okay, a schema. So whatever a schema you are building it as a data modeling, you can also say a schema evolution, which will take care of your data modeling. So these three things, what you have seen here in the first line, it is mainly focused on your database. So if you, this is the database will be provided by, support will be provided by your any sort of database which you are taking it. Okay, goes in this queue. Now, what about the services? So services perform here two of the primary information. Okay, so one information that we can say it with respect to whatever perform you do the data modeling, right? Providing the services and consuming the services. So we have two layer here. Okay, so one layer is saying it has to be performed some sort of, I will just write down the heading here. So this layer will provide you service. Okay, so what we wrote in the cd cap service.cds, that is my layer of providing services, providing services. So what other things it will cover here? It will cover your service definition. Whatever we already defined here is service definition. Then what we have defined here, service provider. So when we are defining any service as a name which going to expose, that will become your service providers. Then you have some sort of handlers, right? Event handlers. So what are these events handlers? When I say any sort of action you are performing on your whatever data modeling you have done, that is something, it could be some kind of custom handlers, event handler, or I can say here custom event handlers. Okay, anything which you wanted to perform with respect to events. Then you have a some sort of emitting the events also, like you can generate some sort of events out of your data model, right? So it depends on what action you have defined. So these all four category defined here. So to make it 1 minute, so that will go here. Okay, now out of this providing services, before what you do, we have to perform and data modeling, right? So you define here the services. Now you have to consume the services. So that's this part will be taken care, this part here. So that we say here consuming the services. Okay, consuming the services. So this consumer service, how you do that? If you see here, we always use some kind of import statement, right? So whenever we do such kind of import statement, we are basically we are trying to whatever we have defined in your services, we are importing it. So we'll say import your service definition. Okay, and after this, when we say whenever you import any service definition, you can also write into basically from your OData, right? That you are exposing nothing but a OData service. Then you whatever you have always you already have a CDS data model, right? So out of your CDS data model only you create a local service. So basically you can say that you going to mass up with the local CDS service, what you going to expose it. Next, we will have some type of any API you want to do configuration. Let's say you have any kind of, okay, so typed API or anything external API you wanted to confirm. Okay, so that part will come automatically, is a part of your import service definition. That is fine. Main thing is now, remember, we are keep using our connectivity or using of the cloud SDK, right? So first connect and then you use by or you can just say use cloud SDK. Okay, connect and use cloud SDK. Use the cloud SDK. Okay. So this area what you see here is we are more focused on that part. Then you are subscribing to the handling events, right? So you say here subscribing, okay, to and handling events. Okay. So that like that you can actually perform all these action here. Okay. So likewise you can do it everything. Now in this area, what I have you define. So this also comes under a part of your service. So whatever you do, one part is you provide or define your service, one part you make it available to consume the service. So that part we already doing it. Now after the UI section, now this UI section will be going to act as a entry point of your UI element. So that part will be something, let's say this is my UI element. Okay, so what all the things it will contain, we need to provide that information. So UI will going to consume your OData. Let's say what we have, OData version 2 or we have version 4 service, right? This is the service which you are going to consume. Generally in case of CAP service you have version 4, but how do we make it version 2 and all that we will see. Then whatever you have it will always going to have a by default draft support, right? Draft support means that you can enable, I mean you may keep it only read function or you may have a function to change like create operation something, and you have something called dollar batch request, right? Or dollar batch support. So that kind of things means dollar batch means any support you are making it, or any kind of you are making a query, or sorry any kind of CRUD operation you are making it has to go via batch call, right? The batch call is something which is again is a kind of service which is utilized in case of all the auditor service operation which you perform, right? Even in a wrap service or even on all the auditor service, it is a by default function we have it. Okay, so just 1 minute. I will also keep this part in the block itself. That will be better. Okay, so these are the 4 layers what we do in terms of your database modeling, or I would say here in this case, these are the topics which you will be covering, or as a part of your CAP development, you will be learning that part. Okay, so we are already touched little bit with everything except the UI part, because UI part integration we have not done yet. So, but we can do it. Okay, so these 3 things, the flow what you see here, we have started defining the data model, then we have started defining the our whatever use case we have, and based on that we have exposed the service, and after exposing the service we have used as part of one of our edge consumption model, where we are able to expose my auditor service, and we have checked that in our http call in test folder that we would be able to call and perform some of the action, right? So database support also we can get it here. Okay, so like that you will be able to perform all the, I mean this is the flow actually you are actually doing all this. So first you have a database from where you have a database support from where you are getting the data, then you are giving a services in the form of CDS definition which you define. So here service definition basically in CDS, right? So everything in your data modeling is very much focused on CDS language itself, and then we provide the service or attach your event handlers or something that you do. Then you expose that service to consume it, right? That consumption of service, how you do, by importing the definition of data, and then you of course the CDS language will make it available to your exposing auditor services, or you can on top of it you can always use your cloud SDK if you wanted to use. Let's say we have, if you see in our here in this area like okay, so whenever it's a little bit maybe 10-15 minutes inactive part time, it will be keep restarting it. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is here is this flow what you see is the way of developing your application. These are the 4 components which you will be actually performing action and then you will be doing it. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP BTP service is commonly used for authentication in SAP applications? Option A, SAP Identity Authentication Service. Option B, SAP Authorization and Trust Management. Option C, SAP Cloud Identity Services. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to build smart cloud apps fast? Our SAP S/4HANA BTP with CAP course is just for you. You can learn at your speed on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP BTP and CAP. It's like a set of tools to help you create and run cloud apps easily. Our course covers everything from basics to advanced skills. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with lots of experience. They're here to guide you and answer your questions anytime. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found it very useful. Best part? It's affordable. This great chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP BTP and CAP expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.